Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Sig adults, Shaltyr's voice could be heard clearly even through the door, and many ordinary maids who passed by would stop to listen with meaningful smiles on their faces. Nazarick is going to have a young master, said the short-haired maid. Fowell, please don't say that. The person who answered her was a long-haired maid wearing glasses, her every move exuding intellectual beauty. Lumiere, you are too cautious. This is a good thing. Foal smiled happily. She turned to ask another companion, what do you think, Sisu? Zissou was a little silly. She pointed at herself and said, this should be considered a good thing. Really, Sisu, are you listening to us? The three of them were very good friends, often getting together and occasionally playing around like they were doing now. As long as it wasn't during working hours, this level of relaxation was completely harmless. Nazarick's management system was very friendly, just like the benevolent Supreme. As they were walking, a gust of cold air blew in their faces, and the three of them hurriedly saluted respectfully. Lord Cocytus. Floor Guardians have the highest status among all NPCs. They possess great strength and their work is more arduous, so it is only natural to show them respect. Cocytus raised his hand, motioning for the others to get up. You should have passed by Lord Sig's room. The three of them replied in unison, yes. Cosette was delighted and continued to ask, I am going to meet Lord Sig. Is he still there? The three of them looked at each other, and Lumiere, the most stable one, stepped forward. Yes, but Lord Sig may not have time to see you. Lady Shaltyr is inside. My words weren't very cryptic, so Lord Cocytus should be able to understand. I hope he won't be angry about it. Ordinary maids did not have frequent contact with floor guardians, and their knowledge of them was limited to rumors. In addition, Cocytus's appearance was a bit scary, so they were worried about being taken out on. Hearing this, Cocytus did not show any displeasure. Instead, he exhaled heavily, and his voice became obviously cheerful. It seems that Nazarick will soon have a young master. Speaking of the young master, the floor guardian seemed like a different person, and the coldness around him dissipated a little. The three of them watched Cocytus leave and breathed a sigh of relief. Foal patted her chest and smiled. See, I was right, even Lord Cocytus thinks so. Lumiere was a little worried. I think Lady Albedo will be unhappy. They all saw how much Albedo loved Lord Sig, so the maids naturally stood on her side. But Lady Shaltyr has many supporters, so I wonder who will succeed in taking the throne. Zissou said something shocking, why not just take them all into the harem? Lord Sig will definitely be able to take good care of you too. The Supreme One needs to have many children. Foire and Lumiere looked at each other and tacitly changed the topic of discussion to the question of who would be the first wife. Okay, that's it. Shaltyr looked confused. Master Sig sighed. If he continued like this, his reputation would be ruined, although it might have already been lost. He had cursed Perorancino hundreds of times in his heart. This guy was truly a talent. All right, Shaltyr. Shaltyr turned off skills such as immunity and resistance. Although the injuries could be recovered quickly, the pain was real. Seeing the warm hand right in front of her, Shaltyr took the initiative to stick to it. Lord Sig, you are so perfect. The cold and delicate skin was like a piece of cool jade. Sig's face turned red. Just as he was about to pull his hand back, there was a loud knock on the door. Master Sig, are you still busy? Sig stood up suddenly. That voice is Albedo. There was a flash of resentment in Shaltyr's eyes. This violent gorilla must have come to cause trouble on purpose. He was so close to succeeding. Sig helped Shaltyr up and tidied her appearance before nodding with satisfaction. The movements are so gentle. Lord Sig is indeed a good man. Although I don't know how this good man came to this conclusion, women who fall in love are just so blind. Shaltyr's eyes were watery like shining rubies and her voice was sweet. Lord Sig, can you give me a kiss? Sig burst out laughing. He didn't expect Shaltyr still remembered this. She was quite cute. But considering that Albedo was still waiting outside, he could only politely decline. If I can see your reflection next time, I will agree to one of your requests, of course, within my ability. Shaltyr's eyes flashed with disappointment, but it was worth it to get such a promise. Yes, Master Sig. The door to the room opened and Shaltyr walked out holding up her skirt. When she saw Albedo, she snorted, come in quickly, Ainz. Albedo was on the verge of exploding. Her eyes were stern. This is a punishment from Lord Sig. Don't really think of it as a reward. Reflect on your own negligence. When this matter was mentioned, Shaltir had no way of refutation. She secretly vowed, I will work hard to reflect on myself and impress Sig Sama. As soon as she stepped into the room, Albedo smelled the sweet scent belonging to Shaltir, which made her frown deeply. It needed to be cleaned and covered with her scent. Sig smiled at her serious look. What's wrong? Lord Sig, are you leaving soon? Albedo's voice was gentle with obvious disappointment on her face. Sig nodded. For the greater good, this is necessary. Albedo's behavior made Sig feel very uncomfortable. He felt that he had let down a good woman. Lord Sig, can you give me a unique gift? Albedo suddenly mustered up the courage to ask. The room fell into silence, and just when Albedo was about to apologize for her rude behavior, Sig flashed in front of her. Albedo's kissing skills were not very good. She only looked strong but actually had no experience at all, and she was quickly defeated. Soon the two of them moved and lay on the soft big bed. Albedo was a little stunned. She couldn't believe that her wish had come true. Lord Sig, don't be afraid, Albedo. Sig felt like he was really a scumbag. The next 1,000 words are omitted. Imperial Arena, VIP Lounge. Lady Pandora, you made too much noise. Nabe said seriously. Pandora is still wearing Eli's clothes, but her face has returned to being as bald as a boiled egg. This is the original appearance of the double phantom. Nabe, who is also a double phantom, is also like this. Since I'm using Lord Sig's identity, I can't lose face. Pandora's tone is sonorous and powerful, coupled with exaggerated body movements. It feels like she is giving a speech, and it is very contagious. This was true, and Nabe had no reason to refute it, but she was not convinced by Pandora. In fact, Pandora's style was so flamboyant that Nabe's respect for him dropped to an all-time low. Her voice was slightly cold. I have already contacted Nazarick. Lord Sig will be here soon. You must be ready to receive him. Pandora became serious and straightened her back. Ah, is Lord Sig coming soon? Lupus Regina stuck out her tongue and licked her lips, looking very regretful. Yeah, I heard that the kingdom has finished it, and I wanted to participate too. She really liked seeing the despair in the eyes of the Ainz. Inflicting sadism was a wonderful feeling, and she and Suo Liuxiang had a lot to talk about this. Nabe treated her sister the same way. Don't doubt the decision of the Supreme Being. Lupus Regina came over and gave Nabe a shoulder massage with a smile. Sorry, I was just kidding. Although they are sisters, Lupus Regina and Nabe have very different personalities. One is frivolous and the other is serious, but their relationship is actually quite good. Nabe received the message and suddenly said seriously, here I come. The portal opened and the three immediately knelt down. We are honored to meet you, Lord Sig. Sig, dressed as Eli, came out first. The aura of the Supreme Being could not be faked. Immediately following was a pure white figure following closely behind. The gentle smile, the ladylike temperament, and the appearance of an angel goddess is none other than Albedo, the Grand Chamberlain of Nazarick. No need to be so polite. Yes. Sig sat on the soft sofa with Albedo standing beside him. The atmosphere between the two was very strange, as if they were deliberately avoiding something. Sig broke the silence. Albedo, you should sit down too. As you command, Lord Sig. Albedo showed surprise and her golden pupils suddenly lit up. Sig only felt the sofa beside him sink slightly, and a faint fragrance came to his nose, which was Albedo's body fragrance. It seemed like we were too close, but it felt good. Sig took the initiative to hook Albedo's little finger and rubbed it gently twice. Albedo's face suddenly turned red, and she twisted her body twice, trying to turn her head to the side so as not to embarrass herself in front of her subordinates. Lupus Regina was very perceptive and said with a smile, Master Sig, Master Pandora is trying hard to play Eli. Sig nodded. Pandora, thank you for your hard work again this time. Return to your original form. When it comes to transformation, no one is better than Pandora. He changed back into the yellow military uniform in the blink of an eye. Pandora kicked her legs in a standard military posture. Ah, it's my honor to share Lord Sig's worries. It seems that after Ainz's warning, Pandora has changed her habit of saluting and speaking German, and she looks much better than before. When Sig first created Pandora, he actually wanted to remind Flying Squirrel not to make it too exaggerated, as it would easily become a dark history. Momonga was only concerned with looking handsome. He kept showing off his handsome military uniform and even imported it into the German dictionary. Sig didn't feel like criticizing him. I guess Feishu didn't expect that his momentary negligence at that time would directly lead to the birth of the devil child. Sig turned and asked, Nabe, come and report the situation. In fact, Pandora should have been the one to report, but Nabe was obviously more reliable. Yes. Nabe stepped forward and recounted in detail what Pandora had been doing over the past few days. including defeating the Martial King, refusing the title of Martial King, and remaining active in the arena, maintaining her winning streak. This attracted the Blood Emperor so much that he rewarded him with the right to live in the VIP room for a long time, which is the room he is in now. Pandora was very gentlemanly. "Thank you, beautiful lady, for speaking for me." Nabe's eyes turned cold. "Please don't call me Miss." Albedo was also very dissatisfied with this frivolous guy. "Nabe is a member of the Pleiades, not a lady. Pandora, you must be careful with your words." "I know." Pandora kicked again. Sig held his forehead helplessly. It was useless to say anything now. After all, it was he who asked Pandora to come. It was his own fault. "I see. It seems that Eli's name has become famous in the Empire." "Yes, Lord Sig." Lupus Regina looked like she was enjoying the fun. "Now whenever I go out, everyone will greet me." Nabe nodded, agreeing with this statement. Because she is too famous, we can't entirely blame Pandora for acting so high profile. It's probably what the Blood Emperor did on purpose. The kingdom has attracted powerful silver knights, and the Empire should also have powerful people to match them. It is not surprising that Eli was nominated. The Empire is different from the kingdom. As an emperor, the Blood Emperor is more talented than the king of the kingdom. He purged incompetent nobles, implemented policies that benefited the people, and promoted a large number of commoners, looking only at their abilities and not their backgrounds. Even though Eli was just a new worker with a very low status in the Empire, he would not hesitate to win him over as long as he demonstrated strong strength. The Silian theocracy helped the Empire attack the kingdom because they believed that the Empire had a better future, which was inseparable from the efforts of the Blood Emperor. Pandora asked, "Lord Sig, is there anything else you want me to do?" Sig shook his head. "Pandora, you should go back to Nazarick to report. I will send a low-level double phantom to the kingdom to act as the Silver Knight. Your fighting power cannot be wasted on such a trivial matter." "Yes, sir." Pandora is a heavy addict for magic items. She feels uncomfortable if she doesn't touch them for a day. She must have accumulated a lot of pressure during this period. As a considerate leader, Sig naturally takes good care of his subordinates, not to mention that this guy is Ainz's child. "Pandora, you have completed your mission very well. I will reward you with some rare magic items." Pandora was about to refuse when Sig interrupted her. "Although it is a rare magic item, it is only collectible and has average effects. It is not a precious item." Since the Supreme One said so, Pandora happily agreed. "Thank you, Lord Sig, for letting me go with such a heavy heart." Sig gave Albedo a ring with a black dragon scale ring and a red dragon's eye stone on the ring face. "Albedo, I will give you access to your private warehouse. You can choose Pandora's rewards." Albedo's face turned red. "Is this a proposal?" Albedo, no, don't misunderstand me," but it was obvious that Albedo could no longer listen. She pounced over and pressed Sig down on the sofa, flapping her black wings rapidly. "Lord Sig, I do." Lupus Regina and Nabe acted as the atmosphere group, and Pandora even chanted the German version of the prayer. Sig really wanted to cry but had no tears. He felt like he was being forced. Whose supreme being could be so miserable? "Albedo, do you understand what I mean? As you command, my beloved Sig." Albedo caressed the ring on her ring finger with care, the corners of her mouth raised exaggeratedly, looking like a nympho. Sig was too lazy to correct the address. Albedo's previous behavior was really too fanatical. If it were just the two of them, there was no telling what would happen. "Nabe and Lupus Regina, come forward. Is there any reward you would like?" They both stepped forward and knelt on the ground again. With the precedent of Pandora, the two agreed that refusal might displease the Supreme Being, and acceptance would be the wisest option. Lupus Regina said, "I hope to obtain some humans to use as toys." Sig replied, "Demiurge's ranch has captured many humans. I will tell him to prepare some suitable humans for you. Also, you have worked hard during this period, so I will give you a vacation." Lupus Regina was panicked for a moment. "I don't need a vacation. It is an honor to serve Sig Sama. Everyone needs a break. I gave Pandora a break, so I won't show favoritism. The same goes for you, Nabe." Sig was firm in his attitude, and Lupus Regina and Nabe had no room to refuse, but they didn't want to rest for too long. A few days was too luxurious. Working for such a long time and only having one day off is even more excessive than that of big capitalists. It is totally exploitative. Even though Sig knew that the NPCs of Nazarick were not designed with rest in mind, he still felt a little uncomfortable. "Lord Sig, we see your kindness, but we cannot fully accept it." Sig finally set the time to one day and the two agreed. "Nabe, you haven't told me what you want yet." Nabeka was in a slump. She had no other hobbies except chatting. Sig's request for leave to return to Nazarick was already a reward. She couldn't think of anything else she wanted. "What's wrong?" As time passed, Nabe became more and more nervous. It would be very rude not to reply to the Supreme Being. I want to learn how to blend in more naturally with humans. This is a simple yet complex request. Nabe's inability to remember people's names and faces is indeed a big problem, and sometimes she lets things slip, but generally it's harmless because she is an inflexible maid. Sig joked, "This reward is a little difficult. I'm sorry to trouble you." Albedo chuckled, "Lord Sig, I have collected some books from the human world which would be perfect as a reward. Albedo, how can I let you take out your collection?" Albedo placed her delicate hand on her chest, her expression serious and her voice firm. After all, it is a wife's responsibility to share her husband's worries. Although Albedo had always regarded herself as Sig's wife, Sig was still greatly shocked when she said such words to his face. Although they have had physical contact, they are still in the stage of dating and it is too early to talk about marriage. Sig decided to ask for her opinion. "Nabe, are you willing to accept it?" "I am willing." Nabe nodded. Sig felt that his question was unnecessary, as most of the maids were supporters of Albedo. The portal opened again and Pandora, Lupus Regina and Nabe left one after another. Albedo stayed until the end. "Now that they have all left, I will serve them." "How can the Supreme Being be without attendants? This is absolutely not allowed." Sig smiled helplessly, feeling like he had fallen into a trap. No wonder Albedo hadn't raised any objections before. "Who will handle the affairs of Nazarick, my chief steward?" Albedo had naturally made all the arrangements. Thinking of what was going to happen next, the wings on her waist trembled even more violently. "I've handed it over to Yuri. Demiurge will assist." Sig had no reason to refuse. Strictly speaking, this was the period of passionate love, and it was okay to indulge a little, but he didn't know if his waist could withstand it. Time passed quickly and a day went by in a flash. No one knew what happened. Albedo was only seen smiling happily and Shaltir got angry when she heard about it. But Sig doesn't know any of this, he's busy playing Eli now. "Sir Eli, do you have time now?" Roan Van Million knocked on the door carefully. As the Empire's secretary, Roan represents the Blood Emperor's opinion. He is so respectful and cautious to show His Majesty's importance to Eli. About a minute passed and Lupus Regina came to open the door. She smiled and said, "Come in." Roan had to admit that every time he saw Lord Eli's teammates, he would sigh in his heart at their looks. Even though he was knowledgeable and experienced, he had never seen such beautiful women, each with her own unique characteristics. "Sir Eli, His Majesty invites you." Eli stood up, his movements were very graceful and calm, with some dignity of a superior. "Your Majesty, what do you want to see me about?" Rane replied unconsciously, "A distinguished guest has arrived." After he finished speaking, Roan finally reacted and was secretly annoyed at why he said it so directly. As an elite of the Empire, he should not make such a low-level mistake. Eli seemed to laugh and said in a warm voice, "Dear guest, it seems I need to go there in person. Please lead the way." Roan breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more relaxed. "Please follow me, but I'll trouble your two companions to wait here for a while." The Blood Emperor made it clear that the only person he wanted to see was Eli, and even people from the same team could not come together. Sig had no objection to this, but he secretly winked at the two of them, telling them not to let their guard down. Lupus Regina and Nabe understood what he meant and stayed in the room obediently. Led by Roan, the two stopped at the door of an ultra-luxurious private room. This is a room exclusively for the Blood Emperor. It has a huge terrace overlooking the entire arena. Everything in the arena can be seen, and the people can also admire the heroic figure of His Majesty the Emperor. Roan knocked on the door a few times and said, "Your Majesty, the person has been brought here." "Oh, come in." Gilnef, the Emperor of a country, came to greet him personally with a warm smile on his face. Following behind him were still the two most trusted knights of the Empire, Lightning and Wind. "Sir Eli, let me introduce today's distinguished guest." "Well, I'm Eli from the worker team Dragon Slayer." The blonde young man nodded slightly and greeted with a smile, "I am Quintus Hastia Quintia, nice to meet you. The 5th-ranked one-man division of the Black Scripture and also a spy planted by Nazarick." Because of his control over magic, Ainz recognized the person in front of him at first sight. He was the master who possessed power comparable to that of a god. "Zaya Okui, what's wrong with you?" The person who spoke was a female magician wearing a huge hat and disheveled and revealing clothes, giving people a very lazy feeling. The 11th seat of the Black Scripture is infinite magic power. The muscular man holding a giant shield remained silent. He was the 8th in the Black Scripture, giant shield 10,000 arms. He had participated in protecting world-class props. Seeing Eli's outstretched hand, Ainz quickly shook it back, beads of sweat the size of beans sliding down his forehead. After the handshake, the atmosphere was very harmonious. But Sig suddenly said, "I have a question. If everyone wants to be honest, why don't some people show up? Upon hearing this, not only did the people from the Black Scripture change their expressions, but even the Blood Emperor showed a look of surprise, and lightning and wind immediately protected him. A man in a red tights appeared, a professional assassin, the 12th seed of the Black Scripture, Ten Shang Tian Jian. From then on, the true identities of the 4 members of the Dark Scripture were revealed. I'm sorry, my companion meant no harm. Ainz explained calmly, if we really want to kill someone, we don't have to go through so much trouble. Your Majesty and Lord Eli, please rest assured. Although he was apologizing, his attitude was not sincere. Considering that the other side is from the theocracy and their strongest army, the Black Scripture, they do have the capital to be arrogant. Even if the Blood Emperor is unhappy, he cannot get angry. He waved his hand to let his knights retreat, smiling and acting very magnanimous. It's all right, I trust you all. In order to make the empire more prosperous, it is necessary to leave a good impression on the theocracy so that it can gain benefits from it. Losing face is just a small matter, and an emperor should be aware of this. Sir Eli, I am willing to guarantee this. Please sit down and have a good talk. The Blood Emperor was a little nervous. Although he had already recruited Eli under his command, he didn't know much about him after all, and there were many guys who were powerful but had low emotional intelligence. If Eli insisted on pursuing the matter, it would make it very difficult for him as the middleman. Eli nodded. I just don't like people who hide their true intentions. Now that everyone has spoken openly, I won't hold on to it. Tian Shang Tianzia suddenly asked, your detection skills are very powerful. Do you also have an assassination profession? Even abnormal people who have surpassed the heroic realm would find it difficult to sense his presence, but this 5th-level magic caster could actually see it at a glance. Eli spoke truthfully, I don't have a career in exploration. If I had to explain why, it's mainly because of my natural abilities. Tian Shang Tianzia nodded, then shut up and said no more. He was indeed panicked just now and even spoke without thinking. If it is a natural supernatural power, then it is indeed possible. After all, he has seen more powerful ones, and no matter what, they are not as good as that godlike person. Infinite magic power noticed the uneasiness of Tian Shang Tianzia and teased, don't worry, we are here to recruit. It would be terrible if we became enemies. Recruit, Sig grasped the key point of the words. He didn't expect that this identity was so famous that it was noticed by the church. Tian Shang Tianzia didn't say anything, which was tantamount to tacitly acknowledging that he really didn't want to become an opponent of Eli, which would make him very uncomfortable. Ainz smiled and said, everyone, let's sit down and talk. Jerkniv clapped his hands, and immediately a beautiful maid brought fruits and snacks, showing the hospitality of the host. The 2 parties finally sat down, or to be more precise, the 3 parties. Eli was a man of the Blood Emperor on the surface, but he really represented the great tomb of Nazarick. Ainz got straight to the point. I heard that you have fought against the Silver Knight. Can I ask you something? Sig realized that his original identity must have been suspected by the church, and he might even have been confirmed to be a god. He had considered this issue when he let the captain of the Black Scripture go. The church's response was quite quick, and it immediately sent out its strongest force to investigate. Is it because of this again? I didn't expect that just a fight would make me so famous. Sig deliberately acted a little distressed. What do you want to ask? Ainz was originally very uneasy, afraid that he would not be able to communicate well, so he deliberately revealed many details, but now he is shocked by his master's acting skills. This is a completely different person. Appearance and strength, we would appreciate more details. I don't need to say much to express my gratitude, it's just a small thing. Sig looked thoughtful. He wears silver blue armor, has a strong personality, and is much stronger than me. Why did you guys get into a fight? Are you looking for revenge? Sig sighed, it was indeed revenge, but I wasn't looking for him, he was looking for me. Everyone was very surprised to hear this. Eli didn't seem like the type to provoke enemies, it looked like the other party was looking for trouble. Strictly speaking, it was my fault. The other party came to my house just to teach me a lesson. Sig then simply repeated what he had said to the guild leader Ainz, explaining the whole story. The people from the Black Scripture looked at each other in bewilderment. This meant that this person was actually at the scene where the most beautiful woman in the world was taken away. In other words, the kingdom's Silver Knights were truly the attackers that day. I thought it was just a casual inquiry, but I didn't expect to get such important news, which almost confirmed the other party's identity. The breathing of Giant Shield Thousand Arms became heavy. Ever since the failure of that mission, he has been blaming himself. Now that he knows the identity of the attacker, how can he not be excited? Can you take responsibility for what you say? Of course. Eli's voice became very cold. To be honest, I don't believe he is the Silver Knight, because he is very concerned about his whereabouts being exposed, and robbery is not the act of a hero. Everyone in the Black Scripture fell silent, and the theocracy did not believe that this man was a Silver Knight, because the true identity of the Silver Knight is no secret among the top leaders of the church. The Platinum Dragon King is very hostile to outsiders, believing them to be the filth of the world, including the 6 great gods of the church. The power of the church is the strongest among all countries, but they dare not expand, nor do they dare to blatantly use the treasures left by the gods, for fear of attracting the attention of the Dragon King and bringing about a catastrophic disaster. The Blood Emperor sensed the solemn atmosphere at the scene and realized that he must have known some terrible news. He began to worry about his own personal safety. The church has always been overbearing and is not a good person. Queen Ainz calmed down and replied seriously, "Thank you for your information, Your Excellency. This is very important to the church. The theocracy, is that the Sicilian theocracy? Yes, we are the strongest force of the theocracy, the Black Scripture. The second purpose of this trip is to invite you to join the theocracy. Talents should not be buried. Is it true that talents are buried in the Empire? That's really rude." Sig glanced at the Blood Emperor, but the other party didn't react at all. So that's what he meant. He was selling himself out. 1 talent in exchange for the support of the church. This is a very cost-effective deal. No wonder he is so enthusiastic. "I'm sorry, but my goal is to kill the dragon, so I won't stay in one place for too long. Don't be so harsh. We in the church have powerful means that may be able to help you." Being able to survive at the hands of the Silver Knight is enough to prove Eli's worth. Queen Ainz's persistence did not arouse any suspicion, and they also hope to have a strong partner. "Please let me think about it again." Queen Ainz nodded and stood up. "In that case, we need to go back and report. The door of the church is always open to you." After the Black Scripture completed its mission, it was time to leave. Sig suddenly said, "Sir Queen Ainz, I want to talk to you alone." As the team leader, Queen Ainz was fully responsible for this mission. Other members of the Black Scripture had no right to refute and could only make suggestions. After consulting his companions, Queen Ainz agreed directly, "Okay." Queen Ainz's recent performance has been outstanding. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and his negotiation ability is also very strong. He is showing signs of becoming the #1 player under the captain. The higher-ups of the church attach great importance to him, and he is the team leader in almost every mission. No one doubts his loyalty. "I still have government affairs to attend to, so I won't bother you anymore." Taking this opportunity, the Blood Emperor tactfully left. If he stayed here any longer, he was really afraid that he would be forced to die young. The rest of the members of the Black Scripture also left, leaving only Queen Ainz and Sig in the room. Queen Ainz was uncomfortable. "Sir Eli, what do you want to say? Should he kneel down, call the master directly, or just pretend he didn't know?" Sig sat down casually, raised his hand to take off the mask, revealing his true face. "There is magic here to prevent prying eyes, no need to act anymore." Nabe had already sent him a message. They had already informed Nazarick that this place had long been under full surveillance by Nigret. Queen Ainz breathed a sigh of relief. His legs softened, and he knelt down with his forehead pressed tightly against the ground, as devoutly as if he was worshipping a god. "Queen Ainz Hasta Quincha, I am here to meet the master." Sig waved his hand in boredom. "No need to be polite, you have always been in contact with Albedo." Queen Ainz remained kneeling. "Yes, thanks to the guidance of Lady Albedo. With my own abilities, I would have been discovered by the theocracy long ago. Don't be modest, you have great talents." Queen Ainz's original talent was very good, and he was also a leading figure in the Black Scripture, which was full of freaks. Sig was initially attracted by his identity as Clementine's brother, but later he also admired his personal abilities and was very glad that he chose him. With such an outstanding brother, it is natural for the parents to favor him, and Clementine will indeed always live in his shadow. But now Queen Ainz will be completely defeated. Queen Ainz had no idea what Sig was thinking, and he didn't know that his sister's strength had surpassed his own. Hearing the praise, he could only be more respectful. This was the way of survival that Lady Albedo had always taught him. "Thank you for the compliment, Master. Sig doesn't like to make people kneel, which makes him look like a tyrant. He thinks he is a good leader." Queen Ainz, stand up and answer. "Tell me about the mission Albedo gave you." Queen Ainz stood up immediately, his face covered with sweat. He felt dizzy and needed to take deep breaths to avoid fainting. He really wanted to kneel down, lie on the ground, and kowtow hard as long as he could get forgiveness. It is unforgivable for a servant to obey the orders of others and act on his own initiative. Master, Lady Albedo ordered me to push the theocracy to investigate the identity of the attacker. Ainz's voice was shaking so much that he felt like his mouth wasn't his own. As expected, Albedo would indeed do such a thing. Sig's voice was calm and he didn't seem angry, he was simply stating a fact that he seemed to have known for a long time. Ainz became more and more frightened. As expected, nothing could be hidden from the master's eyes. He shouldn't have been optimistic. Keep pushing forward. Why? Sig said coldly. I won't say it a second time. Ainz knelt down immediately. His clothes were soaked with sweat. The feeling of being on the line between life and death made him exhausted. Yes, sir. Sig took out a ring and said, You have done well. I will reward you accordingly. Albedo's orders are my orders. Ainz took the ring in a daze, and it took him a while to react before he remembered to thank him. Thank you for the reward, master. When he raised his head again, Ainz was already crying. It was unclear whether he was moved or happy. His eyes became even stranger, almost fanatical. Sig thought the look was familiar, and after careful consideration it occurred to him that he had seen something similar in Clementine's eyes. Complete domination does not make the dominated have faith, it only makes them obey, roughly and unconditionally obey. Sig seemed to have inadvertently turned Ainz into his believer. It was really magical. He was just giving a sweet date after giving a good one. Keep working hard, I won't treat you unfairly. Ainz completely surrendered, Master. I want to know the deep meaning between you and Albedo. In the past, Ainz was a passive recipient. After all, the theocracy was his home, so he would feel reluctant and lack subjective initiative in his actions. Now he wants to understand his master and do his best for the mission, even if it means hurting his former companions and their families. Sig smiled slightly and asked with a very malicious look, Do you really want to know? Even if you know that the church will be destroyed because of this. Yes, master, it's okay to tell you. If the theocracy had stayed in a corner, how could we have a legitimate reason to attack? Albedo would not do useless work, nor would she betray. So there was only one reason for her to do so, to create a reason for Nazarick to attack the theocracy. Sig said it calmly. Ainz might have been scared before, but now he just wanted to kneel down and praise his master's unparalleled talent, and in fact he did so. In order to conquer the world, the church is nothing. This is a great cause. After all the praise, even Sig, who was thick-skinned, almost got angry and quickly let Ainz leave. To be honest, faith is a terrible thing. It can turn good people into lunatics. Don't believe in random things. In the theocracy, the 6 chief priests gathered together. On the round table was placed a mission report, which was written by Ainz himself. The report has been opened and circulated. Everyone looked unhappy, and a depressing atmosphere was brewing in the room. The kingdom has the most fertile land, but it breeds drugs and corruption, while the neighboring empire is developing rapidly. They had originally planned to give the kingdom some time, but now it seems that is no longer necessary. The chief officer of the god of wind, Dominic Albedos, was the first one who couldn't help it. He used to be a member of the Holy Scripture of Sunshine and had killed countless alien races. He could not tolerate any grain of sand in his eyes. The kingdom sheltered the enemy who stole the most beautiful woman in the country and became an enemy of the church. This was a betrayal of humanity, and it was an unforgivable mistake regardless of whether it was known or not. The kingdom is a traitor to humanity. They must be destroyed. This statement characterizes the kingdom as a very harsh and ruthless judgment, which is really too serious. None of the other priests refuted, and their eyes were filled with coldness. To be honest, compared with world-class props, a kingdom is nothing. One-man division, have you finished your report? The girl with black and white hair leaned against the wall, her heterochromatic eyes shining with a strange light. Special seed of the Black Scripture, codenamed Absolute Death, the only God-man, the strongest and undefeated existence in the church, the protector of mankind, the guardian of the 6 divine artifacts, and the disciple of the guardian god of the church. The many titles she has are enough to show how powerful she is. But the most important thing is that Zese Zeme is the enemy of Nazarick and the enemy of his master, and that is enough. This information flashed through Ainz's mind, and he replied calmly, Yes, Lord Juicy Juming. The Dark Scriptures all have their own unique code names. They do not call each other by their real names, but are accustomed to referring to each other by their code names. Juicy Juming adjusted his hair and asked casually, Has the true identity of the person in silver armor been confirmed? Ainz smiled and nodded. It's basically confirmed. This person is currently in the kingdom and has stolen the title of Silver Knight. Oh. There is such a thing. According to reliable information, during the turmoil in the kingdom some time ago, he and the adventurer Feifei saved the capital. He has now become a guest of honor in the kingdom and will not be leaving in the short term. Jusajiming has a special identity and she has a high priority in the church. Even if the chief priest comes, he cannot refuse her request, so Queen Ainz told the other party all the information without hiding anything. I understand. Jusajiming agreed, then ignored him, took out the Rubik's Cube and started playing with it by himself. Queen Ainz was not embarrassed. He knew very well that Jusajiming had such a strange personality. She only says a few more words when she is teaching someone a lesson. Most of the time, she doesn't like to talk to people and usually just ignores them. Only the captain of the first seat can say a few words to her. If there is nothing else, I will leave first, Master Jusajiming. Jusajiming nodded slightly, revealing her ears hidden by her hair. Her long pointed ears showed that she was not a pure human. She is the child born from the union of an elf and a human, or to be more precise, a half-elf. Ordinary half-elves mature very quickly, reaching adulthood at around 20 years old, and their lifespan is not as long as that of pure elves. They are outliers in both human and elven societies. But Jusajiming is different, her bloodline is too powerful. His father, the Elf King, is the descendant of the 8 Desire Kings, and his mother is the descendant of the 6 Great Gods. The combination of the two is the fusion of the player's blood, and the child born is destined to be extraordinary. Jusajiming proved this point, easily breaking through the heroic limit of LV-29. The abnormal person of LV-35 was not the limit either, and the level finally reached the terrifying LV-88. Even though she was only half-elven, her lifespan far exceeded that of humans and half-elves. She appeared to be a teenage girl, but in fact she had lived for 100 years. Whereas Queen Ainz, a man ran out in a hurry. He was wearing casual clothes. His neutral face was set off by his long hair, making him look like a long-haired beauty. Jusajiming didn't even raise his head. He's gone. The person who came was the second godman of the church, who claimed to be the captain of the godman of the Black Scripture. In fact, he does have the capital to do so. All members of the Black Scripture are hero level, and only one is an abnormal person, but his level has reached above LV-60. Captain Shenron was a little mad. I have something else to ask. The attacker's identity has been confirmed. This is no longer a secret among the top leaders of the church, and the captains of various holy books have received the news. But if you want to know the latest information, you can only ask the chief priest and Queen Ainz. It is difficult to get it from the chief priest, so you can only start from Queen Ainz. Jusajiming was playing with the Rubik's Cube seriously, and only the last 2 sides were needed to restore it. If you want to know about the attacker, I think I can answer the question. Really? Jusajiming restored the Rubik's Cube and threw it into the arms of Captain Shenron. Let's talk somewhere else. There's a top-secret mission. Captain Shenron hurried to catch up. The task that required him and Jusajiming to do was definitely not a trivial matter. To be serious, it might even concern the fate of the church. Demiurge was busy at the ranch when he received Sig's message. Upon hearing the news of the adults' arrival, he immediately made preparations to welcome them. Welcome, Lord Sig. Sig looked at the bone products everywhere in the house, feeling curious and a little amazed. Xiodi was really an expert in this field, as he could come up with so many different kinds of bone products. It's too crowded here, Lord Sig. Please move to the lounge to discuss matters. I will be there shortly. Demiurge bowed and extended his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Sig naturally would not refuse. He followed the servant to a pavilion. Small cakes and black tea were already placed on the table, and a maid was serving him. With the operation of magic, even without sunlight, the plants here grow well, and the lush green grass around brings a fresh scent. It is such a wonderful thing to sit here and have a cup of afternoon tea. Demiurge arrived almost a minute later. Sir Sig, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. No need to be so polite in private, just sit down and rest together. Yes. Demiurge sat down opposite him. Lord Sig, are you here for the matter between the kingdom and the theocracy? Haha, you guessed it, Demiurge, you really understand me the best. I dare not make any guesses, you must have planned it long ago. Demiurge's mouth curled up, and he was obviously in a very good mood. His tail was shaking unconsciously. Sig felt very bad, so he decided not to say anything to avoid the two of them having different ideas. It would be better to listen to the other party's ideas first. In that case, Demiurge, please tell us your opinion. Demiurge did not refuse. His excitement was evident in his words. Under Lord Sig's plan, the theocracy has already abandoned the kingdom. The kingdom is now isolated and helpless. Our invasion plan can be implemented earlier. Yes, it seems I don't need to explain too much. Sig nodded pretentiously. No way, how could I have thought of this? There is no plan at all, Sig screamed in his heart. It's just that I was lucky, and the results were all good. Who on earth can look ahead 10 or even 100 steps before taking one step? Well, the person in front of me seems to be able to do it. It seems that Xiao Dai has even thought about the development of the Magic Kingdom in 100 years. Sig has always been a bad person, always giving Ainz chicken soup when he has nothing to do. He has never dealt with the affairs of Nazarick and just hangs out outside all day. Whatever, since he was misunderstood as a conspirator, he would just take it on with his acting skills. He had no other choice anyway. Have you made a detailed plan? Albedo and I are currently planning the Sorceress Kingdom's debut. Please leave this small matter to me, but there is one thing I would like to ask you. But it's okay. Sig-sama, can you become an enemy of Ainz-sama? As soon as Demiurge said this, the maid beside him was shocked, and the guards and servants hidden around him became agitated. Sig smiled helplessly. Xiao Dai, don't leave your words half-sentenced, you're scaring everyone. Demiurge was stunned for a moment, then he stood up and apologized. Sir Sig, it was my mistake. If his words are not considered in context, they are indeed ambiguous, as if he is instigating Lord Sig to betray Lord Ainz, which is bound to cause panic. Sig laughed and took a sip of the tea. I'm not blaming you, you just want me to act out a scene with the president and act like we're hostile to each other. Yes, you have guessed it long ago. Demiurge raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a relaxed smile. The atmosphere at the scene eased, the maid breathed a sigh of relief, and all the noise around her disappeared. The two men sat opposite each other and began to talk about the affairs of the kingdom. Sig said earnestly, it is easy to destroy a kingdom by force, but the subsequent rule is the most important thing. As the saying goes, it is easy to conquer a kingdom, but it is difficult to keep it. It may not be easy for humans to accept that they are ruled by the undead, and that their descendants will be ruled by the undead as well. In this world, compared with other races, the undead have an extremely bad reputation. Whenever they appear, they will be attacked by everyone. The undead are synonymous with evil. Demiurge agreed with this statement. Humans are stupid creatures. If they could understand the situation, you and Ainz-sama wouldn't have to worry about it. Accepting the rule of the strong was a normal thing for Demiurge. The king must be strong, and it is a blessing for subordinates to follow a strong man, just like Lord Sig and Lord Ainz. Being able to work for the two supreme beings is their greatest happiness as subordinates. For the greater good, it's not a big deal. Sig chuckled, I'll play the hero, and that way their expectations won't be in vain. Demiurge exclaimed very sincerely, Ah, you are so kind, it is a blessing for mankind. Kindness? Maybe. Sig was once a human being, but this is not his world, and he does not have any relatives or friends among humans, so he does not have much compassion. Ainz probably has similar ideas, not showing sympathy for humans and not deliberately causing killings. Under Nazarick's rule, humanity's situation will not be any worse than before, and that is enough. So, a miserable defeat is fine. The identity of Silver Knight is of no use anymore. Its original intention was to lure out the Platinum Dragon King, but now it has indirectly accomplished a lot, which is more than worth it. Demiurge said seriously, Lord Sig, that would be beneath your dignity. Sig disagreed, oh. But a simple failure should not be able to wipe out the resistance of the people of the kingdom. The resistance of Ainz is also quite troublesome. Demiurge's eyes sparkled, and he said sincerely, I hope you can achieve dual rule with Ainz-sama, two kings ruling together. Sig recited these words carefully and was confused for a moment. He was almost blinded by Xiaoti's diamond eyes. Demiurge said without hesitation, Yes, Lord Ainz is the Sorcerer King and Lord Sig is the Holy Dragon King. The two of you will rule the kingdom together. But I'm not good at handling official business. Sig was really distressed. How could he persuade Demiurge to give up this idea? Sig adults. Demiurge suddenly became excited and half knelt on the ground. Please consider my suggestion. After a long silence, Sig finally responded, Well, I still need to discuss this matter with the president, so you can leave first. Sig returned to the Empire through the portal, and Nabe waited in the room for a long time. Please wait here, Nabe. Nabe quickly shook her head, It's my duty. Where's Lupus Regina? Lord Sig, Lupus Regina has gone to find out information from Archie. Nabe gave a routine report without any emotion. It turns out that it went there to play with humans, just don't kill anyone. Sig nodded and praised with a smile, You actually remembered Archie's name. It seems like you've made great progress. Nabe didn't expect such a detail to be noticed and replied in a panic, Thank you for the compliment, Sig-sama. This is the result of your and Albedo-sama's careful cultivation. Sig smiled helplessly. What a difficult maid to adapt to. Anyone else would have laughed happily at this moment. By the way, is there any movement from the Blood Emperor? No, he hasn't sent anyone to contact us since we moved out of the Imperial Arena, not even to monitor us. After the Black Codex arrived, Sig moved back to the singing apple room of the hotel on the grounds that it was inconvenient. The Blood Emperor did not stop him, but instead rewarded him with many jewels. Sig had indeed expected the Blood Emperor's reaction. As an emperor, this guy was really flexible and did things flawlessly. It seems that the theocracy promised him a lot of things, which made him give up on bringing Eli into his camp. Nabe said angrily, "How dare you, you despicable bug, plot against Lord Sig?" Sig was amused by her. "It's okay, the Blood Emperor is just a small character, there's no need to bother with him. This is a good thing, no one is paying attention to our whereabouts. I need to go back to Arantel to see the guild master. If anyone asks me where I am, you know what to say. Have no idea. Ha ha ha, that's it." Sig sent a message to Ainz, "President, open a portal, I need to meet you to discuss something." Portal magic is really convenient, but Sig does not have a proper magic profession, and the number of magic he has learned is relatively small. He does not know teleportation magic. Although you can also use teleportation magic items, they are consumables, and one less item is needed when you use one. When Ainz uses magic, it only consumes a little MP, which can be recovered quickly. This is much more convenient. Ainz immediately replied, "Sig-san, I'm outside now, wait for me for 5 minutes." Sig replied, "Okay." 5 minutes later, a portal suddenly opened. The coordinates were very precise, worthy of being a great magician. Sig stepped into it, and in a blink of an eye, he was in another hotel room. "Hello, President, long time no see." Ainz was still wearing the same outfit as the adventure Mammon, but he took off his helmet, revealing a bare skull. "Sig-san, why are you so heartless? I want to be as open-minded as you." Sig wondered, "What's wrong?" Ainz stroked his head, his voice filled with sorrow. "I already know the kingdom's plan, I feel a lot of pressure. I just found out from Zyodi there's nothing else." Sig touched Ainz's arm like a good friend and said, "Why don't you reject the idea of the two kings joining forces for me? You know I can only fight, not use my brain." "Sig-san, you didn't know that." "What happened again? Demiurge is doing this entirely for your own good. He's arranging a position for you." "Ah, wait, you mean to say that Demiurge has already decided on the job assignments in the Sorceress Kingdom?" "Yes, as far as I know, Albedo is the Prime Minister, Shaltir is in charge of transportation logistics, and Cocytus is in charge of the Lizardmen." Ainz knew them all by heart and had obviously memorized them all. Sig raised his hand to stop Ainz from continuing. "Then you are the Sorcerer King and I am the Holy Dragon King." Sig and Ainz are both supreme beings, and although Ainz is the most respected in the eyes of NPCs, there is no difference in their status. Demiurge must have thought about this for a long time. In order to make the identities of the two Supreme Lords match and both have supreme status in the Sorceress Kingdom, he must implement a political system of dual king rule. Sig sighed, "Zyodi's thinking is too comprehensive. It's hard for him to come up with it." Ainz said earnestly, "So you really misunderstood him. How could Albert's child have any bad intentions? You, Albert, and Takumi, I remember you three had the best relationship." Sig held his forehead helplessly. "Albert and Takumi quarrel all the time. I am so uncomfortable being caught in the middle, they even call me a fence-sitter." When talking about the past, Ainz's mood became better and he became more talkative. "Ha ha ha, the relationship between the two is actually not bad, it's just that they often have disagreements due to different ideas. In fact, everyone cherishes each other's friendship." Sig thought about it carefully, and it was indeed as Ainz said. Albert didn't really hate Takumi, but he was more of a vent, transferring his resentment towards society onto the successful Takumi. Takumi is a man with an overflowing sense of justice. Just like the professional policeman he is in real life, he likes to help the weak, so his behavior is idealistic and sometimes he does some ridiculous things. They both have one thing in common, they are both very immature. Ha ha ha. Ainz suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Sig confused. Did he say something wrong? "Sig-san, do you think you are not a Chunabu?" Albert, the great demon who wants to destroy the world, Takumi, the hero who saves the weak, and Sig, the dragon knight who is crazy about dragons. In the eyes of the rest of the guild, they were just a group of 2 or 3 people, all of whom were fantasies that they had in middle school. "Laogu, what do you want?" Seeing that Sig was about to get mad, Ainz stopped laughing and said, "Let's talk business. Is this the only thing you want to talk to me about?" Sig sat down unhappily, picked up the teapot and poured water into his mouth, gulping down the whole pot before stopping. "I'll report to you what happened recently so that I don't have any discrepancies with you." "That's great, I'm all ears." With Sig acting as the middleman to pass messages, Ainz felt much more at ease. He was no longer worried about not understanding what his subordinates were saying. Sig simply explained what happened in the Empire and the attitude of the theocracy, and connected it with the attack on the kingdom, making the whole thing easy to understand. Ainz was silent for a while, then asked in a deep voice, Sig-son, are you sure you didn't plan this on purpose? Sig scratched his head frantically. I really didn't plan it, it was just a coincidence. How are you the same as Demiurge? Okay, I believe you. Sig glanced at Ainz. The old man definitely didn't believe it. Never mind, it didn't matter anymore. Anyway, my message has already been delivered. We'll act accordingly when the time comes. We'll just treat this as an entertaining PvP match and have an exhibition match. Then I'll just use some loud magic. Ainz has learned as many as 718 kinds of magic, and by using the skill Wisdom of Darkness, he can learn new magic from magic casters. There are so many magics to choose from. Sig waved his hand. Whatever, I have complete resistance to instant death, and ordinary necromancy magic can't do much damage to me, but don't use Death End. I don't want to waste the resurrection item. The full name of Death End is Death is the end of all life. As long as this special skill is activated, even inorganic objects can be killed, even those with complete resistance to instant death. If Sig is hit by this move, he will lose his life. This is a very scary skill. Ainz said helplessly, Sig-son, I am so unreliable in your eyes. Sig blinked, just a reminder, President. By the way, where is Clementine? Why don't I see her? Clementine is out preaching. She has recently gathered a lot of holy dragon god followers, so she has been very busy. I haven't seen her very often. However, Clementine's move also indirectly increased Feifei's popularity, and Ainz had no reason not to let her go, so he let her go. Hey. Aren't you lonely then? Sig was accompanied by Nabe and Lupus Regina, two beauties by his side, but Ainz was alone and he felt a little guilty. Ainz didn't care at all. It feels great when no one is following me. I can enjoy my free time. I can also be myself and relax a little. So you are such an old bone. Sig-san, please stop calling me names, it's not nice. Sig smacked his lips. To be honest, I really want to have a drink with you, but I'm afraid your body will leak out even if you force yourself to drink it. Ainz nodded in agreement. Sometimes I miss that human body. There is a bar on the 9th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, so it would be fun to go in and have a drink when you have nothing to do. Although for a ruler, indulging in alcohol is an irresponsible act. But Sig is resistant to poison, so he won't get drunk no matter how much he drinks, so it's totally fine to just enjoy it. Ainz suggested, I heard from the deputy head chef that Demiurge likes to go to bars. Maybe you can try your luck there. If you see him, just tell him straight away. Demiurge had requested that, so Sig should have given him a formal response instead of just a verbal notification. Sig was a little tempted, but when he turned around and saw the lonely Ainz, he hesitated. Ainz waved his hand very considerately. Don't worry about me, I still have a mission to complete. Although he received a large amount of money from 8 Fingers, Ainz had already developed the habit of being frugal, and he saved as much as he could. Anyway, the undead don't eat or drink, so their expenses are very low. The expenses of the large tomb are high, so Ainz handed over all his earnings. Sig took out a handful of gold coins from the space. President, go and relax and take a rest. I made a lot of money in the Empire. Don't be afraid, President, your strength is coming. Where do you get so much money? I mean, is this how much money you can make as a worker? Sig took it for granted. It's a gift from the Emperor of the Empire, so it's a waste not to take it. It's all given to me anyway. Shouldn't we put on a show and show our integrity? So what? Can I still claim that I didn't take the Blood Emperor's money? That would be stupid. This seemed to be the truth, and Ainz was immediately convinced. The kingdom's Francia Palace is very lively, as a court meeting is being held. Gazef stood upright beside the elderly King Rampusa III, highlighting his unique status. Except for the princess who had already married, the other 3 princes and princesses were all there. The most eye-catching one is naturally the Golden Princess, Lana, who has a beautiful appearance and noble character, and is the object of pursuit for many people. Senak, the second son of the second prince, stood up when the demons attacked the royal city. He has a very good reputation among the people and has recently been favored by the emperor. Pablo, the eldest son of the first prince, has nothing to praise except his strong physique. He usually does not attend court meetings. Perhaps it is because his younger brother is too outstanding that he feels a sense of crisis. A lot of nobles came, almost all of the 6 major noble families came. It has been a long time since such a full group of people came. The topic to be discussed at this court meeting was not that important. I heard that it was just a declaration from an insignificant magic caster. It was just a very boring matter. The nobles were willing to come here just to express their stance to the king and show their respect for the royal family. Sitting on the throne, Rambusa III was very pleased. He had not seen such a scene for a long time. Since the royal family's power declined, the nobles took his orders less and less seriously, gradually forming aristocratic factions, eroding the royal family's power and causing rampant corruption. Now that the Silver Knights have been won over, the power of the royal family has been greatly enhanced, and the nobles no longer dare to act rashly. Even if they are pretending, everyone shows a respectful attitude. The meeting begins now. Rambusa III was full of pride and confidence, and his voice was loud and clear, unlike that of a man of his age. As soon as the servant stepped out, a childish voice was heard from outside the door. "Well, we are the proclamation officers, and this is our job." Someone was about to reprimand the guards, asking how they could let a child in on such an important occasion. But everyone was stunned after seeing the face of the person who came. They were two dark elves, and the people present had not seen this race for a long time. Although he still looks like a child, he has a very handsome appearance, and it is conceivable that he will be very popular with the opposite S*X when he grows up. Faced with the adorable child, Rambusa relaxed her guard and her voice became much softer. "Children, who are you announcing for? Sending such a young child to be a diplomat is bound to be looked down upon, and the master must not be a mature guy." Aura gave Mare an encouraging look and said, "Go for it." Mare said weakly, "Yes, this is the Sorcerer King's declaration of war. You must listen carefully." It had no deterrent effect at all. Everyone present even wanted to laugh out loud, but they held back their laughter for the sake of the king's face. Marquis Boralip couldn't help but speak. "What a joke! An unknown guy dares to declare war on the kingdom. Soldiers, take them down." Two rows of soldiers quickly stepped out and surrounded the two men. "There's really nothing we can do about humans." Aura sighed and pulled out the metal whip wrapped around her waist. This whip is called Queen's Whip and is Aura's main weapon. Although it is not a divine weapon, it is very easy to use. In the eyes of everyone, Aura just pulled the ground with her hand, and the ground cracked, leaving a deep mark, and the surrounding floor cracked. Does the kingdom not even know basic etiquette? "Do you want to attack the envoy?" The soldiers who were close to it felt as if death was passing by them. If the whip hit them, it would definitely take their lives. If Aura wanted to kill someone, she could certainly do it, but she was ordered not to kill, so she could only scare them. Gazef was already protecting the king at this time, and Rambusa III finally looked at the two dark elf children seriously. "Please read the notice." Mare cleared his throat, pulled out a scroll and began to read. "The Nazarick organization led by Sorcerer King Ainz is the Sorceress Kingdom. It has the right to rule over the lands occupied by the Kingdom of Riestais. The kingdom is requested to return all the lands immediately. If you do not heed my advice, the Sorcerer King Ainz will attack the kingdom. This is a justifiable response to an unjust occupation, that's all." The childish voice formed a sharp contrast with the absurd content, making people wonder if it was an illusion. Gazef said in disbelief, "Sorcerer King Ainz isn't that the magic caster who appeared in the suburbs of Erantal?" The two children in front of him turned out to be that person's subordinates. This is complete nonsense. Even if we look through history, the kingdom has the legal right to rule this land. This is simply nonsense. There is absolutely no basis for this. Rambusa III frowned. What did it mean that the Magic Kingdom had the right to rule over the kingdom's land? This Magic King must have gone crazy. "The notice has been delivered. We will attack the kingdom. This is a completely just act." Aura put away the whip and waved her hand outside. A giant dragon fell from the sky and crawled in front of her. Mare held his sister's hand and slowly climbed onto the dragon's back. "I advise you to surrender and give up the right to rule the kingdom. That way you can still survive." Due to the entrance of Aura and Mare, the palace meeting of the kingdom ended hastily, and many people left with heavy hearts. Lana bowed gracefully, a barely perceptible smile on her lips. After everyone left, only Rambusa III and Gazef were left in the hall to discuss the matter. Rambusa sighed deeply and seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. "Captain, what should we do?" Gazef didn't know how to answer. Not to mention Lord Gown, he couldn't even deal with the giant dragon. If the other party has no strength, then the above declaration is just crazy talk, and there is no need to pay any attention to it. But the other party is powerful, and the declaration is just a notification. The kingdom has no right to resist and can only accept or be destroyed. "Your Majesty, have you forgotten that we still have a hero?" Rambusa III's eyes lit up. "You mean the Silver Knight?" Nazarick's 9th floor bar. "Pitch, another drink please." Sig put down his empty wine glass and licked his lips with satisfaction. There were already more than a dozen empty glasses on the table. Deputy head chef Pidge prepared another cup and pushed it in front of him. "Sir Sig, you're Nazarick." The 10-layer cocktail Nazarick is made from 10 kinds of sweet wine, which corresponds exactly to the number of layers of Nazarick. Each layer has distinct colors and a sweet and refreshing taste, making it worthy of being a signature drink. Sig gently shook the glass. Perhaps due to the influence of the surrounding environment, he was a little tipsy. Thanks, it is my honor to serve you. Pitch's face was slightly distorted, but because of his mushroom-like hair, his expression could not be seen. Judging from his tone, he seemed to be very happy. Demiurge smiled slightly, feeling very happy at the moment. Lord Sig, the plan has already begun. The capital of the kingdom, the royal city Laurent. This is the core of the kingdom, the residence of the royal family. The building is magnificent, and the ground is paved with bluestone slabs without a speck of dust. After experiencing the demon attack, it is not easy to recover to this level in a short period of time. Everyone who lives here is a noble with a title and has close ties with the royal family, except for one person who lives here as a commoner. Even though he was not of noble status, no one dared to look down on him. The kingdom's hero, the Silver Knight, is living in seclusion in the royal city. To show respect, the king also issued a special decree that no one was allowed to visit him for any reason, and if they did not obey, they would bear the consequences. The nobles were not fools. They were afraid of angering the hero with their actions, so even if they had the intention to do something evil, they didn't have the courage to do it. Because he usually interacts with few people, and the only people he sees are a few maids who clean and cook, the double phantom that plays Sig has always done a good job and nothing has gone wrong. When Sig himself arrived, the maids around him did not behave abnormally and just greeted him normally, so he had nothing to worry about. Sig was not idle for long, as soon a maid came up to report. Master, someone who claims to be the warrior captain wants to see you. Calling himself warrior captain, this title is really interesting. How could the maid in the royal city not know the warrior captain? Sig chuckled, then is he the warrior captain? The maid's face turned red, whether out of shyness or shame, yes. Sig noticed that the maid looked pretty good, with long pure golden hair and fair and tender skin. It was obvious that she was not a girl from an ordinary family. Rambusa Ii's intention was very clear. If a brief romance could develop into love, it would be of great benefit to the kingdom and the family behind the girl. However, Sig never showed any desire for beauty, and these noble ladies did not dare to seduce him forcefully, thus a strange balance was achieved. Sig did not continue to embarrass the maid. The nobles always looked down on the common people, and it was not her fault alone. Okay, prepare the reception room, I will receive you personally. After receiving the instructions, the maid left in a hurry. Sig stood by the window and looked down. Standing at the door was a tall man. He chuckled and said, Warrior Captain Gazef, let me hear what you have to say. In the reception room, the maid brought some tea and snacks and then left. Gazef and Sig sat opposite each other. Neither of them spoke at first, but just looked at each other quietly. Seeing that Gazef was having a hard time speaking, Sig gave him a way out. Sir Gazef, what do you want to talk to me about? Is it about Ainz Gown? Gazef was shocked. How did you know that? No, he suddenly remembered that when he first met Lord Gong, Lord Hrasfelger was also there, and the relationship between the two did not seem that simple. Sig sighed, confirming Gazef's thoughts. In fact, that guy and I are old acquaintances, but we had different ideas and later parted ways. A few days ago, he sent his men to tell me that he was going to attack the kingdom and asked me to leave in advance and not get involved. It took Gazef a long time to digest the information contained in these two short sentences. He said in a hoarse voice, so that's the case. Sig's tone seemed to carry some nostalgia. Yes, Ainz's ideas were very radical. He wanted to establish a country. I didn't like being bound by constraints, so I left on my own and by chance I came to the kingdom. Gazef asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Where exactly are you and Lord Gown from? I have never seen anyone as powerful as you two. Sig touched his chin. This is hard to explain. Do you know the 8 Desire Kings and the 6 Great Gods? Yeah, I heard their legends when I was a kid. Gazef was halfway through his words when he suddenly froze. His pupils suddenly contracted and his face was filled with undisguised horror. His eyes were confused and frightened, as if the Sig in front of him was something incomprehensible. Gazef, who was always known for his bravery, was actually unable to utter a word. He felt extremely absurd and extremely terrified. Captain Warrior, please keep this matter confidential. It took Gazef a long time to find his voice. You and Master Gong, are you the 8 Desire Kings or the 6 Great Gods? Perhaps Gazef already had his own answer in his heart, but he still did not believe that Lord Gown, who had saved him, was an evil being. You have to judge for yourself. Sig decided to give Gazef a friendly reminder. Ainz doesn't like to kill innocent people. He just wants to achieve his goal. Do you understand what I mean? A light flashed in Gazef's eyes, but it quickly went out. He seemed to have accepted his fate. The nobles will not surrender, and neither will the king. As the king's right-hand man, he could only follow the king's footsteps. Sir, don't you think it's cruel to tell me the truth? Haha, maybe I'm not a good person either. Gazef forced a smile and said, no, it's my emotions. I should thank you for reminding me. Sig raised his eyebrows. He now really admired the warrior leader. Don't be too pessimistic. I will help the kingdom when necessary. Gazef's mood was so up and down that he almost had a heart attack. He asked uncertainly, do you really want to help the kingdom? I do have some feelings for the kingdom, but that's not the most important thing. Sig's expression turned serious. I want to see if the world Ainz wants to create is correct. After Gazef went out, he happened to run into an acquaintance. The man was tall and thin, with blonde hair combed back, a pair of narrow green eyes, and overly fair skin that made him look like a sinister snake. Gazef said, Lord Revan, I have already visited him. Revan paused. Warrior captain. Two people who don't get along well with each other rarely have the chance to have a good talk. Gazef thought that Marquis Revan was a two-faced person and had always looked down on him. He did not expect that he would also work hard to help the kingdom when it was in crisis. Lord Sigris has agreed to help the kingdom, don't bother him. Gazef left after he finished speaking. Revan was stunned for a moment. He stood there looking at the warrior captain's back for a long time. Sig witnessed it all standing by the window. He changed back into his half-dragon form with his powerful perception fully activated, and he could detect any movement several kilometers away. But he didn't do this just to watch the two people talking. He had felt a sense of being watched from the very beginning. When communicating with Gazef, he did not use shielding magic, but only deployed ordinary interference magic, so part of their conversation must have been overheard. I hope I can catch a big fish. After receiving the good news from the warrior captain, Rambusa III breathed a sigh of relief. Since the other party has declared war, we must also start preparing for war. Your Majesty, I wonder if we can give up part of our kingdom's territory to Ainz ul Gaun. Although Lord Gong wants all the territory of the kingdom, as long as they obey and voluntarily cede part of the territory, it will be enough to establish a country. If Lord Gong achieves his goal, he might let the kingdom go. After that, through mediation and the relationship between Lord Siglis, the kingdom and the Sorceress Kingdom will establish friendly relations. Isn't this a win-win situation? Gazef had a good idea. He couldn't persuade the king to surrender directly, so he took a step back, hoping that his opinion would be adopted. My warrior leader actually thinks this way. Can you tell me the reason? Gazef promised Sig not to tell the truth, so he could only vaguely say, because Ainz ul Gaun is invincible. He is a great magic caster. Rambusa III gave the warrior captain a deep look and said, I'm sorry, but I'm not convinced by this reason. Gazef was speechless. He didn't know what to say. From other people's perspective, they would think he was crazy. He was so scared that he actually tried to force His Majesty to hand over the territory to others. If there were anyone else here, they would definitely yell at him, but that didn't matter. Gazef was unwilling to give up his only chance for peace. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. To be an enemy of Ainz ul Gaun is to court your own destruction. Rambusa III sighed deeply. My warrior captain, I trust you very much, but handing over the territory to others is not what a ruler should do, and it is also very irresponsible to the people in those territories. Even if the king had to cede land, who would it belong to? With so many nobles and their intertwined forces, they would never allow the king to surrender. Gazef said in a hoarse voice, Your Majesty is absolutely right. Please forgive my foolish words. This war was not something that Gazef could change alone. Everything he did was in vain. The demise of the kingdom was inevitable. The second Prince Senak pushed the door open and walked in. Father, we have gained the support of the Silver Knights. Please have more confidence. The next person to enter was Marquis Revan. He really worked hard for the kingdom. His previous refined image, with even his hair down to the smallest detail, was gone, and he looked a little more dusty. Your Majesty, my subordinates are original bronze-level adventurers and can be used as combat power. By the way, adventurers, they are an important fighting force. Rambusa III's eyes sparkled. How many teams of adamantium-class adventurers does the kingdom have? Revan replied, there are currently 3. Feifei is in Arantal, Scarlet Dew is active in the north, and Blue Rose is in the royal city. We must win them over even if it costs a lot. In times of crisis, Senak showed the calmness and responsibility that a crown prince should have, which is a qualification for a king that the first prince does not possess. Rambusa III looked relieved. He had doted on his eldest son and neglected his second son. Now it seemed that he was wrong. If the kingdom can win this war, Senak will surely become a good king after he abdicates. Okay, everyone get moving, we must protect the kingdom. After briefly arranging their respective tasks, the three of them withdrew together. Senak called out to Gazef, Captain Warrior, why are you so afraid of fighting? If your highness had seen Lord Gong's strength, you would understand why I did this. Now I have to go and prepare the army, so I won't chat with you anymore. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Senak didn't understand why Gazef had such an attitude. Was he really frightened? Your highness, we must act now. Marquis Revan said slowly, I can see that His Majesty currently thinks highly of you. You must seize the opportunity now. Senak nodded. If he wanted to succeed to the throne, he had to defeat the first prince who was the first in line of succession, so he had to work harder. He secretly felt lucky that he had listened to Lana's advice. If he had just waited, he would have missed the opportunity. I must not disappoint my father's expectations. At the same time, the forces of all parties are also undercurrents. Whether it is the theocracy, the empire, the Holy Kingdom, or the Dragon Kingdom, all countries are quietly waiting for the war to begin. Even the mysterious Council of State was observing the situation, hesitating whether to intervene. The kingdom's army quickly assembled, and adventurers from all sides also took action, all preparing for war. However, most people don't know what kind of enemy they are facing, so they are not that nervous psychologically. On the contrary, because of the particularly united atmosphere, people have developed an inexplicable confidence and feel that they can deal with any enemy. The base of Blue Rose is the royal capital, and they were recruited first. Princess Lana, as the receptionist, explained the current situation to them in detail. Logaz's face turned serious after hearing this. The enemy actually has a dragon as a mount. We can't deal with it. There is no need to explain how powerful dragons are. They have the strongest bodies of all races, their claws can tear steel, and their scales protect them from most weapon strikes and magical attacks. What's even more terrifying is that dragons can use magic. They have their own magic system, which is extremely powerful. Lana chuckled, the Silver Knight has already agreed to help. Really? Lackey stood up in surprise. After seeing everyone's strange looks, Logaz's cheeks turned slightly red. How could she be so excited just because of a name? She was obviously very proficient in aristocratic etiquette. Boss, you are not in love with that girl, are you? Jejilan said in a teasing voice, you finally fell in love with her, so I will not compete with you reluctantly. Logaz's face turned even redder, and she finally calmed down and said, who needs you to give in? Iberio looked at this scene with a bit of jealousy. She had just learned that Feifei decided to stay in Irantal and fight on the front line against the Sorcerer King's attacks, so she would not be able to fight alongside her lover. She really wanted to go directly to Irantal and develop an extraordinary love affair with Master Mammon amidst the war. But as a member of the Kang Kaiangwei, she certainly couldn't abandon her companions, so she could only try her best to suppress her emotions. Am I late? A tall and straight man walked in. Even though one couldn't see his face, just hearing his voice was refreshing. The person she had been thinking about day and night suddenly appeared in front of her. Logaz could not find words to describe her current mood. Sir. Sir, why are you here? Sig waved his hand. We are old acquaintances, so there is no need to keep calling me by my honorific. Just call me Sig. Sig. Lackeys pronounced the name slowly, her heart filled with sweetness. Iberio was a little wary. Hey, what are you doing here with us? Lana spoke at the right time with an apologetic look on her face. Actually, I asked Sir Siglis to come here. Logaz and Lana were good friends, so she had no scruples and asked directly, is there something else important? Let me tell you, in order to better protect the kingdom, I need to see the Scarlet Dewdrops. Lana stood up, her eyes sincere. This involves my own selfish motives. It was because of my shameless request that Sir Siglis came here. Logaz understood Lana's difficulties. She was just a princess without real power and had to rely on others to do everything. She did not doubt the authenticity of the other party's words. Your Highness, given the relationship between us, you don't need to be so polite. Lana shook her head, her face looking sad with some crystal tears in her eyes. The image of a princess who cares about her country but is powerless to do anything about it is portrayed very vividly. Sig even wanted to give the other person an award. This woman was worthy of being called a monster. Seeing the princess like this, Kang Kaiangwei and the others completely relaxed their guard and waited quietly for her next words. Lana then began to explain her reasons. In fact, her idea was very simple. It was to allow the strongest fighters to build trust and unite together in the face of the enemy. This would increase the chances of winning. This explanation is consistent with the thinking of a princess who has lived in the palace for a long time. She just wants to do something for the kingdom. What's wrong with that? Ibrio felt something was wrong, then why did you agree to the request? Sig said helplessly, why should I refuse to meet a strong person? Ibrio was speechless for a moment. In her impression, Sig really had this kind of personality. After knowing Feifei's strength, his attitude improved a lot. Logis was in a dilemma. The leader of the Scarlet Dewdrops was her uncle. Although he was very powerful, he was a bad person. If Sig's opinion of her were to be lowered as a result, it would really be a loss. But at this point, she had no reason to refuse, and now that things had come to this, she could only let nature take its course. I will contact my uncle right away, please wait a moment. After leaving these words, Lackey led Kang Kaiangwei and the others out of the room. Lord Sig, things are developing just as you expected. Lana's eyes were empty, with a cold and cruel smile on her lips, and her temperament changed 180 degrees. It is not accurate to say that he has transformed. It is more like he has taken off his disguise and returned to his original character. Thanks to your hard work, don't worry, your long-cherished wish will come true soon. Sig is not stingy with his praise for capable people, and he also likes Lana's habit of not asking too many questions. The captain of the Vermilion Dewdrops is not threatening in himself, but the reinforced armor he possesses is of great significance. Reinforced armor was introduced in the later period of Yggdrasil. Its main function is to help new players quickly catch up with old players. Therefore, even if a very weak person obtains this weapon, he can become stronger than his own level. In order for the plan to proceed smoothly, Sig felt it necessary to solve this trouble. Lana's eyes were filled with excitement, but it was only a flash and soon returned to calm. Thank you, Lord Sig, I am looking forward to the day when the kingdom will be destroyed. Sig laughed, you are a very clear-headed person. If everyone in the kingdom were like you, they wouldn't have died in such unclear circumstances. Lana kept smiling. Foolish people have no need to live. Their death will be the last valuable thing in life. Lord Sig, thank you very much for your efforts in destroying the kingdom. I have been waiting for this day for a long, long time. Sig couldn't help but laugh out loud. This woman was really interesting. She was actually thanking him sincerely. The kingdom was really hopeless. A quarter of an hour later, Logis pushed the door open and came in. My uncle got back to me. The meeting is scheduled for the afternoon. Although the Scarlet Dewdrops are active in the council state, they were originally a team of adventurers from the kingdom, and their captain, Aziz Aindola, is a noble of the kingdom. Now that the kingdom is in crisis, Scarlet Dew should do its part to help. Adventurers run very fast, and even though there were several cities between them, Kang Kaiangwei and Sig arrived at the agreed location an hour early. In front of me is a luxurious restaurant with extremely extravagant decoration that does not fit in with the surrounding buildings. Logis explained helplessly, my uncle likes to drink. Sig nodded and said nothing more on the matter. The group entered the restaurant, and those who knew the room number went straight to their destination. Logis stood in front of the box door and took a deep breath. She encouraged herself several times before slowly pushing the door open. Everyone, please don't have too high expectations of your uncle. The scene in the box appeared in front of everyone. A sloppy blonde man was drinking with two scantily clad women beside him. No one present was a fool, and it was obvious what was happening. Logis was a little overwhelmed. The thing she least wanted to see happened. Uncle, can't you be a little more serious? Aziz didn't care. I didn't even meet him in bed. Now we are serious. The two women beside him giggled and teased Aziz for being immoral while pouring more wine. Aziz accepted all the PR asterisks and asterisk utes and played with them as if no one was around. Logis's expression was serious. Uncle, I'm here to do serious business. Aziz looked arrogant. I don't need anyone to join me. Outsiders will only hinder me, that's my answer. Such an arrogant attitude made Iberoi uncomfortable. Compared with him, Sig was not considered impolite. Let them out, I don't want to say it a second time. Who are you to order us around? That's right, I'm afraid to see people wearing a mask. I might be an ugly monster. The PR asterisks and asterisk utes didn't know Iberioi's strength and had no intention of listening to her, so they started complaining to her directly in front of her. Iberioi raised her hand to cast magic, but Sig stopped her. Sig took off his helmet, revealing his handsome face. I am Sigris Hrasvorg. I originally wanted to come here to make friends with strong people. Since you have no intention, let's just leave it at that. Aziz didn't expect Sig to be so decisive, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Because he knew the Silver Knight, he knew that the person he was going to meet was a fake, so he did not take the meeting seriously and just regarded it as giving face to his niece. Wow, so handsome. The PR asterisks and asterisk utes exclaimed at the same time as if they were bewildered. She does look good, but is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Aziz lost interest and waved them off. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. If you have something to say, please tell me now. No need. Sig was not indulgent at all. He waved his hand and left. Since we all have to protect the kingdom, let's do our best. It doesn't matter whether we know each other or not. Lagis glared at her uncle and started to chase after him. You missed the opportunity to meet the top strong man. Ibrio said coldly, then turned and left. Before Aziz could react, he was the only one left in the box. He was confused. It can't be just because of two PR asterisks and asterisk Utes. You are disrespecting the supreme being, so you deserve to die. At some point, a girl in a silver dress appeared at the door. She was wearing luxurious jewelry and her crystal shoes were shining brightly. She looked like a noble lady, but the mask concealed her true appearance. Who are you? Shaltir Bloodfallen, I grant you true death. While the kingdom was preparing for war, Nazarick was also actively preparing for war, but the atmosphere here was not as tense. The Floor Guardians wanted to take action, but they were not the protagonists this time. Ainz is wasting no time in creating undead, mainly Death Knights, which will be the main force for attacking the kingdom. He can create a certain number of undead every day, just consuming a certain amount of MP and the corpses of dead creatures, as long as it takes time. It is not difficult to create an army. Among them, the mid-level undead Death Knight has the best cost-effectiveness. 12 can be created in one day. Their existence time is almost infinite, and they have the special ability to transform corpses into undead. To exaggerate a little, one Death Knight can destroy a city and two can destroy a large city. But just in case, Ainz thought he should create a few more. These undead beings were not even followers but low-level summons. If they died, they died. It would only cost him a little MP. He did not want his friends' children to get hurt. President, you are still busy. In Nazarick, the only one who dared to speak to Ainz like this was Sig. Ainz stopped what he was doing and asked in confusion, Sigson, why are you back? I can go back to my own house. Sig smiled and waved his hand. I'm not kidding you. I have something serious to tell you. Let's talk somewhere else. The scene changes, and the two are now in an elegant reception room. Sig touched the guild ring on his finger and couldn't help but sigh that it would be better to go back to Nazarick. He could just teleport to wherever he wanted to go without asking anyone for help. Ainz took out the kettle, filled the cup with water, and pushed the food that was already on the table in front of Sig. Sig looked at Ainz helplessly. President, why do you always feed me? What if I get fat? Ah, will Sigson still gain weight? Ainz's eyes lit up as if he had heard something interesting. Of course, the image in the game is fixed, but this is the real world. If you eat too much, you will definitely gain weight. I see. Sig looked at Ainz with complicated eyes. To be honest, Old Bones was also a pitiful man. Ainz's body had no flesh and blood, it was just a skeleton. He had no appetite or sleepiness, and even the only sexual desire he had could not be fulfilled because he did not have that organ. Ainz probably thinks of Sig as a food blogger. Since he can't eat himself, he watches others eat and gets a sense of satisfaction from it. This can be considered a kind of comfort. After figuring it out, Sig decided not to refuse and slowly tasted the food. During the break from eating, he mentioned the discovery of the reinforced armor and that Aziz, the leader of the Vermilion Dewdrops, had been captured and brought back to Nazarick. Originally, Shaltir wanted to kill the man directly, but Sig stopped her. Aziz seemed to have a secret deal with the Platinum Dragon King. Killing him directly might alert the enemy, so he had to dig out what was in his brain. Ah, hey! Ainz cried out in surprise, and a green light flashed on his body, instantly restoring his composure. The reinforced armor was not that powerful, and the most powerful premium grade would not exceed LV-80. What shocked Ainz the most was the appearance of a real Yggdrasil weapon. It may have been mostly speculation in the past, but now it is completely certain. When the enhanced armor was first launched, it was criticized a lot. Its original intention was to attract new players who like mechas, but the addition of this strange element caused dissatisfaction among many old players. Few new players were attracted, and many old players quit. Neither side benefited, and ultimately Yggdrasil's decline could be saved. So where is Aziz now? Sig smiled. I'll let Shaltir decide for herself. She'll probably let the Terror Prince handle it. It was Mare who first started handing over the prisoners to the Terror Prince for processing, and because the results were so obvious, everyone followed suit. No matter how hard the bone is, once it has been baptized by the Prince of Terror, the subsequent interrogation will be very smooth. Even Demiurge was amazed at this. Shaltir is the Prince of Terror's direct superior, so it is perfectly reasonable for him to be handed over to her. Ainz felt a chill run down his spine. Sigson, you're such a mean person. I don't even dare to go see the Terror Lord. Sig's expression was serious. Do you think I dare to go? But how did you catch Ainz? His location isn't that easy to find. Lacacy from Blue Rose is his niece. I asked Lana to act as a matchmaker and I was able to get him out smoothly. Ainz sighed, Sig-san, you are so sinister. Why didn't I realize your talent for scheming before? If the guild's military advisor Bunyamming was here, she would probably also express similar shock. No way, I was just gathering information and setting up a trap. You're not shady, Sig scratched his head helplessly. This is for Nazarick. Although this reason is indeed correct at least, it can't be so without bottom line. Ainz said half jokingly and half seriously, our holy dragon king, you must set a good example in the future and live up to this title. I still prefer the original title, Deathwing Dragonblood Knight. I can accept the Deathwing Dragon King. For the sake of convenience, Sig's game name is more formal, so his title is chosen very boldly, the coolest one can be. The strongest magic caster with a skeleton appearance, which is the title of Ainz, is simple and unpretentious. Ainz secretly complained in his heart and said that he was not a Chunabiu, as you could tell just by looking at the title. By the way, now that we have captured Ainz, what should we do with the kingdom? If the Scarlet Dewdrops don't show up, you will be highly suspected. After all, the person disappeared after the meeting, which is hard not to arouse suspicion. Sig raised his lips and said, you forgot about your son. As long as you extract Aziz's memory and let Pandora remember it, he will never be recognized with his acting skills. Ainz is connected to a powerful man named Platinum Dragon King. When the time comes, let Pandora lure him out and then he. Although we already know the hiding place of the Platinum Dragon King, it is another country's territory after all, so there is no guarantee that he has no means of escape. I heard that the Platinum Dragon King has another stronghold in the Far East, which is his base camp. It would be safer if we set up a net first and then lure the Platinum Dragon King here. Ainz was really frightened by Sig's insidiousness. No wonder this guy's PvP win rate was as high as 80%, while his own was only around 50%. It turned out there was a reason for this. Sig-san, if you want to be the boss, you must tell me. I can abdicate immediately. Don't use these dirty tricks on me. Sig held his forehead and smiled bitterly. What can I say about you? Based on the information provided by the warrior captain, the kingdom can determine that the Sorcerer King first descended to Karn village, and for some unknown reason, he protected the civilians in the village. Although they were unaware of the relationship between Karn village and the Sorcerer King, the nobles did not intend to miss this opportunity. Anyone who has anything to do with the Sorcerer King will be destroyed. This is the attitude the kingdom must display in order to save face. Therefore, the destruction of Karn village was inevitable, and even if warrior Captain Gazef tried his best to persuade him, he could not stop it. Rambusa III was just a mediocre king. He was carried forward by the crowd and could not show the decisiveness of killing like the Blood Emperor. Because this matter involved so many people, he condoned the noble's actions and sent his eldest son to carry out the mission. The setbacks he encountered over the past few days had left Gazef at a loss. Even though he had sworn to be loyal to the kingdom forever, he was slightly shaken at this moment. He stood on the city wall, looking into the distance sadly. This is Erantal, the front line of the war and where it all began. Gazef, what are you doing here? Sig walked slowly towards them wearing armor. He didn't even have a weapon, but as long as he stood there, no one would think he was a weakling. The captain of the cavalry didn't know why, but if he had to say, it was probably his sixth sense as a warrior. Sir Siglis, I am truly sorry for letting you see my miserable side. After the last long conversation, the relationship between the two seemed to have become closer, and the way they addressed each other became more familiar. Sig came to his side and said, it is not wise to make an enemy of the Sorcerer King. You must be mentally prepared. Casualties are inevitable. Royal families usually survive wars, but it is the civilians who suffer. Gazef had prepared himself mentally, but when he heard Sig say that, his hands began to tremble. There are no soldiers in the kingdom who surrender without a fight. As the warrior leader, I will take responsibility. Gazef's eyes were firm. If it really comes to the point of destroying the country, let my death appease the anger of Master Gong. I'm afraid your death will not be enough. Sig admired Gazef's courage, but he also had to tell the truth. Nazarick's attack on the kingdom was not a whim, and no matter what happened, it could not stop the attack. Even if Ainz softened his heart because of the warrior captain, he would advance without hesitation. This is indeed cruel, but it is the truth, and everything is for Nazarick. Gazef knelt down without warning. Sir Siglis, this is my last request. Please do not give up the kingdom. I know it's cheeky, but I can't think of anyone other than you who has what it takes to save the kingdom. Sig neither agreed nor refused, but asked, Are you a royal or a commoner? The royal family's position is to abandon the common people to preserve the royal family and maintain the rule of the kingdom. The position is for civilians, that is, to protect civilians and change the dynasty. Warrior Captain Gazef was born a commoner, but was chosen by the king and became his right-hand man. On one side are his relatives, friends, and ordinary people, and on the other side is the king who is grateful and has sworn allegiance to him. Sig was very curious about Gazef's answer. It might affect the direction of the war or it might have no effect, he just needed an answer. Gazef was silent for a long time and finally gave his answer. I am ready to devote my life to your majesty. But Lord Sigris, I hope you can protect the civilians. Sig's mouth curled up and he laughed unconsciously. Haha, very good, I like your answer very much. When Climb reached the city wall, he saw only Gazef. Sig had already left. Master Gazef, are you still thinking about tomorrow's deployment? That's right, the deadline given by the Sorcerer King is tomorrow. Erantil has already gathered tens of thousands of troops just to resist the enemy that came out of nowhere. Gazef shook his head. He looked into the distance and smiled with relief. I betrayed his majesty. A hint of paleness appeared in the eastern sky and the horn of war sounded. The soldiers had different expressions, some were frightened, some were relaxed, and some were full of confidence. But no matter what, their decision to go to the battlefield will not change. Their lives depend on their superiors and they cannot disobey at all. Inside the royal tent, the king sat on the high seat, the warrior captain and the generals of each legion were all there, and Marquis Reven also joined the battlefield with his adventurer subordinates. Many nobles had relaxed smiles on their faces. After the impact of the dragon had passed, they seriously considered the strength of the sorceress kingdom and came to a fairly reasonable conclusion. That is, the Sorcerer King was actually bluffing and sending a child as a messenger, which has already exposed his lack of strength. It's just a dragon, they have the Silver Knights, so it's not difficult to deal with it. With the military strength of the kingdom, they are not afraid of a magic caster at all. No matter how powerful he is, it is impossible for him to kill tens of thousands of people at a time. If they simply drain the Sorcerer King's magic power, their soldiers will be able to easily take off his head. I really don't know what this guy called the Sorcerer King looks like. I really want to see him. He actually called himself the king. This guy must pay the price. How about hanging the body on the city wall? I think it should be hung in a downtown area so that it can serve as a warning. Before the battle even started, many people began discussing what to do with the Sorcerer King's body. Lanbusa III frowned slightly. He believed that his warrior captain would not speak nonsense. The enemy this time was definitely not simple. Quiet. An old voice sounded and everyone stopped talking only after the king spoke himself. Among the nobles, Marquis Reven is the strongest and has the clearest mind. If the kingdom doesn't exist, there's no need for nobles like them to exist. So he will always be in the dark to maintain the king's rule and prevent the kingdom from collapsing. He was the only one who understood best that the kingdom was already in great chaos, and if left unchecked, its destruction was only a matter of time. Marquis Reven once thought about replacing the king, but since he had a child, his thoughts have become much more moderate, and he only wants to do his best to maintain the stability of the kingdom. But only after actually doing it did I realize how difficult it is. Repairing is much more difficult than destroying it. Marquis Reven had a premonition that this would be a great disaster for the kingdom, and he must use all his strength to win the war in order to win a future for his children. Your Majesty, where is the Lord Silver Knight? Will he not participate in the first battle? Rambusa III shook his head. That person only takes action at the critical moment. After all, the Silver Knights were not warriors of their country. It was already very good that they could take action. They could not ask for too much. Marquis Leywen also knew this truth. He looked at the warrior captain and found that he was very calm and his inner anxiety subsided a little. Suddenly, a messenger rushed in from outside the tent. Your Majesty, the enemy's attack is coming. They are all undead. Everyone was horrified and rushed out one after another, and the king was also helped out. A dark mass of undead came from afar. They were wearing armor and marching in unison. They looked like a long-trained army. In front of the army was a gorgeously dressed skeleton undead floating in the air surrounded by magic circles. Super-level magic, sky falling. The moment the magic was activated, a second sun rose slowly, and what was visible was a dazzling white color. Everyone looked up at the sky in a daze, admiring the miraculous sight of two suns in the sky. The hot air generated by the super-high heat source expanded instantly, swallowing up everything in sight. Within the range of the magic, the soldiers directly turned from solid to gas, without even having time to feel the pain. Not even a bone was left of their bodies, not even a trace of them was left. This scene did not last long, but to those watching, it felt like centuries had passed. As the heat dissipated, a large circle separated the living from the dead. The circle was completely carbonized and blackened, with crystals in several places. This place had become a place of death. The soldiers outside the circle were not affected. They were still alive, but they could clearly feel the terrifying atmosphere coming from within the circle. That was a level of heat that humans absolutely could not survive in. They were standing on the border between life and death. Although the kingdom has a large number of soldiers, many of them are ordinary people and have not received rigorous military training. Many people were frightened to the point of losing their minds. They immediately dropped their weapons and armor and fled in all directions crying. They would rather be deserters than face this horrific army of death. Rambusa III had never seen such a scene before. His dignity as a king was gone. At this moment, he was just an ordinary man who was frightened. Warrior Captain Gazef stood in front of the king. He held the kingdom's treasure, the razor blade, in his hand and spoke in a loud voice like a bell. "Protect his majesty." The guards finally reacted and used their bodies as shields to protect the king. It took a while for Lambusa to find her voice again. "Captain Warrior, how are the casualties in the army?" "There are nearly 10,000 people." This was only Gazef's estimate. The actual number of casualties would be much higher, as the fleeing soldiers had already begun to cause a stampede. Rambusa III lost all his strength. With just one spell, tens of thousands of soldiers were wiped out. This was not a magic caster, but a complete monster. Marquis Revan could no longer maintain his elegant demeanor and shouted without caring about his image, "Your Majesty, this is not an enemy the kingdom can handle. You must evacuate immediately." Many nobles who were full of confidence were also frightened. They thought it was a good opportunity to achieve success, but they did not expect that it would become their death warrant. "Your Majesty, please retreat first." "Yes, Your Majesty, the kingdom cannot lose you, Your Majesty." Amid the noisy sounds, Lambusa III's tinnitus became more and more serious. He saw the razor blade in the hands of the warrior captain and vaguely saw how he would die. "Captain Warrior, I leave this place to you." Gazef nodded seriously, his eyes never changing from beginning to end. "As you command." The nobles seemed to have found their backbone and handed over the command of their armies to Gazef, preparing to evacuate with the king. Gazef accepted it in full and added, "Everyone, I need full authority to command the army. If you agree, you can leave at any time." There was no reason for the nobles to disagree with such a simple request. They were not willing to lose their lives here. When everyone left, only Gazef, Marquis Revan, and a few nobles who still had some integrity were left. Gazef felt somewhat relieved that not all the nobles were cowards. "Lord Revan, when will you leave?" "I will leave, of course, but not now. I'm all alone, so it doesn't matter if I die. Don't you still have family?" Revan had a complicated expression. The smiling faces of his children and wife flashed through his mind, and he clenched his fists tightly. "Damn you, Sorcerer King. Why did you choose the kingdom as your target? There are more than just the kingdom in the world. Why is this happening?" "Report, the Sorcerer King has requested a meeting." Sig stood on the city wall and heard the sound coming from afar, knowing that the super-level magic had been successfully activated. "The war has begun." Brian and Clementine stood on both sides acting as guards. Both of them are Shaltyr's followers. They came here at the same time, which means that their master is not far away. "Master Sig, I am here." Shaltyr was wearing a pure white dress, dressed like a noble lady. In order to prevent her identity as the kingdom's attacker from being exposed, Shaltyr would move around in this form and had to wear a mask to cover her face. Although she did it out of necessity, this outfit looks very beautiful on her, making her look mysterious and mature. The original black and red dress was also very beautiful, evil yet a little cute, like a naughty little devil. Perorensino didn't give Shaltyr a smart brain, but he compensated her with her fashion sense. It's unclear whether it was a loss or a gain. Sig turned around and said, "Shaltyr, are you ready?" Shaltyr nodded vigorously, and a high-pitched voice came out from under the mask. "Yes, Master Sig." Ever since the last mistake, Shaltyr has always looked listless, and it is said that she always drinks to relieve her sorrow. Sig gave her the task of capturing Azith, and Shaltyr lived up to expectations and successfully brought him back to Nazarick. After successfully completing the mission, Shaltyr became full of energy. She also participated in the invasion plan and accepted a key mission to attack Irantal and make Ainz Ul Gaun famous. The main force this time is the Death Knight, but someone is also needed to lead. The Guardians on each floor will receive the same tasks, but the difference is the location of the attack. The reason for doing this is simple. For the sake of subsequent management, strength must be demonstrated. Only fear can lead to obedience, these are the words of Demiurge. I'll be counting on you again this time, Shaltir. Sig thought to himself, to be precise, it was the Sorceress Kingdom's transport captain Shaltir. Shalsha twisted her body happily twice, and her voice returned to that sweet and sticky sound, Lord Sig, I still want to get your reward. Sig smiled helplessly, what reward do you want? That's it, that one, the one that Albedo has. Shaltir hesitated, twisting her fingers, and refused to say what it was. Sig vaguely guessed what it was, and with a smile on his face, he waited for Shaltir's next words. Shaltir's face was already red under the mask, and she threw herself into Sig's arms. Lord Sig, you are so mean. Shaltir, do not disrespect Lord Sig. Cocytus exhaled a breath of cold air, and added protective gear to the light blue outer armor, golden gauntlets and arm guards, a necklace of the same color, and silver anklets on his ankles. To describe it as fully armed is really the most appropriate way to describe it. Shaltir pouted and loosened her arms around Sig. Cocytus, the place you need to go is the capital. I will open a portal for you now. Cocytus nodded, thank you. Sig suddenly remembered something and quickly called Cocytus. There is one more person that the kingdom cannot kill, Iberio of Blue Rose. She wears a red cape and a mask. She is a vampire and is easy to identify. Cocytus naturally obeyed the order for such a small matter. Sig thought everything was arranged, and was about to turn around to give Shaltir some more instructions, but he didn't expect her to fall to the ground. Lord Sig, do you like flat breasts? I like them too. As this was an important event in Ainz's life, Sig still explained, this is what happened, but it has not been made public yet. You must keep it a secret. It's actually Lord Ainz. Shaltir suddenly realized what had happened and opened her mouth in shock. Cocytus was even more excited than her. That's great, Ainz Sama finally has a home. Shaltir was startled and asked in confusion, holding her chest, Cocytus, why haven't you left yet? Cocytus touched his head, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on that expressionless insect face. To delay the task in order to listen to Lord Sig is, to put it more seriously, dereliction of duty. If he delayed the important matter of the Supreme Being, even his death would not be enough to atone for his sin. Cocytus bowed his head deeply, Lord Sig, I'm very sorry. There's no news from the president yet, so don't delay anything. Sig waved his hand, you guys can go do your respective tasks, don't worry about me. Yes, they both answered. Cocytus walked into the portal and Shaltir used teleportation magic, quickly disappearing from sight. Sig gained a brief moment of peace. He turned to look at the two people behind him and said, don't forget to keep the secret. Brain knelt down in fear. He had been a member of Nazarick for a long time, but he was still not used to the way these monsters got along with each other. They are obviously not human beings, so how can they talk about love? It's creepy to hear it. Brian turned to look at Clementine, feeling a sense of sympathy. Clementine, who was in a similar situation as him, should have the same thought. Lord Sig, I obey your command. Clementine raised her head, her eyes filled with enthusiasm. As if she was looking at a holy relic, her passionate emotions were pure and without any impurities. Brian was shocked and then fell into deep isolation. It turned out that he was just being too sentimental. Meanwhile, the warrior captain successfully meets with the Sorcerer King. A table was placed in the middle of the battlefield, with the two opposing sides sitting on either side, forming an opposing trend. Gazef's voice was filled with nostalgia. Sir Gaun, I didn't expect that we would meet here. Ainz hummed solemnly, yes, it's been a long time. Ignoring the current occasion, they were like friends who had not seen each other for a long time. There was nothing important to talk about, just a simple reminiscing about the past. Gazef did have such a delusion in his mind, but he quickly came to his senses. Sir Gong, if His Majesty is willing to cede enough land, are you willing to withdraw your troops? It's a done deal, I'm sorry. Gazef sighed with relief. This was how humans were. Even when they knew something was impossible, they would still want an accurate answer before they would face reality. Gazef finally revealed the real purpose of his visit. Sir, I request a duel with you. Ainz said coldly, you are no match for me. I know that I am weak, and I only hope that this life can calm your anger and let go of those soldiers who are unwilling to be your enemy. Gazef would not ask for too much. His life was not worth that much. It would be enough for him to just let those deserters go. Ainz was slightly moved. Gazef was a decent man. He always reminded him of his good friend and idol Takumi. Their faces always overlapped at certain moments. Okay, do you have any other requests? If Gazef asked him to let him go and spare his life, Ainz felt that he would agree. In fact, Ainz was looking forward to him making this request so that he would have a reason to let him go. Gazef's eyes were firm. Give me the death a warrior deserves. After a moment's hesitation, Ainz gave his answer, okay. When Climb rode over, he saw Gazif lying on the ground, his life or death unknown, and a skeleton undead emitting a terrifying aura beside him. People from the kingdom. Take the body of the warrior captain back. He used his life to buy my forgiveness. Ainz slowly flew up, his robes rustling. He looked down at the kingdom and said, "Tell the kingdom's army that I will launch a general attack in a quarter of an hour. Those who surrender or flee will not be killed, but those who resist will be killed." Climb ran to Gazif's body and tried to shake him, but he was no longer responsive and had no life left. He stood there for a long time until a voice broke the silence. "My condolences." Brian walked over. Climb wiped away his tears quietly. "Master Brain, why are you here?" "Of course I'm here to provide support. The Sorcerer King's men have appeared in all major cities, and I'm afraid they'll launch an attack soon." Climb came out of his sorrow and remembered something important. "The Sorcerer King told me to pass on a message. He will launch a general attack in a quarter of an hour. We must hurry back and inform His Majesty." "What are you waiting for? Time is running out. Go back quickly and I'll take care of this." Climb has Princess Lana as his guarantor, so his words are more credible, and it is more appropriate for him to deliver the message. "Then I'll leave it to you, Master Brian." Climb nodded vigorously, mounted his horse, squeezed his legs together, and sped away. Brian came to the side of his old friend, shook off the dirt on his body, and gently placed him on the horse's back. He led the horse and slowly left the place. "I'm sorry." A word of apology slowly drifted away with the wind, and I didn't know who it was addressed to. At this time, Rambusa III and a group of nobles had evacuated to Yellentire. The towering city walls gave people a sense of security. But they didn't feel at ease for long, as the sudden appearance of the enemy made them lose their composure. "I am a subordinate of the Sorcerer King. If you surrender immediately, I will spare your lives." The person who was speaking floated in the air, and through the use of sound amplification magic, his voice was transmitted to every corner of the city, demonstrating his superb magical ability. After seeing the Sorcerer King's power, the nobles no longer dared to underestimate anything related to him, and no one dared to speak for a while. "Rambusa III is really old." He stretched out his hand tremblingly. "Warrior Captain, no, where is the Silver Knight?" "Your Majesty, you are looking for me." Sig walked in, completely wrapped in cold and hard armor, his whole body filled with a murderous aura. The nobles consciously made way for the Silver Knights to pass, but Rambusa III could not wait any longer. He quickly ran towards Sig and grabbed his arm tightly with both hands. "Save the kingdom, please save the kingdom. No matter how much it costs, I will protect the kingdom." Sig was unmoved and simply asked, "Do you want me to take action now, Your Majesty?" Rambusa III was stunned and his hands fell down weakly. The second Prince Sanak came in just after Sig. When he saw his father in such a state, he hurried forward to support him. "Father, you must cheer up, the warrior leader. What happened to Gazif?" Rambusa III burst out with amazing strength, and his old hand clasped Senak's arm tightly like an iron clamp. Sanak endured the pain and said, "The warrior captain has died. The Sorcerer King has given the kingdom time. The general attack will be launched in a quarter of an hour." A quarter of an hour? Minus the time it takes to pass the message, there is only half a quarter of an hour left. "Father, please evacuate quickly." If Erantil were to face the Sorcerer King's troops head-on, it would be the most dangerous place. Right now, there was only one safe place, and that was the royal capital. The nobles became anxious when they heard this and urged the king to evacuate. Rambusa III's mind became clear for a moment, and he looked reluctant. What about Yellentire? Since the lives of the people in the city were at stake, no one dared to make the decision to abandon the city on behalf of the king, as this would be a matter of infamy for all eternity. "Your Majesty, let us protect Erantil." Feifei walked in, accompanied by Clementine. The appearance of the two was like saviors sparking cheers. King Ranpasa III felt very sorry for looking down on the adventurer Mammon and immediately promised to give him a generous reward in the future and let him choose the title and land. Feifei, however, said righteously, "Your Majesty, you don't have to do this. Protecting civilians is the responsibility of the strong. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Feifei. Sig smiled helplessly. As expected of a professional actor, it was the right decision to let Pandora play Feifei. "Your Majesty, let me escort you back to the capital." The old king's farewell and the new king's ascension to the throne require a perfect stage, but Erantil does not meet the requirements. Lord Revan, His Majesty the King has evacuated under the escort of the Silver Knights. The messenger was Boris Axelson, a direct subordinate of Marquis Revan, the leader of the personal guard, and a former Orichalcum rank adventurer. Marquis Revan nodded, his frown slightly relaxed. It's been a quarter of an hour. The Sorcerer King should be launching an attack. Everyone be prepared. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, but their morale was low and their voices were not that loud. The number of soldiers who fled was small, but that was not the main reason. I don't know who was the one who spread the news that the Sorcerer King would not kill those who escaped. Even if they tried to remedy the situation later and emphasized that it was just a trick of the enemy, the morale of the army had already been affected. It was the nail clippers who did it. An army of 200,000 looks intimidating, but only a few of them are capable of fighting. The troops led by the captain may be stronger, but without the commander they are basically a mess. Everyone knows that this is a war that cannot be won. Those who stayed behind did not do so for the reason of serving the country. They were simply afraid that deserting would implicate their families, and they had no will to fight. Marquis Le Wen knew that the current situation was not suitable for fighting and that he should stabilize the morale of the army first, but he could not care less. The command is now handed over to you. The civilian military advisor nodded silently. Taking on the heavy responsibility at this moment, his future was already doomed. The members of the Royal Guard were also prepared to sacrifice themselves just to ensure that Marquis Reven would survive. Everyone was afraid of death, but they had received favors from Lord Reven and knew his character. Even if they died, their descendants would be properly arranged and would not have to engage in dangerous adventurer work. On the contrary, if Marquis Reven died, they might not even receive this month's salary. When there was no one around, Boris whispered, "Quickly retreat, we are here to hold on." Reven opened his mouth and was about to say something, but a deafening scream reached his ears. The Death Knights have come into contact with human soldiers, and they have been ordered not to pursue the escapees, so they just rush forward. The soldiers held up shields in rows, hoping to stop the Death Knight, but human shields were obviously useless. The Death Knight wielded his sword to harvest heads while holding a shield to block attacks with the other, shuttling across the battlefield as if he were in an empty space. Humans were simply unable to organize an effective attack, nor were they able to stop the Death Knights from advancing. Should I stay where I am and wait to die, or should I run away? These two options were fighting wildly in my mind. Until someone couldn't bear it anymore and faced the terrifying undead. He couldn't keep calm at all and dropped his weapon and ran away. There were people nearby who were still laughing at his stupidity. Throwing away the shield within the Death Knight's attack range would accelerate death. However, a magical thing happened. The Death Knight ignored the person who was running away and chopped off the head of the person next to him. The Sorcerer King did not lie. Those who escape will not be killed. I don't know who shouted this, but those who were still holding on dropped their shields and ran back. The soldiers in the back row were still confused and kept shouting what was happening. "What are you doing? You will be punished for being a deserter." A kind-hearted person stopped and shouted, "Are you stupid? The Sorcerer King is so powerful and the kingdom is about to fall. Who can punish you?" Another person ran by quickly. "The Sorcerer King does not kill those who escape. Run." Suddenly, the kingdom's army began to shout the Sorcerer King's name, and the army quickly dispersed. Reven looked at this scene in shock. His expression was unbelievable. How is it possible that he really didn't kill the person who escaped? The guards also had strange expressions on their faces. It seemed that they didn't need to fight hard anymore. All they needed to do was run away. Ainz Sama, you are truly a man of great foresight. Not only did you defeat the kingdom's army in one fell swoop, you also showed a magnanimous heart which will be very beneficial to your future rule. Demiurge couldn't help but praise him, his eyes full of admiration. Although he was more in favor of using a larger-scale super-level magic to directly destroy the country, such as the Locust Plague of Apocalypse, the facts proved that Lord Ainz was wiser. Ainz chuckled, appearing nonchalant on the outside, but he was actually very nervous on the inside. Because the warrior captain looked very much like Takumi, he softened his heart and agreed to the request, which was really not in line with the identity of the ruler of death. Fortunately, the result was good and no serious mistake was made. Otherwise, Sigson would never let him go. Demiurge, how is everyone's progress? It was a bit dangerous. I almost called out the nickname that I call you in private. Ainz stole a glance at Demiurge, but other than wagging his tail faster, he showed no other reaction. Haha, you scare yourself. The smile on Demiurge's face grew wider. Everywhere is progressing in an orderly manner. Only Cocytus is still in preparation. The capital is a key place, so the attack must be more cautious. Sig sent a message. He will escort the king back to the capital. Let Cocytus continue to lie dormant, and the rest of the people will speed up the progress. Demiurge nodded. I'll make the arrangements. The war on the front line failed and various places were attacked. In just one day, the kingdom was in turmoil. On the next evening, the king and his entourage finally returned to the capital. Under Sig's protection, they did not encounter any danger along the way, and without using teleportation magic, this was already the fastest speed. Fortunately, Wangdu was not attacked. This was the only good news. Because of the war, the city gate was closed. Someone went forward and shouted, and it took a while to wake up the gatekeeper. A teenage boy in his teens slowly opened the door. He was dressed simply and looked like a commoner. Is it really His Majesty? How dare you doubt His Majesty's identity? The young man was so frightened by the yell that his face turned pale, his legs went weak, and he knelt down. Your Majesty, spare my life. Rambusa III stopped the farce and asked, where are the troops defending the city? They ran away. Many nobles also ran away. Where did you go? It seems so, Empire. One noble was furious and said, what nonsense are you talking about? You little brat is looking for death. Shut up. Rambusa III yelled and then started coughing violently. The second prince, Senek, hurried to help him calm down. Father, please don't be angry. We shouldn't have left Lana here alone. Rambusa III sighed. The group walked into the city in a solemn atmosphere without the joy they had when they first arrived. I thought I had arrived at a safe place, but it turns out to be more like a cage. Sig gave the boy a gold coin and said, go home, it will be over soon. The young man's eyes sparkled. A gold coin was nothing to a noble, but it was a huge sum of money to him. At least his family would have enough food to eat for a long time. Thank you, could you tell me your name? Sig originally wanted to do good deeds without leaving a name, but after thinking about it, he decided to tell him his future name, Holy Dragon King. Don't make a mistake. It's finally here. Lana stood by the window, watching the carriage speeding into the royal city, the smile on her lips growing bigger and bigger. The square object on the table emitted a faint blue light as if it was craving for sacrifices. She is just one step away from realizing her long-cherished wish. This is really exciting. Lana held her cheeks with both hands and chuckled. Climb, I can finally be with you forever, Tilda. The huge royal city, Laurent, was dead silent, and the bustling and prosperous scene of the past was no longer there. King Rambusa III sat on the throne with the empty palace in front of him. He sighed, is this how a king of a fallen country feels? He ascended the throne at the age of 21 and reigned for 43 years. He never indulged in selfish desires and always implemented benevolent policies. He could not be considered a tyrant. Although he did not make the kingdom more prosperous and powerful, he never slacked off. The problems of the nobles did not arise overnight, and it was already good enough that he could maintain the current level. Rambusa III really couldn't understand why they had to target the kingdom. Was this land really ruled by the so-called Magic King? At this moment, the guard came in to report, Your Majesty, except for Irantal and some remote cities, all other cities have surrendered. The guard didn't get a response for a long time, so he quietly looked up and happened to meet the tearful eyes. I understand. Back off? Yes, the guards retreated in fear. Their king actually cried. What are you doing here? A clear and pleasant sound rang in my ears and a faint fragrance floated in the air. Only the high-end perfume used by noble ladies could have such a fresh and elegant fragrance. The only one who can come and go freely here is the princess with the name of Gold. The guard lowered his head almost immediately. Princess Lana, I'm here to report the battle situation to His Majesty. Thank you for telling me. Lana chuckled. The guard's cheeks turned slightly red and he stammered, not knowing how to answer. Jejelan couldn't help but teased, Virgin, hurry up and leave or you'll be eaten by your sister. The guard looked in surprise at the woman in front of him who was stronger than himself. An egg could be stuffed in her mouth. He had never seen such a woman before. Okay, it's already this time and you're still joking. Lagaz looked worried. The guard waited until Gagrin let go of him, then ran away immediately. Gagrin curled his lips slightly. I was thinking about having a small snack before the battle. Maybe I won't have the chance in the future. Jeglin's original intention was to liven up the atmosphere, but now no one was in the mood for that, so she stopped talking. Where is Sig? Ibrioi looked around. The smile on Lana's face froze, but she cleverly concealed it and answered Ibrioi's questions as if nothing had happened. Sig-sama has escorted my father back to the city. He should be preparing his weapons to counter the Sorcerer King's final attack. It was a reasonable explanation, and several people had already believed it for the most part. Although it was not a big problem, Lagaz still reminded him, Ibrioi, you have to be more respectful to Lord Sig. He is the only hope of the kingdom. With the country in crisis, she could no longer count on her unreliable uncle. Of course, she also had some selfish motives and did not want her companions to disrespect the person they admired. Sisters Tia and Tina also nodded. Ibrio stuck out her tongue. I understand. The atmosphere had just begun to become more relaxed when a loud noise suddenly came from outside, and the entire royal city seemed to be shaking. Lagiz rushed to the window, her face filled with shock. How is this possible? The Sorcerer King has already attacked the capital. Looking down from a high place, one can clearly see that the city has been invaded. Death Knights are pouring in through the broken city gates and rampaging through the streets. The sounds of wailing and fighting became the main theme of the royal capital, and killing was everywhere. The leader of the Death Knights is a light blue insect-like monster. He holds weapons in all four hands, including a katana, an axe, a broadsword, and a mace. His height of more than 2 meters gives off a very oppressive feeling. It cannot be simply called an insect monster. To be more precise, it should be called the Insect King. Iberioi muttered to himself, will insect extermination magic really work on something like this? She could feel that this light blue insect was even more powerful than the insect demon she had encountered before, and they were simply on a different level. Iberioi grabbed her hair in distress. Where did all these powerful people come from? I hope the kingdom will be destroyed soon. A sound of breaking air rang in my ears, and a warrior in silver armor appeared in front of me, holding a long sword wrapped in lightning in his hand. Lagiz exclaimed in surprise, Lord Sig, you are finally here. Sig nodded and an emotionless voice came from under the armor, the enemy is attacking, you must be prepared. Ibrio said, that Insect King is very powerful, let's deal with him together. Insect King. Sig turned his head to look outside and realized that Iberioi was talking about Cocytus. He shook his head slowly, no, I have other things to do. Where are you going? Lagiz looked like she was about to cry, she didn't understand why she was feeling wronged. She was already an excellent warrior, but she was willing to risk her life over a small matter. Sig sighed imperceptibly and tidied up Lagiz's scattered golden hair. I'm going to deal with the Sorcerer King, I'll leave the enemies in the city to you. Feeling the cool touch of the armor, Lagiz's heart gradually calmed down, her green eyes shining, we will all come back alive. Sig suddenly felt a little regretful. He should have told Cocytus not to touch anyone in Kang Kyangwei. They seemed to cherish their companions very much, and it would be bad if Iberioi felt resentful because of the death of a companion. But it's not a big problem. Death is just a state. Except for the complete death skill possessed by Ainz, the rest can be resurrected as long as there is a corpse. Blue Rose and her group left. When they were no longer in sight, Lana asked, Lord Sig, where is Climb now? Sig replied, he should be on his way to the capital, don't worry, I have arranged for Brian to protect him. Lana raised the corners of her mouth, but the smile did not reach her eyes. Thank you, Lord Sig. This supreme being was really deep-minded. She could hardly see through him. She had originally thought that she did not need to use all her abilities. She was too arrogant. Fortunately, she had Climb as her weak spot, and she was smart enough to think that this gentleman was just warning her and would not really break the contract. Lana took the initiative and said, Lord Sig, I will deal with Ranbusa I. Please give me a weapon that suits me. You want to kill your father? Lana took out the square box and held it carefully in her hands. Actually, Lady Albedo has already given me a reward in advance. I need something specific to open it. My father's blood is one of them. Seed of Corruption is a prop for changing races, which can change the race into a demon. He is willing to give up everything to achieve his goal and is worthy of being described as an alien at heart. Sig casually took out a knife with a golden handle and an inscription engraved on the blade. Go, the creatures killed by it will die without pain. Lana held the hilt of the knife and saw her own distorted smile in the reflection of the blade, but she didn't care. Thank you, Lord Sig. It's almost time. Ainz put away his watch. Out of caution, he did not launch an attack right away. Instead, he deliberately stayed in the sky for a long time to see if any players would attack. But alas, players don't seem to exist in the kingdom. Or maybe they are waiting for a more appropriate time and are just sitting on their hands. No matter what, Ainz would not allow anyone to hurt his companions. This was his bottom line. Albedo, always be alert, especially when I'm fighting Sigson. Yes, Lord Ainz. Albedo, wearing black armor, was standing by, holding a black scepter in her hand, which was the world-class item Hell's Abyss. It was a powerful artifact with infinite durability and the strongest destructive power against objects. Because she was given the task of protecting the throne, Albedo obtained a knight class specialized in defense. Her HP and defense are the highest among all guardians. She also has the special ability to transfer damage to armor, making her a reassuring guard. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, Ainz didn't want to let his friend's child act as a human shield, although Albedo was quite happy to do so. Sig also cares about Albedo, and I heard that the two are in love. Ainz felt even worse. He could only vent his anger on those who were enemies of Nazarick. If he had surrendered earlier, there wouldn't be so many problems. He looked down indifferently, raised his hand, and opened a huge magic circle. The flickering light made the people below couldn't help but look up. Ainz did not have many thoughts about the civilians below. He only wanted to completely destroy the capital to demonstrate the power of Nazarick. He had the power to destroy a country, but he only destroyed a city. Isn't that merciful enough? The most powerful magic level 10, meteorite fall. For such a densely populated area, the destructive power of super-level magic is limited, and it is not as effective as a meteorite. If it is not enough, just send another one. The 10th tier magic consumes MP to activate, but its advantage is that the cooldown time is very short and it can be activated very quickly. A huge meteorite suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun's rays. Covered in the shadow were desperate faces. Some people have already knelt on the ground, muttering to themselves, "It shouldn't fall down, no way." But this was impossible, as the next second the meteorite fell rapidly from the sky, leaving behind a long red tail. At the moment of despair, a stream of silver light rushed into the sky. As the sword swung, a bolt of lightning pierced the sky. "Stop, Sorcerer King!" Along with the shouts, the meteorite shattered and turned into countless flaming fragments that fell everywhere. Although some unlucky people were killed and many buildings were damaged, the losses have been minimized and the number of casualties has been greatly reduced. "You are very strong, tell me your name." Ainz's voice was so loud that almost everyone in the city could hear it, and they all raised their heads and looked upward. The Death Knight seemed to have received some kind of order and stopped where he was. Everyone's attention was focused on the three people in the sky. Cocytus also raised his head. The Sorcerer King has met his match. Blue Rose was originally fighting a life-and-death battle with the Death Knight, and Cocytus was just watching from a distance and did not participate in the battle. They both thought the other would not speak, but unexpectedly they suddenly spoke. Ibrio couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is your purpose?" Cocytus exhaled coldly, "You should be in awe of the battle between the strong. This is the glory of the warrior." Kang Kaiangwei and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect that the other party could really communicate. In the sky, Albedo stepped aside while Ainz and Sig stood facing each other. It really felt like a fateful battle. Sig pointed his sword at Ainz. "I am Sigris Hraswerg." "You are too arrogant, Sorcerer King." "Ha, my name is Ainz Gaun. I'm sure this name has spread throughout the kingdom." Sig snorted coldly. "To exchange killing and death for reputation, this is not what a king does." Ainz nodded unconsciously. What Sig said made sense. After he realized what was going on, he immediately got into the state, and a strong aura of death emanated from his body. "I am the ruler of death. Death is rebirth. Are you going to create a world of the undead and kill all the living people?" Sig's righteous accusation made Ainz stunned for a moment. No, he didn't mean to do this. "Well, you don't even want to explain." Ainz suddenly understood what Sig meant and immediately turned on his full aura, strengthening his amplification magic to its strongest level. "Those who surrender or flee will not be killed. This promise is still in effect. It was earned with the death of the warrior leader. The Sorceress Kingdom will be a country where all races coexist, whether undead or human, subhuman, or dragon. Under the leadership of the Sorcerer King Ainz Gaun, all subjects will live happily." Albedo was the first to applaud. Cocytus and the Death Knight below also raised their hands and shouted, "Long live the Sorcerer King." If Ainz had a face, he would be extremely angry now. His speech was so confident that he didn't even know what to do next. Sig raised his hand and took off his helmet, throwing it away. "That's a very bold statement. As a sign of respect, I will also show my true face to you." "Ah." A short and sharp cry suddenly came out of Albedo's mouth. If you were not close, you probably wouldn't have heard it. Ainz almost couldn't hold back his laughter, and Sig covered his face helplessly, his jaw tense. "This is serious business, Albedo. Please pay attention to the situation and hold back no matter what." Albedo realized that she had made a mistake, so she stayed aside obediently, not daring to make any further moves. After a strange silence, the two sides quickly distanced themselves. The light on the Sorcerer King's body continued to flicker, as if he was casting a strengthening spell, and his aura became stronger and stronger. On the other side, Lord Sig was also using protective magic. His body was enveloped in a layer of golden light. It could be felt that it was magic of divine attributes, which was very effective in restraining the undead. They were talking just fine. Why did they suddenly start fighting? However, they didn't dare to say much about the affairs of the strong. They must have been ignorant. The battle above began, and the Death Knights below also took action again. Those who were unable to resist chose to kneel down and surrender. The Death Knight followed the orders of his master, simply ignored them and went looking for new prey. Many people saw this situation and followed suit. Most of the people left in the city were civilians, and they had no ability to resist. Since they were allowed to surrender, how could they be willing to continue working for the kingdom? Reducing civilian casualties in this way can be regarded as fulfilling the warrior leader's last wish. Of course, there are also fighters who are still fighting back. They are unwilling to give up their country and are willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Kang Kaiengwei is one of them and also the most powerful force and has become the leader of the rebels. Cocytus finally took action. The ground he stepped on quickly solidified and an extremely cold air rushed towards him. Cocytus will crush your hopes. Ibrio's level is probably above LV51. He can still fight against a LV35 Death Knight, but he is completely no match for Cocytus, who is at level 100. Among the remaining members of Kang Kaiengwei, only Logis has entered the hero realm, LV29, and the others have not reached this threshold. In the past, they had indeed hunted down monsters stronger than themselves through teamwork, but they were beasts without intelligence after all, and could not be compared with the current situation. Logis raised her magic sword and cheered for her companions. Even if we die, we will not retreat for humanity, for the kingdom. Everyone responded and morale boosted. You do have the spirit of a warrior. I was disrespectful before. Cocytus' voice was as cold and hard as ice, and just hearing it made people feel a chill. Gagrin was surprised. You're actually quite polite. But you are too weak. You are not worth fighting with weapons in all four of my hands. Cocytus stuck the rest of his weapons into the ground, leaving only the katana. Let me fight with the god-slaying sword emperor. Ibrio used flying magic to float in the air. When she saw the weapon glowing with a cold light, her heart sank. What level of weapon was this sword that made her feel like she was facing death? Cocytus said nothing more and waved to everyone, come on. As a warrior, Gagrin rushed to the front, followed by the ninja sisters. Ibrio deployed a magic circle in the air, and Logis was at the end, ready to launch support magic and healing magic at any time. This is the teamwork trained after countless battles. They can understand what the other party wants to do just by looking at each other. Stronger than the lizardmen, Cocytus immediately commented, but not by much. They have more combat experience and are at a higher level, but their physical fitness is far inferior to that of the lizardmen, which is the biggest disadvantage of humans. Piercing ice bullet. Several ice crystal cones condensed in Cocytus's hands and shot rapidly towards Gagarin, who was rushing in the front. Be careful, crystal shield. Ibrio immediately cast a spell and a crystal barrier enveloped Gagarin. Thank you. Before Gagarin could finish her words, the ice cone broke through her defense and pierced through her body directly. A big hole appeared on the crimson armor and blood gushed out. I'm sorry, but low-level magic defense is useless. Cocytus explained kindly. Logis gritted her teeth, and the floating swords around her body flew out rapidly. First save Gagarin. In order to buy time for Logis to be treated, the ninja sisters stepped forward without hesitation and threw darts on both sides in an attempt to attract Cocytus' attention. Cocytus sounded surprised. Ninja. His creator, Takedo Takemurai, had a good friend named Nishiki Enrai who was a ninja-type professional, so he was quite familiar with this profession. As far as I can remember, ninja is a high-level profession, and one can only change jobs after reaching LV60. I thought they were just dressed like ninjas, but I didn't expect they really were. It's just that their professions were different, but their attack power was still in line with their own levels. I have projectile immunity, what a shame. The floating sword and darts were bounced off by an invisible barrier and did not cause any damage at all. Cocytus raised the god-slaying sword, and with a simple circular slash, Tia and Tina's legs were directly cut off. Before they could catch their breath, Cocytus raised the blade again, and at the critical moment Ibrio shouted angrily, "Try this trick." The most powerful magic 5th-level insect killer. A cloud of white mist sprayed towards Cocytus. Taking this opportunity, Ibrio flew over quickly and brought the ninja sisters to Logis. Hopefully it will have some effect. Ibrio prayed like this. This magic was extremely lethal to the Zerg. It was an insecticidal magic she created originally. The white mist soon dissipated and Cocytus stood still. He said coldly, "The magic of people of lower levels has no effect on me." Ibrio's eyes widened in shock. How is it possible that there is such a skill? Cocytus lifted his foot and a burst of cold air quickly burst out. It's too troublesome to move around. Frost aura. Ibrio hastily defended herself using her strongest defensive magic, crystal barrier. A barrier shining with gorgeous brilliance rose from the ground and was immediately covered with a layer of ice crystals when it came into contact with the cold air, and it had almost no defensive effect. The 3 people lying on the ground were covered with a layer of ice crystals. Their lives or deaths were unknown, and Laga's feet were also frostbitten. But Cocytus' attack came next, and the god-slaying Sword Emperor cut the crystal barrier like cutting tofu, and it broke immediately. Laga's was unable to dodge and had one of her arms chopped off, forcing the healing magic to be interrupted. After just a few minutes, almost all members of Kang Kainwei were wiped out, and only Iberui was still able to fight. However, when a magic caster PKs with a warrior, there is no chance of victory as long as the warrior gets close to him. Even if he can pull the opponent from a distance, he will still lose after his MP is used up. If Iberui abandons her companions, she may still be able to escape, but she will never do that. After just a short while, Iberui ran out of MP, gave up resistance, and prepared to die with his companions. Cocytus put away his knife and did not deal a fatal blow to the men. Iberui asked breathlessly, "Why don't you kill us? The Sorcerer King's battle requires witnesses. You are very suitable. From now on, you will be the witnesses of the king's victory." Just like Sig said, "You are really arrogant." Although Iberui said this, he felt relieved in his heart that his companions were able to survive. A question mark appeared on Cocytus's forehead. He opened his mouth to correct the other party's address but gave up. "Vampire, you should thank the Supreme Being for his mercy." Iberui's pupils trembled, her race was exposed. At this time, the two supreme beings in the sky were fighting fiercely, and many surrendered people were also watching and exclaiming from time to time. Regardless of stance, this battle is truly a spectacle to behold. Ainz continuously released magic, with various attributes released in succession, which was extremely gorgeous. Sig's whole body radiates golden light with a ring of sacred attributes on his head, and lightning flashes when he swings his blade. Almost no one would doubt the authenticity of this battle. How could it be an act when it has turned out like this? If you can do it, then go ahead. In reality, Sig's HP was only reduced a little, and Ainz's MP was not consumed much either. Facing their only companion, they couldn't really do anything. Sig glanced at the audience below and quietly sent a message to Ainz. "It's time for a big finale." Ainz nodded, then suddenly spread his arms and laughed. "You are very powerful. I will use my strongest move." "Just what I want." A magic circle appeared around both of them at the same time. As a powerful magic caster, it is normal for Ainz to use magic, but Sig is obviously a warrior, so can he also use large-scale magic? Summon the family. Following a loud dragon roar, a giant light golden dragon descended from the sky. It had a graceful and slender figure, glowing skin, and gemstones dotted all over its body. It exuded a sacred and inviolable aura. Iberui cried out in surprise, "Dragon." Ainz also screamed in his heart, "Sigson, how much money did you recharge into the game?" Since he was the Holy Dragon King, Sig felt that he had to live up to the title, so he summoned this dragon with sacred attributes. It looks very intimidating, but it is actually a LV-75 Kryptonian dragon that can use a sacred purifying breath that has a significant restraining effect on the undead. It is a peripheral product of the world-class boss 8 dragons. It can use 10th tier magic and most of the magic of the faith system. Its HP is higher than dragons of the same level, but its attack power is weakened, so it can only be used as a tank. In Yggdrasil, it is like a vase and is designed to be obtained through lottery. There are only a handful of buyers, and it is a mount that only those players who pay for it can own. Ainz originally thought that Sig was a very rational person, and even if he spent money on it, he wouldn't spend too much. He didn't expect that he even had this thing. It must have cost him several months' salary. But you know what? It's really big and the visual effect is amazing. The golden dragon slowly lowered its head in a gesture of complete submission and said in a very gentle voice, "Lord Sig, please ride on my back." Ainz was surprised and asked, "Huh, a female dragon?" Sig glanced at Ainz and knew from the shape of the dragon that it was definitely a female dragon. A male dragon would be stronger and not so slender and pretty. The people at the city gate were also attracted by this beautiful creature. The dragon has been a symbol of power and mystery since ancient times, and many of them will never see a living dragon in their entire lives. Iberui stared at Sig closely, and a guess gradually formed in his mind. Could he be from the Flying Dragon tribe? Cocytus had excellent hearing. What is that place? Since Cocytus did not kill her companions, Iberui did not mind chatting with him. Anyway, her MP has been exhausted and there is nothing she can do. She can only leave it to fate. After thinking it through, Iberui sat down on the ground and dusted himself off without much image. The tribes around the Dragon Kingdom specialize in taming flying dragons and can ride them into battle. They are a very mysterious group of people. Cocytus nodded, but flying dragons are not the same species as dragons. Dragons are a very special species. Similar to demons, they have no reproductive isolation from other creatures, so they have many subspecies. Strictly speaking, flying dragons are not real dragons, they are close relatives of dragons. They are smaller in size, good at aerial combat, and can be tamed. Ibrioi naturally understood, so she wasn't too sure it should be related. Cocytus thought for a moment and gave his own guess. Is it possible that this Siglis Hrasfalki also has dragon blood? Ibrioi looked at Cocytus strangely. Why call someone by their full name? It was so troublesome. Dragonborn, it's not impossible. The queen of the dragon kingdom has dragon blood. Her grandfather is the true dragon king. Cocytus silently memorized these proper nouns. He naturally knew that Lord Sig was not a dragonborn, but this explanation was the most reasonable one at the moment. Dragonborn are a subhuman race, the hybrid offspring of dragons and humans, while dragonmen are an alien species and the two are fundamentally different. It's possible that it's true, otherwise how could he fight with a dragon? Ibrioi suddenly realized something. No wonder Sig was so strong. It turned out that he was actually a human-shaped dragon. A dragonborn will inherit some of the characteristics of a dragon. Even a degraded version will be very strong. No wonder he is always wrapped so tightly. Maybe he has a lot of scales on his body. Ibrioi didn't feel disgusted. Dragons were very beautiful creatures, but it did make people want to rip off their clothes and take a look. Cocytus was slightly relieved to see that his goal was achieved. He had now completed his mission. It was really difficult for him to lie. At this time, the battle in the sky had reached a white-hot stage. After Sig rides on the Golden Dragon, the bonuses belonging to the Dragon Knight and Cavalry take effect immediately and the attribute panel increases rapidly. Ainz was amazed. This was the power of a special profession. Although Dragon Knight is not a world-class profession, it is also a special profession. It is very difficult to obtain, and it takes a long time to complete the job transfer task. However, he heard that Sig also had an extremely rare hidden profession. The pre-tasks were very difficult, and there were many hard conditions, so even if he completed the tasks, he might not be able to change his profession. But he had never seen Sig use it. Even when the situation was extremely dangerous, Sig would just turn back into his original form and engage in melee combat. His health and dual resistances were ridiculously high. The only side effect was that he looked a bit ugly. It was indeed reassuring to have them as companions, but when it came to PvP, Ainz was really afraid of these warriors. Once someone gets close to you, he'll start attacking you crazily during the gap between spells. He's simply not a human being. This is the pain of all magic casters. Ainz turned his anger into strength and said, "You are lucky. The magic that was used against the kingdom's army is still cooling down. This gives you a chance to survive. In fact, it is a lie. The cooling-off period has passed long ago. It is just an excuse. Come on, my friends and I are not afraid of you." Sig was thinking the exact opposite. Don't use it. If you dare to use it, he'll sneak attack you when the spell is about to be cast. Hitting him is a small matter, but if that thing hits you, you will be killed by the Kryptonian dragon. Doesn't it cost money to resurrect? To be on the safe side, Sig also quietly sent a simple message with only 2 words. Don't use it. Ainz had originally been planning to follow Sig's advice, as that would have a better visual effect, but he immediately gave up the idea after hearing the message. It turned out that this was a real act and he almost believed it. Ainz immediately changed his magic and an exaggerated slash appeared from his hand. "This is my most powerful magic. Can you take it?" The most powerful magic, immediate destruction. Sig, however, had no defense at all at this time and directly commanded the Golden Dragon to attack, use Purifying Breath. The momentum of both sides reached its peak in an instant. It was almost the final blow, and the hearts of the spectators were in their throats. The slash hit Sig accurately. His body was cut off, blood spurted everywhere, blood also spurted out of his mouth. He was already seriously injured and dying. Ainz was hit head-on by the holy breath and screamed in agony. It looked like a lose-lose situation, and Ibrioi clenched his fists. "Don't die, Sig. The Sorcerer King needs to die soon." A soft light suddenly emanated from the Golden Dragon's body, and Sig's severed body slowly revived until it was fully recovered, but his face was still very pale. 10th level of Holy Light. A powerful 10th order magic of the faith system. Although it does not have the ability to restore blood, it can force blood to be locked, and the MP consumption is very astonishing. The humans were excited by Sig's survival, but before they could be happy, the Sorcerer King shattered their fantasy. "The holy attribute does restrain the undead, but it's not enough to really kill me." In an instant, the situation returned to the beginning, and neither side could do anything to the other. At this moment, a petite figure ran to the royal city. Her white dress was stained with blood, and the small crown on her head had fallen somewhere. Lana knelt on the ground, her long golden hair scattered on the ground, and she held the crown symbolizing royal power in her hand. With the sudden death of Rambusa III, the Golden Princess presented the crown in the dilapidated ruins, officially announcing the complete defeat of the kingdom. The Magic Kingdom has won a great victory, and this land is about to enter a new era. Changes of dynasties are not uncommon, and the death toll in this war is not the highest in history, but people have never been as anxious as they are at this moment. There has never been a precedent of the undead becoming king in this world. When he thought about his descendants being led by the Sorcerer King for eternity, he felt that there was no hope for the future. Those who are not from my tribe must have different hearts. This famous saying also applies to the other world. Can the Sorcerer King, a skeleton undead, really treat humans well? This is the question that lingers in everyone's mind. The undead poured into the city, infiltrating various places, taking on the duties of soldiers and beheading corrupt nobles, but to those who survived, it was more of a deterrent. Apart from those who escaped, the person who currently has the most say on the noble side is Marquis Reven. I don't know if it was because of luck, but his wife and children survived. The status of the Adventurers Guild has become much higher, mainly because the adventurers' performances are so outstanding. The Steel-level adventurers Feifei and Clementine defended Irantal and persisted until the last stage of the war without surrendering. Under his protection, not a single civilian died. Although the Steel-level adventurer team Vermilion Dewdrops appeared relatively late, they also protected the northern city and significantly reduced the casualties in the city. The Steel-class adventurer team Blue Rose guarded the royal capital and faced the Sorcerer King's men. Although all members were seriously injured, no one escaped. They were truly a model of heroes. To the Sorceress Kingdom, these adventurers stood on the opposite side, but the Sorcerer King was magnanimous and pardoned their crimes. On the day after the Great Battle, Ainz, the leader of the Irantal Adventurers Guild, and Marquis Reven received a secret summons from the Sorcerer King. Logically speaking, the two names should not be put together. Marquis Reven could represent the nobility, but Ainz was only the guild leader of a small border town. Ainz did not want to be nominated, but unfortunately the president of the Adventurers Guild in the capital had died, and the other cities had suffered a great blow. Only Irantal was spared. To be honest, this was entirely due to Feifei's help and had little to do with him as the president. Marquis Reven, I will have to trouble you again later. In order to show his respect, Ainz used honorifics. Although it was a bit tongue-twisting, it was quite good for a warrior like him. Marquis Lei Wen nodded heavily with unremovable sorrow in his eyes. Later, a strange maid came to lead the way for them, and the two walked in silence all the way. The familiar royal city is in ruins, and undead can be seen clearing stones on the road, including the Death Knight who terrifies the kingdom. Reven took a deep breath and forced himself to look away from this absurd scene. Inside the magnificent palace, the throne still stood there, but the person sitting on it had changed, and the people serving on both sides had also turned into all kinds of strange guys. Marquis Reven knelt first and said, "Greetings, His Majesty. As the defeated party, you must show respect to the winner at all costs. This is the last resort for survival." Ainz was a little slow, but he quickly knelt down as well. "Greetings, His Majesty the Sorcerer King." Ainz's majestic voice came from above. "Lord Reven and President Ainz, I have been waiting for you for a long time." The two men lowered their heads even lower, almost touching the ground. They didn't know whether the Sorcerer King was angry about this, so they could only behave more submissively. "Don't be nervous. I called you here to discuss something important. Get up and answer me." Ainz stretched out his bony hand and gently raised it upwards. Reven and Ainz stood up, lowering their heads like children waiting to be lectured. Ainz felt a little distressed. He wanted to establish a more equal conversation, but it seemed like he was bullying others by taking advantage of his power. "I heard that the people don't trust the Sorcerer King's promises. Is that true?" Ainz's voice was not harsh, but this was clearly an accountability. If he did not answer well, something bad would definitely happen. Sweat beads appeared on Reven's forehead as he tried hard to think of the right words. "Your Majesty is asking you a question, why don't you answer it quickly?" Albedo held her head high with undisguised contempt in her eyes, but facing this goddess-like beautiful face, the men couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Marquis Reven pushed away his inner thoughts and replied respectfully, "Your Majesty is wise and powerful. The people just haven't adapted to it yet. I believe they will soon realize how shallow they are." Ainz was unable to say anything as nice as Marquis Reven's, so he just nodded. He thought the same thing. Ainz nodded and suddenly changed the subject, "But your princess seems to have other ideas. She said that we must first build trust in order to better govern the country. Otherwise, it will lay hidden dangers. Lord Raven, do you think she is right? Marquis Lei Wen's face changed and he knelt down in panic. The Sorcerer King was truly scheming. He actually set up a test at this very moment to test whether he had truly surrendered through this question. His previous thoughts were completely wrong. He shouldn't have just thought about flattery. Your Majesty, Princess Lana's wisdom is rare in the world, and it is really difficult for me to reach her level. At this time, the only way to get over this matter is to admit that you are incompetent. In fact, what Lana said was indeed right. In order to achieve long-term development, a solid foundation must be laid. It was not that Revan did not want to say it, but he could not think of such an answer under such high pressure. Shaltir sneered, how dare a mere human try to deceive the Sorcerer King? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Ainz quickly said, Your Majesty, I am not very knowledgeable and can't think of a solution. Can you ask Princess Lana to come and discuss it with us? Good advice. Not long after, Lana walked in, followed by a knight in armor. Ainz said in a surprised voice, You're here too. Cocytus took 2 steps forward, his tall figure giving off an oppressive vibe. Stop where you are and don't come near your Majesty. Revan's eyes were also drawn to him and he said excitedly, Sir, you are still here. Ainz's eyes almost popped out of his head. Hey, the Silver Knight is not dead. Almost everyone knows about the battle in the royal capital. It is said that no one was victorious in the end. Some say that the Silver Knight died while others say that he escaped. There are many different opinions, but the fact that Sig is still standing here proves that those are just rumors. I am not the Silver Knight. I just borrowed his name, many people know this. Revan nodded, I can testify. Ainz waved his hand and said, Princess Lana, can you explain your actions? Lana lifted her skirt and slowly knelt down. Your Majesty, I have thought of a way to resolve the people's doubts. I hope you can listen to it. At the crucial point, Ainz followed her words and said, Oh, but you can say it. Lana smiled slightly, with one hand towards Ainz and the other towards Sig, her voice gradually rising. If the two of you become kings together, the people will surely be convinced. When these words came out, Marquis Revan reacted the most. He shouted without caring about his image, Princess Lana, you are crazy, you are absolutely crazy. How could anyone be willing to share the throne with the enemy? How could such a suggestion be adopted? Casual remarks would only anger the undead. Ainz was silent for a long time. He suddenly clapped his hands and said, That's a good suggestion, I can consider it. What about Mr. Sig? Sig nodded, I promised the warrior captain that I would take care of the civilians of the kingdom. It's not bad to be a king in name only. Revan felt that this world was truly crazy. Ainz's ability to accept things is much stronger. He doesn't understand the power struggles among factions. He only cares about the Adventurers Guild. The current situation is the best of both worlds. After the meeting, Revan and Ainz were placed in the reception room. The interior decoration is luxurious, the lighting is warm yellow, the air is filled with the smell of incense, and the sofa is soft and comfortable. I don't know what animal skin it is made of, but it feels very delicate. Ainz's mouth was dry, so he picked up the drink on the table and drank it all in one gulp. He licked his lips with a hint of unsatisfied feeling. It tastes good. Lei Wen who wanted to give a warning, but when he thought that he didn't know when he would die, he just let go and drank with them. However, the one waiting for them was not the Sorcerer King, but the belated Golden Princess. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Lana hurried over, holding the hem of her skirt. Even though the kingdom had been destroyed, the fact that this princess of a fallen country could speak out for justice in front of the Sorcerer King was enough to earn her respect. Marquis Revan and Ainz half knelt in greeting. Lana hurriedly helped the two of them up with a look of panic on her face. I'm not a princess anymore, you don't need to do this. Marquis Revan stood up and bowed to apologize. Your Highness, I was rude before. I shouldn't have said nonsense in the palace. As for that matter, I have forgotten about it. Your Majesty doesn't mind. Lana raised the corners of her mouth slightly and gave him a reassuring smile. Lana inherited her beauty from her mother, with long, shiny golden hair, delicate lips, and sapphire eyes, emitting a soft glow all over her body. She is very good at using this appearance to lower the other party's vigilance, and she also knows which angle she looks most beautiful. Marquis Revan's emotions gradually calmed down. Your Highness, does the Sorcerer King really agree to coexist with that person? Lana touched her chest, her eyes were very serious. I had a very pleasant conversation with His Majesty. He doesn't like autocracy and he admires Lord Sig very much. I am 90% sure that it will succeed. Ainz asked in surprise, Your Highness, have you anticipated the current situation? Lana smiled but didn't say anything. She raised her hand and said, It's a long story. Let's sit down and talk slowly. At the same time, Ainz and Sig were strolling around the royal city. The guardians had all retreated to rest, leaving only two maids following behind them, with the eight-limbed assassin bugs in the dark responsible for their protection. No longer having to act, Ainz felt much more relaxed. "Sig-san, your acting is really good. You've really brought me into the role." Sig's expression was relaxed. "Hey, the complete success of this plan is inseparable from the efforts of the president." The two of them praised each other and couldn't help laughing after saying a few words. Sig got down to business. Lana is still pushing the process forward and it will probably be finalized soon. The clothes for the coronation need to be prepared. "Hey, isn't this outfit okay now? This is a full set of divine equipment." Ainz's robe is indeed very imposing and it is easy to overlook his slightly thin frame. Sig spread his hands helplessly. "Albedo said that our clothes should match. She is an expert in this area, so let's listen to her." Ainz sighed. "I hope to choose something more normal. I don't have a face as handsome as yours. If a skeleton is dressed too fancy, it would look out of place." Sig smiled and patted Ainz's shoulder. He actually cared about this. "I remember there is a tool to change race. If I find it, I will go get it for you." Ainz was an expert on items, and he immediately told the item's name. "You mean the world tree seed? Even the undead can change their race at will. It's really convenient, but it's hard to find. Don't hold your hopes too high." He didn't want to see Nazarick's manpower and material resources wasted for his own selfish desires, so he just let it go. Sig nodded and then changed the subject. Sig, where are you?" The two were still strolling around when they heard a girl's voice calling out from somewhere, and the voice was getting closer and closer. The figure of the eight-limbed assassin bug slowly emerged, and the maid became alert, ready to kill this rude guy at any time. Sig recognized the owner of the voice and stopped their behavior. "It's okay, they are not enemies." Ainz asked curiously, "Are you familiar with this person?" Being able to recognize them just by their voices, this is definitely not an ordinary relationship. Sig asked curiously, "President, weren't you the one who had an affair with her? Ibrioy from Kang Kaingwei, have you forgot? When did it happen? When you were playing Feifei, you won her heart. Now you are in an ambiguous relationship with her." Ainz exclaimed several times in succession, his body flashing green as he forced himself to calm his excitement. At this time, Ibrioy had already seen Sig. She flew over quickly and was about to speak when she saw the Sorcerer King next to her. She was so surprised that she even screamed. "How? Why are you two together?" In a blink of an eye, they arrived at a pavilion. Ainz sat down first and Sig also sat down casually, leaving Ibrioy alone at a loss. Ainz placed a cushion on the stone bench and invited her politely. "Miss Ibrioy, you may sit down." Ibrioy hesitated for a moment before sitting down gently, but she obviously hadn't relaxed yet and was observing her surroundings very vigilantly. After all, he is the leader of the enemy. How can he really be treated as a friend? Sig was the first to ask about Ibrioy's purpose of coming. "Don't you want to see me for something?" Ibrioy said slowly. "It's nothing actually. Answer my question first." Sig glanced at Ainz teasingly, but when he looked at Ibrioy, his expression turned serious again. "I have decided to make peace with the Sorcerer King Ainz Ul Gaun." Ibrioy stood up in disbelief. Although she had expected it, it was still hard for her to accept this answer. Sig pushed her back again and said in an unquestionable tone, "Just listen to what I have to say first. Ms. Ibrioy, you need to calm down." Ainz showed a kind attitude at the right time. Blue Rose had a high reputation among adventurers, and Feifei and Vermilion Dew were both his own people. If he could subdue Blue Rose, the Adventurers Guild would be completely under his control. Ibrioy took a few deep breaths and stared straight at Sig from behind the mask. "In fact, I took action in the first place because of the warrior captain. Before he passed away, he asked me to protect the common people of the kingdom. Gazef was a man of integrity, and he was indeed someone who would do something like this. If that's the case, then why do you still?" Before Ibrioy could finish her words, Lana came over with Marquis Reven and Ainz. "Your Majesty, Master Sig, let me explain what's going on." Lana has a dignified demeanor, and even though she is a princess of a fallen country, she is neither humble nor arrogant. Ibrioy was distracted for a moment and felt a little ashamed. She couldn't do the same thing if she were in the same situation. "It is for the sake of the people that Lord Sig will reconcile with His Majesty the Sorcerer King. The two of you will become kings of the Sorcerer Kingdom together and lead the people together. This will be the best outcome." Is victory or defeat in war really that important to the ruled? What they need most is a wise king, a strong army, and a well-fed and well-clothed life. The nobles of the kingdom are rotten to the core. They can't give the people what they need, but the Sorceress Kingdom can. Marquis Reven and Ainz remained silent. They were completely convinced by Lana's words and became loyal supporters of the Dual King's rule. Princess Lana, I admire your wisdom. Ainz suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. I would like to invite you to serve as the left Prime Minister and handle affairs together with the right Prime Minister Albedo. I believe that with your wisdom, the Sorceress Kingdom will surely prosper. The Sorcerer King is indeed very ambitious, but he is not stingy with his power and even makes use of princesses from the previous dynasty. No king in history has ever been able to do so. He cannot even be described as a wise ruler. Lana knelt down to thank him. Long live the Sorcerer King. Except for Iberoi, who was still in a state of confusion, the others also knelt down. Long live the Sorcerer King. In a remote palace, a giant dragon was coiled inside, its golden scales emitting a soft and warm light under the sunlight, like a beautiful statue. Under the influence of healing magic, all the people in Kang Kaiwei returned to normal and gradually woke up from their coma. Jejelan stretched his stiff body and said, I feel like I died once. Are you all okay now? Tier and Tina nodded silently. The two of them hugged their legs facing each other. Obviously, they had become autistic. Jegrin sighed. These two children were traumatized by Cocytus. After all, both of their legs were chopped off. Lagaz's condition was better. She was a priest of faith and had a stronger will, but her face was a little pale. Jegrin, I'm fine. Did you see where Ibreo went? Gagrin shook his head. I didn't see our little one when I woke up. If you mean the one in the red cape, I know where she went. The giant dragon slowly opened its eyes, its golden vertical pupils reflecting the terrified looks of the people. I am a follower of Lord Sig, you don't have to be afraid. They did hear the dragon's roar and had a vague impression of it, but because they were unconscious, none of them actually saw it. Furthermore, the Sorcerer King also has dragons as his subordinates, so it is hard to trust them directly. What is this doing? Iberoi has a high-pitched voice that is very easy to identify. Lana's concerned words came next. You are seriously injured, it's best not to get up right away. Seeing the familiar people, Lagaz completely relaxed with tears in her eyes. Great, you are all okay. Iberoi also laughed. Captain, I still like your energetic look. She went to find Sig just for her companions, but she didn't expect that when she came back, everyone had woken up. This was really great. Gagrin laughed out loud. Our little one has really grown up. Lana pursed her lips and showed an appropriate smile, which was infected by the atmosphere on the scene. HMPH, look who else is coming. Iberoi pinched her waist and pointed at the person behind her. Sig adults. Lagaz ran over and threw herself into Sig's arms. She couldn't hold back her tears any longer and burst into tears. Sig ruffled the other person's hair helplessly and complained in a low voice, Why are you like a child? Lagaz's face flushed red, and she immediately took 2 steps back, standing like a reserved lady. I'm sorry I was so rude. It's okay, it's just that my armor hasn't been cleaned after the battle, don't dirty your clothes. Sig smiled helplessly, his voice sounding a little tired, which was a normal sound after excessive consumption. Lana spoke up at the right time. Master Sig has not rested yet, let me explain the current situation. Lana explained the current situation of the kingdom, or more precisely, the current situation of the Sorceress Kingdom. Kang Kaiwei and the others had just woken up and had no idea that such a big thing had happened outside. It was hard for them to accept it for a while. Lagaz looked at her friend and said, Your Highness, you must mourn. Lana forced a smile. I respect my father's choice. Let's not talk about this for now. Do you want to stay in the Sorceress Kingdom or leave? Everyone's eyes were focused on Lagaz. Naturally, the team leader had to make the decision on this matter. Lagaz thought for a moment and said with a firm look, I want to stay not only for Lord Sig but also for the civilians. We have to play a supervisory role. Iberoi shrugged. That's right. Jeglin had no objection. After all, we were saved, so we have to pay it back. Tiatina nodded at the same time. Iberoi pinched his waist and said, Since we are all going to be a team, we should be honest with each other. Are you a dragonborn? Sig's heart moved and he asked back, How do you know? Iberoi was not on guard at all and said directly, I have discussed this with Cocytus. It is the Insect King. Sig nodded. He probably understood what Cocytus meant. To hide the true dragon race, it would be more convenient to use Dragonborn, which could also confuse the enemy. Cocytus has made great progress and is handling it quite well. I do have some dragon blood. Wow. Several people's eyes lit up and Lana also showed curiosity. In their eyes, Sig was a rare species. Iberoi came around and looked at you curiously. You should have the characteristics of a dragon. Are you hiding them? Sig admitted openly, I can change my form. Currently I am in human form. My real form would scare you. That's why I have been hiding my whereabouts. You can actually transform. Sig smiled mysteriously. It's inconvenient for me to wear armor. If you want to see, just admire my companion. She is the most beautiful dragon I have ever seen. The dragon nodded slightly. Master Sig, you are too kind. Do you have the bloodline of a true dragon king? Your dragon transformation is so high it can't be as much as half. Hey, don't go. Sig waved his hand and left with Lana, leaving Iberui with a lot of unanswered questions. The two walked slowly, and Lana smiled and congratulated. It seems that Blue Rose will stay in the Sorceress Kingdom and serve you. Sig smiled but said nothing, just glanced at her. Lana's heart moved slightly and she stopped talking about this topic. It seemed that it was too hasty to show her loyalty now. There will definitely be factions between the two kings, and only by standing in the right line can they find their position. Compared to the Sorcerer King, she prefers the Holy Dragon King. There is no special reason, his personality is just more to her liking. Lana smiled and asked, Master Sig, how do I deal with my brothers? The life and death of the first prince is currently unknown, and the second prince, Sanak, is still under house arrest in the palace. She wanted to kill him outright, but considering that the Sorceress Kingdom was not yet stable, he might have other uses. It's up to you. It's better to kill them, they will only hinder you. After all, the prince is still alive, so it would be inappropriate for the princess to come forward legitimately, as it would cause some rumors. Yes, I will assist you wholeheartedly and live up to your and Lord Ainz's good intentions. Lana understood Sig's intention and immediately knelt down to accept the order. You have made a great contribution to the successful conquest of the kingdom this time. Climb will arrive in the capital soon, you just need to act a little pitiful. Sig's deep eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Lana quickly lowered her head and dared not look at him, so this is the feeling of having your essence seen through. I thought I would be annoyed, but I was unexpectedly excited. The corners of Lana's mouth gradually widened and her eyes curved into crescent shapes. She was in a very happy mood at the moment. Lord Sig, you act better than I do, you are so ruthless. He uses any means to achieve his goal, destroys beautiful things and feels no guilt at all. He is the same monster as her. Sig smiled and said, I'll just take it as a compliment. You will eventually achieve your wish, Your Majesty the Holy Dragon King. But within a few days, news of the official founding of the Magic Kingdom and the dual rule of kings spread, and the Golden Princess's appointment as Prime Minister also attracted considerable attention. Of course, the most shocking thing is Sig's identity as a dragon and the news about his Dragon King. People don't know how powerful the Sorcerer King is, but don't they know the Dragon King? He was the Overlord who once ruled the world. It was originally intended to pave the way for the coronation of the Holy Dragon King, but unexpectedly it caused the biggest response. Various countries sent letters of greeting one after another, using roundabout words to gather information, which made Ainz very confused. The early days of the country were the most eventful, and the three top think tanks of Nazarick all had their own things to do. Albedo was in charge of government affairs, Demiurge was dispatching the troops, and Pandora was busy playing the role of Aziz. According to him, she would be in contact with the Platinum Dragon King soon. Everyone was busy, and Ainz didn't want to trouble the Guardians for everything, so he took charge of diplomatic affairs. He didn't expect this to be so difficult. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Ainz calmed himself down and tried to look dignified. Come in. A small head popped in from the crack in the door, followed by a second one. The little head had pointed elven ears and light dark skin. Their race was undoubtedly dark elves. Both of them have a pair of heterochromatic eyes, and they look at people with a watery gaze, which is very cute. Ainz was instantly touched by this cute scene and raised his hand to greet them. Aura Mare. Lord Ainz, please wait a moment. Aura and Mare did not run over immediately. Instead, they pushed the door open one at a time, making way for Sig behind them. Hello, President. Sig raised his hand and greeted Ainz. Seeing the annoying smile on Sig's handsome face, Ainz almost couldn't hold it in. This guy must be trying to ****s him off on purpose. But considering that there were children present, Ainz could only say resentfully, Sigson, are you here to help me deal with things? President, you are wise and powerful, do you still need my help? Ainz touched his forehead helplessly. No, he no longer had a forehead. He just touched hard bones. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. Sig arranged for Mare and Aura to sit on the sofa, went to the desk to get a stack of documents to be signed, and sat down between the two of them. Let us help Ainz Sama with his official duties. Aura and Mare had clear eyes, they were just like little kids. How could we entrust adult matters to them? Ainz sighed, Sigson, it's too early. Aura raised her hand happily, Lord Ainz, I want to study so that I can share your worries sooner rather than later. Mare's voice was weak, but his tone was quite firm, me too, Ainz Sama. Ainz shut his mouth. If he refused again, it would undermine the children's confidence. Aura and Mare were very serious. They each took a stack and started to look through it. Finally, they asked Sig to sign if there was no problem. Their efficiency was quite high. Ainz looked at this scene and felt warm in his heart. All his tiredness was swept away. This was what he wanted to protect. Sig-san, it seems like Aura has grown a bit taller. She's probably grown about a centimeter taller. It looks like Aura will soon become an adult. That will take hundreds of years, but she will definitely become a great beauty. I believe in Bubble Teapot's judgment. Listening to the Supreme Being discussing herself and her creator, Aura's face flushed and the tips of her ears trembled slightly. Mare seemed a little disappointed, twisting his fingers, wondering what he was thinking. Sig smiled and said, Mare will probably become a handsome man when he grows up, but he won't be able to wear skirts by then. Ainz was stunned for a moment. He had forgotten about this matter. Indeed, although it is a setting, the children's gender concepts must also be taught properly. Mare asked in confusion, Master Sig, Master Ainz, why can't I wear a skirt? Well, Sig-san, you should answer this. When faced with a question he couldn't answer, Ainz readily passed it to Sig. What a bad friend. Sig smiled and said, that's because only when you are a teenager you are a pseudo-girl if you wear women's clothes. When you become an adult, you are no longer a pseudo-girl, so you don't need to wear them. The same is true for Bubble Teapot. That's how it is. Mare looked as if he had learned something, and Aura also listened very carefully. Ainz wanted to say something, but he was too exhausted to complain. Sig was really good at deceiving children. The two of them raised their heads and looked at him eagerly, as if they wanted him to talk more about the Bubble Teapot. But unfortunately, there are many things that children cannot listen to, especially about careers. Sig picked them up helplessly, put one on each of his legs, and used some snacks to cover their mouths, which finally calmed the two children down. By the way, is there any news from Sebastian? He has been in the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. Sebastian went there with Suer, and maybe soon he would become a grandfather, but are the offspring of a dragon man and a human considered dragonborn. In fact, the dragonman is positioned as a humanoid dragon, a race designed for players who particularly like dragons. However, the dragon's attributes in all aspects are too high, and for the sake of game balance, the template cannot be directly applied. So people have the wrong impression that the dragon man is a degraded version of the dragon. Bloodline is not important in Yggdrasil, and players cannot actually have children with each other, so no player delve into the relationship between dragon people and dragons. After traveling through time, Sig has been thinking about a question. Since dragon people are also dragons, can they learn magic that only dragons can use? For example, the original magic that belongs only to the true Dragon King. It would be great if we could catch a low-level true Dragon King. A high-level one is not easy to capture alive. Sig was thinking about this and lost his focus without realizing it. He didn't even notice Ainz was standing right in front of him. Ainz shook his skeleton hand, which was only bone left. Sig-san, what are you thinking about? Sig was startled. President, why are you scaring me? I'm not scaring you, I have something serious to tell you. Sig rubbed his brows, asked the maid to take the two kids away, and sat upright waiting for further conversation. Ainz sat across from Sig. Sebastian has been collecting intelligence on the Dragon Kingdom. He has also been secretly spreading information about the Sorceress Kingdom. He and Suer work very well together. Sig nodded. We should reward Sebastian. Also, there will be the coronation ceremony the day after tomorrow. Ainz paused, glanced at Sig's expression, and then slowly said, the Dragon Kingdom wishes to watch the ceremony. It is the first country to recognize the Sorceress Kingdom and should be treated well. Sig collapsed on the sofa. Just entertain, Zyodi can handle it. The Dragon King's daughter is coming. She hopes you can come to receive her in person and develop a friendship with her. Of course it's friendship between countries. She will definitely not do anything to you. She just wants to maintain a good relationship. The situation in the Dragon Kingdom is not optimistic at the moment. Sig narrowed his eyes slightly. President, you are trying to cover up your mistake. You don't need to persuade me, I must go. In the Dragon Kingdom, in a small yet luxurious palace, the girl on the throne was having a tantrum. Your Majesty, I think you should give it some thought. What if this is a trap set by the enemy? Is it worth it for us to be deceived? If we continue like this, our country will be destroyed. Those orcs are simply beasts. Are they going to do this just for food? Orcs are a subhuman race that walks upright like lions or tigers, and they are undoubtedly cannibals. Perhaps they are also coveting your Majesty. You have 1/8 of the blood of the true Dragon King. Drawdalin Orichless, who was known as the Black-Scaled Dragon King, sighed. After all, she was a queen with true dragon blood. How could she possibly submit to those damn orcs? Your Majesty, a real girl would not behave like you. Deluadilong couldn't help rolling her eyes at the expressionless Prime Minister. So what if she was a 40-something ant? It was better than pretending to be a lowly. At least it didn't hurt her self-esteem that much. Her original appearance was that of a great beauty, with a curvy figure enough to charm most men. I don't want to keep this look. When I go on diplomatic missions to foreign countries, I should be more decent. I have to change this kind of clothes that expose my whole legs. But you know this won't work. The best option is to stimulate the desire to protect. But are all people in the world lolicon? For men, bigger ones are definitely more attractive. Daredilin gestured at her chest, which was her perfect peak. The Prime Minister hesitated for a moment. Although this is the case, the current image is still liked by men, women, young and old. If we want to maintain the original form, we still have to solve the country's problems first. That's why I want to go to the Magic Kingdom. That Dragonborn has the Dragon King as his follower. If the Dragon Kingdom can get his help, repelling the orcs won't be a problem. At this point, Daredilin felt a little depressed. It would be great if his great-grandfather could also help the Dragon Kingdom. The seven-colored Dragon King is a genuine Dragon King who masters the original magic. He is completely not on the same level as her, a half-baked Dragon King. But the seven-colored Dragon King was only interested in reproducing offspring, and he probably had forgotten about her a long time ago. Why hasn't the church made any move? We donate so much every year, but they are not willing to provide any help at all. I don't know. I didn't ask for the dark scripture to come, but the sunlight scripture is unwilling to do so. The sunlight scripture had long been destroyed, and the church was helpless and could no longer take care of itself. The Prime Minister sighed, "This is the sadness of relying on the power of other countries. I hope this trip to the Sorceress Kingdom will be fruitful." "So you agree? If I don't agree, Your Majesty, then you won't go. It's good to have fighting spirit, but you can't forget to bring guards. It won't be that guy again. I can only feel at ease if I take him with me. After all, this is a strange country, and your safety must be prioritized." They were talking about the country's only fine steel-level adventure team, Crystal Tears, and their mastery of the radiant sword technique was renowned. Deluo Dailong's expression was a bit hard to describe. He is definitely a Lolita complex. Every time he looks at me, I feel very uncomfortable. I really don't understand this kind of person. She wanted to say it was disgusting, but considering that this was the only fine steel grade in the country, it was better not to leave room for criticism. This is a personal quirk. It's not very convenient for you. Just let him see it and he will fight to the death. Having said that, I will be eaten sooner or later. I really have no choice. Daredilin sighed deeply. The queen of a country had fallen to such a state. The Prime Minister consoled him. "Your Majesty is much better off than the people who were eaten." Daredilin's face wrinkled into a ball. She was indeed speechless. After all, it was her incompetence that led to all this. VIP reception room. Sig has been waiting here for a long time. Although the Dragon King's daughter was about to arrive, it was just a ceremonial reception. How could the king of a country go outside the city to pick her up? Since there were no outsiders present, Albedo sat next to Sig with rosy cheeks and shyly ate the cake he handed to her. The two of them hadn't had a chance to be alone for a long time, and before that they had been intimate for a long time, feeding Albedo well. "Lord Sig, I want the one you bit." Sig was stunned for a moment, but it will be a bit dirty. Albedo stuck out her tongue and licked it. Her rosy lips exuded a fatal temptation. She chuckled like a lady. Girls in love are all like this. Sig didn't really understand, but it was not a good idea to give others your leftovers. Albedo didn't give him a chance to refuse again. She pulled his arm over and started eating. In the end, she licked the cream off Sig's hand. "It's delicious." Sig felt something was wrong, but he remembered that he still had important things to do, so he stopped Albedo from making trouble. "The Dragon Queen is almost here. We can't continue." Albedo stood up with a smile as if nothing had happened, but her expression became distorted when she turned her head. If this Dragon King's daughter dared to seduce Lord Sig, she would definitely get rid of this ***ch. Sig smiled helplessly. "Albedo, I will find time to accompany you, but not now." Albedo showed surprise on her face and twisted her body to look back quietly, but her flapping wings revealed her mood at the moment. "Then when can we be together again?" Sig was a little embarrassed. The human body was still a little bit unable to bear it. He could only say tactfully, "After all, this is our first time, so we should be restrained." Albedo turned around suddenly, her happiness evident in her eyes. "It's your first time, too." Albedo was humming a song as she left. Although this was not what a lady should do, she was really happy. It doesn't matter even if the Dragon King's daughter seduces him. If Lord Sig likes her, she will naturally behave like a queen. At this time, the Dragon Kingdom delegation has arrived at the former royal capital, which is also the capital of the current Sorceress Kingdom, where the coronation ceremony will be held. Compared with the Blood Emperor's travel vehicle, Daredilin's was much smaller. It only brought a dozen soldiers, all riding horses, and had only one gorgeous carriage. If you didn't look closely, you would think it was a caravan. A brown-haired man jumped off the carriage first. He was very agile and had strong muscles from years of fighting. His golden eyes were particularly sharp. This person is flashing, Celeber, the leader of Crystal Tears. Your Majesty, it has been confirmed to be safe. Daradillan let out a long sigh. She couldn't stay there for another second. Although Celeber was her personal guard, it was really torture to be with him. Fortunately, she brought 2 maids with her, because something big would definitely happen if they were alone. Daradillan slowly stepped down from the carriage with the help of her maid, and the guides from the Magic Kingdom came into view. They were 2 stunning maids. Yuri changed into an ordinary maid outfit. I've been waiting for you, Your Majesty Daradillan Orichless. My name is Yuri Alpha. I'm in charge of the reception this time. This is my assistant. Suliuxiang smiled and said, I am Suliuxiang Epsilon. Delo Dai Kun is very worried. If those 2 kings were surrounded by such beautiful women, her plan to use her looks to build closer relationships would be completely ruined. She even thought that it would be great if the other party was also a Lolita complex, so that she could win by relying on her flat body. Although it was indeed hurtful to her self-esteem, it was nothing for the Dragon Kingdom. Your Majesty. Celeber noticed that Daradillan was in a bad mood and asked in a low voice. Daradillan was glaring secretly, but when he realized he was being noticed, he quickly put on a smile and said, It's okay. Damn Lolita, just peek at this queen's body all day long. Celeber is handsome and powerful, and can be considered a high-quality man. If he were taken as a lover, he would surely be loyal to the Dragon Kingdom and work hard for it. But Daradillan really couldn't stand this perverted habit. If Celeber liked her original form, she might have been willing to give in. The group followed Yuri and Soluluka to the VIP guesthouse and happened to run into Albedo, who was walking out the door. Yuri introduced, This is Lady Albedo, one of the chancellors of the Sorceress Kingdom. Lord Sig is waiting. Albedo smiled gently, and in everyone's eyes she was stunningly beautiful. Even the Lolita-conscious Celeber was dazzled. De Luodilong felt dizzy. With such a beauty by her side, how could she possibly have a chance of winning? Yuri slowly opened the door. Your Majesty, please come in. Suo Liuxiang stopped the others who wanted to go in on the other side. Lord Sig will only see the Dragon King's daughter. The guards will wait outside. Celeber frowned. I am Your Majesty's personal guard. Yuri and Suruxiang stopped talking and just watched quietly, which was a silent rejection. Daradillan was a little flustered. She didn't know what attitude she should adopt to resolve the conflict without angering the people in the room. Celeber is a rather stubborn guy, and he has a special affection for the queen, otherwise he wouldn't be so devoted to her. Nothing, the personal guard will come in. Sig spoke from the inner room, and Yuri and Suo Liuxiang stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. Daradillan breathed a sigh of relief and walked in with Celeber. As they entered, the door closed, blocking out the sunlight. Your Majesty, it's a pleasure to meet you. Standing in front of him was a handsome man with black hair, wearing a white suit embroidered with gold thread. He exuded an extraordinary nobleness, and the dim room became bright because of his presence. Are you His Majesty Siglis? After asking this question, De Luodilong finally saw the other person's smile, which was just as radiant as she had imagined. Sig invited them politely, please take a seat. You must have come a long way and must be very tired. Have a drink to moisten your throat. There were indeed 2 cups of brightly colored liquid on the table, and it seemed that these were the so-called drinks. Daradillan sat down gently. Her petite body seemed to sink into the sofa, her toes just reaching the floor, looking very adorable. She held the cup with both hands, and when it was 1 centimeter away from her lips, Celeber suddenly coughed. Your Majesty, please let me taste it for you first before you drink it. Such vigilance was reasonable, and Daradillan knew that he was right, but she still glanced at Sig and only felt relieved when she saw that he was not angry. Celeber finished the drink in 1 gulp, his expression becoming strange. What is this? Sig chuckled. It's juice. Considering the princess's health, no alcoholic drinks were prepared. Daradillan also picked up the cup and took a sip. It was sweet and refreshing, with the fragrance of fruit lingering in her mouth. She had never tasted such a delicious drink before. Thank you for your hospitality. It's really delicious. I like it very much. Of course, this is produced in Nazarick, Sig thought secretly, without saying anything else, just maintaining his usual smile. After tasting the juice, Daradillan belatedly remembered the important matter and spoke carefully. I heard that His Majesty Siglis is a dragon descendant. I wonder which Dragon King's bloodline you are from. There is a huge difference between the Dragon King and the Dragon Kings before him. Generally, a dragon can obtain the title of Dragon King when it reaches a certain age. but only those who have mastered the original magic can be called the true Dragon King. For someone who can serve the Dragon King, his bloodline must be extraordinary. He must be a descendant of the true Dragon King. I don't know either. Why? Deluo Dailong was stunned for a moment, and then he imagined a scene in his mind where the Dragon King seduced a decent woman and then quietly left. Although gender swapping is possible, there are very few female true Dragon Kings, and I have never heard of them. The ones that are somewhat famous are all male true Dragon Kings. Her unreliable great-grandfather is an example. I am the descendant of the seven-colored Dragon King. I have 1/8 of the bloodline of the true Dragon King. It sounds powerful, but the bloodline is already very thin when it comes to me. His Majesty Siglis is very powerful, so the purity of his dragon blood should be very high. Sig thought for a moment, and in order to match the strength he had shown, he said without modesty, "My bloodline is close to that of a pure-blooded dragon because of the atavism phenomenon." It took Daradillan a few seconds to digest the meaning of this sentence. "I'm sorry, I think I understood correctly. Are you saying that your bloodline is close to 100%? She had expected it to be a quarter, at most a half, but had never thought of this answer. Sig's human form is not much different from her, and he basically has no dragon features. It's really hard to be convincing. Sig seemed to see through her inner thoughts. "I know the magic of changing my form. For the sake of convenience, I always stay in human form. My original appearance would scare people." Although the reasons were different, Daradillan was still deeply touched. They could not change back to their original appearance and could only show a more friendly appearance. If it weren't for Sebulail, she really wanted to complain to her own kind. The other party would definitely understand and would not go against her like the Prime Minister. Celebra felt the crisis keenly, but he couldn't tell why. After seeing that Daradillan looked completely convinced, he couldn't help but speak. "Your Majesty, you can't just listen to other people's one-sided words." Daradillan felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart. It was true that Celebrex was right to be cautious, but he was only looking at the problem from the perspective of an adventurer. In such occasions, the dialogue between kings concerns the exchanges between states, and there is no need for the other party to lie to her. "Your Majesty Siglis, I am truly sorry that my guard was a bit rude." Sig waved his hand. "How about this? I can change back to half. This way it won't scare Her Majesty the Queen, and it can also verify the truth." Deluo Dailong didn't know what to say. He was handsome and considerate. It was the first time she met such a good man. Under the gaze of the two, Sig's body flashed with black light and transformed into a half-dragon form. The thick dragon tail gleamed with metallic luster, dragon scales emerged on the skin, and the fair skin turned dark at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sig's black hair seemed to have faded and turned silver-gray, and a pair of horns sprouted from both sides of his head. The whites of the eyes were dyed black, and as the pupils turned into golden vertical pupils, the transformation was complete. Sig's voice deepened. "I hope I don't offend Her Majesty the Queen." Saraber's vigilance was evident. He wanted to protect Daradillan, but was pushed away by the other party. Daradillan's eyes sparkled with a soft white light, and under Celebra's horrified gaze, she transformed back into her more attractive adult female form. The slightly smaller clothes fit closely to the body, outlining the curvy figure, which is indeed quite attractive. "Your Majesty Sigris, you are so perfect. I want to have children with you. So thirsty." Daradillan's panting gradually became louder and a heart shape appeared in his eyes. He moaned inappropriately, "Master Sig." Sig didn't know how the other party knew this name, but he was really panicked now. When he just transformed, he did use some mind-affecting magic, but it really only had a slight inducing effect, just to enhance the other party's favorability towards him. Daradillan's behavior of boldly proposing to someone on their first meeting could no longer be described as inappropriate. It was simply outrageous. Sig could not think of any other explanation except inheriting the mating gene from the seven-colored Dragon King. Saraber was completely confused. Where had his petite and lovely Lolita queen gone? Who was this lecherous woman in front of him? She was so shameless. He drew out the sword that shone with divine light. "Your Majesty Sigris, what have you done?" Of course Sig couldn't admit it, and besides, he really didn't do anything. Suddenly there was a noise at the door, as if someone was coming. He hurriedly asked, "Who is it?" Yuri's voice came from the other side of the door. "It's Shaltir Sama. She has something to report." Shaltir quickly whispered, "Don't say that. What if we delay Sig Sama's important business? I'll just wait for a while." After transforming back into a half-dragon, Sig's perception became several times stronger, so the conversation outside the door naturally did not escape his ears. "Shaltir, please come in." Shaltir patted the book happily and immediately replied loudly, "Yes, Master Sig." As the door was opened, the sunlight outside shone in. Deludelong felt her eyes brighten, a gust of cold wind blew on her face and her head suddenly became clear. Sorry, I was rude. Daradillan found that he was still holding Sig's hand, as if he wanted to put it on his peak, but he failed because of the other party's great strength. She felt even more embarrassed when she realized what she was thinking. How can she be so hungry after not having been intimate with a man for only 40 or 50 years? This is really not in line with her status as a queen. Sig took off his coat and put it on Daradillan to cover the exposed smooth skin. Your Majesty, you need to rest. Daradillan was touched. How could this man be so gentle? Even though she was so rude, he was not angry at all and was still taking care of her emotions. She wrapped her clothes tightly, feeling the unique body fragrance of Sig. The smell enveloped her as if she was really hugged. Deluo Dailong's heart was moved, and she showed a shy girlish look. This was the scene that Shaltir, who had just entered, saw. This B***ch was actually seducing Lord Sig. If she hadn't met Albedo on the road, she wouldn't have known about this matter. She wanted to come here to inquire about it under the pretext of reporting, but she didn't expect to be caught in the act by her. B***ch, I really want to turn into my original image and tear it into pieces. But her remaining rationality told her that she couldn't do this. This woman was Lord Sig's guest and a guest that Lord Ainz valued very much. She must not be killed. This is Shaltir Bloodfallen, the Minister of Transportation of the Sorceress Kingdom. Daradillan nodded. Although she was a little curious about why Shaltir was wearing a mask, her attention was all on Sig. Your Majesty Sigris, I messed up this meeting. Will we have a chance to meet again? Sig nodded. This meeting was just to establish an impression. His ultimate goal was to get information about the seven-colored Dragon King. Meeting him just once was not enough. After the coronation ceremony, there is still plenty of time. As long as your Majesty is not in a hurry to return home, you can stay in the Sorceress Kingdom as long as you want. Daradillan's eyes flashed. Okay, I'll remember that. In addition, in order to ensure the safety of His Majesty, I will dispatch our country's adamantium-class soldiers to participate in the protection. They have been active in the capital and can also serve as guides. Are you talking about Blue Rose, the all-female adventurer team? Yes, you will be more comfortable with female company. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Sig glanced at Celebra after he finished speaking. Cerebra felt obviously offended, and just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Daradillan. Her eyes were gentle. Thank you so much, Your Majesty. Cerebra felt an unprecedented frustration. Since he was given the title of Flashing Fierce, he had not experienced such a tragic defeat. Led by Yuri and Saluluka, the Dragon Kingdom group went to their residence to rest, leaving only Shaltir and Sig in the house. Because of the mask, Sig couldn't see Shaltir's appearance. He walked up to her and asked softly, Shaltir, don't you want to see me for something? Lord Sig, Shaltir replied in a muffled voice, her voice a little unnatural. Sig touched the mask and said, there's no outsider here, don't be shy. The mask was slowly taken off, revealing a beautiful face. Shaltir's beauty was unquestionable, and even Albedo couldn't compare to her in terms of S**X appeal. But Shaltir's face was not as charming as usual but full of grievances. Tears kept welling up in her eyes and she cried loudly. Wow, Master Sig, do you only like mature women? No, I just don't like lowly. Sig quickly took a tissue to help Shaltir wipe her tears. He had a broad aesthetic taste for women, but he was definitely not a Lolita complex. Hearing this, Shaltir cried even harder, but I'm a lowly, and my breasts are padded. Sig subconsciously looked at Shaltir's chest and remembered that this was indeed the case, but he really didn't mean it that way. In his impression, Shaltir was not a lowly at all. He picked up Shaltir and gently placed her on the sofa. Let's put it this way. Lowly refers to the type of person like Iberui who is childish and inexperienced. Shaltir, you are experienced and a legal lowly. You are very popular among men. Shaltir gradually stopped crying, her eyes reddening. Does Sig-sama like it too? Sig smiled and moved closer. Of course I like it, idiot. Feeling the warm breath, Shaltir hooked her arms around Sig's neck and moved closer boldly. When their lips touched, time seemed to slow down, and only when they separated did they have time to savor the time. A kiss with the smell of blood, sweet and sticky. The wound in his mouth healed quickly and Sig wanted to end it there. After all, this was his and Shaltir's first experience, and he should choose a good place instead of ending it hastily on the sofa. Shaltir opened the portal and said, please go to my boudoir, everything is fully prepared there. Sig secretly blamed herself for being forgetful. She had even forgotten that Shaltir knew portal magic. Are you ready, Shaltir? Ah, Lord Sig, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Once again, another 1,000 words omitted. Today is a good day. Demiurge walked briskly down the corridor, his long metal tail swinging casually, his leather shoes making clacking sounds against the floor as if he was playing music. Lord Demiurge, the maids were in a hurry, but all of them had happy smiles on their faces. Demiurge nodded in response and continued walking towards his destination. He pushed open the heavy golden door and saw the guardians already gathered there. Am I late? No one would think that he was serious with such a teasing tone, but Sebastian was obviously the exception. Albedo is helping Ainz Sama and Sig Sama change their clothes. I see. Demiurge was very happy. He looked around and found that everyone felt the same as him. Yes, this was what the members of Nazarick were like. Sharing the joys and sorrows of the Supreme Being was their duty as slaves. Aura asked with concern, Shaltir, why is your face so red? Huh, no way you're seeing things. Shaltir took out a small fan and used it to cover her shy face. Mare held his cheek and said casually, I saw the vampire bride wandering outside last night. Normally she should be at her residence at that time. Aura gave a wicked smile. She knew Shaltir's habit. She liked to hang out with the vampire bride whenever she had nothing to do. What did you do? Tell the truth. Shaltir couldn't resist Aura's interrogation, so she just said, actually, it was Lord Sig who came to my residence. As she spoke, the suspicious blush on Shaltir's face grew even bigger, and it was obvious what she had done. Aura realized it later and blushed. UB******D, Albedo was just a genius a few days ago. HMPH, it's too early for you to think about these things, Aura. The fight between the two did not cause any disturbance, but instead made the atmosphere better. Cocytus exhaled coldly. I have already imagined the scene of training the young master. Sebastian, who had tasted the sweetness of love, had a changed mentality, and he quite agreed with this. Lord Sig and I are of the same race, so it is more appropriate for me to lead the young master. Demiurge chuckled, Sebastian, you lack strategy, just let me handle this matter. In the past, Sebastian would have argued back, but after what happened with the kingdom, he realized his own problems in this area, but he would not give in easily. Force and strategy are equally important. What's this young master everyone is talking about? Mare raised his hand weakly. Forgetting that there was a child who didn't understand anything at the scene, Demiurge used the most effective excuse for adults, you will understand when you grow up. Mare clenched his fists. Okay, I'll try my best. While they were chatting, the door opened again. Facing the rising sun, Ainz and Sig walked in side by side, followed by Albedo. The guardians all knelt, including Albedo, greetings to the Supreme Being. Sig and Ainz looked at each other and smiled. Although the latter was unable to smile, he was definitely happy. The coronation process is not complicated. In fact, the Pope or someone like him should be responsible for presiding over the ceremony. But the sorceress kingdom does not preach that they are appointed by heaven, and the people of the kingdom do not have a good foundation of faith. Overall, Lana, as a princess of the previous dynasty, is the best choice at the moment. Lana had studied court etiquette since she was a child and knew the coronation process by heart, but she never expected that she would be the one to crown someone else. Clem looked worried. Princess? Lana raised her hand and pressed it against his lips. I'm not a princess anymore. You can call me Lana, Clem. Clem looked terrified and stammered, unable to say anything. It was a habit he had developed over a long period of time, and it was difficult for him to change his words in such a short time. Lana smiled. She and her puppy would always stay together. There was no need to rush. Brian couldn't help but shudder as he watched this heartwarming scene. This Princess Lana was indeed not a normal person. Her eyes were too scary. Mr. Brain, those two adults are coming soon. Could you please take Clem away for a while? Lana clasped her hands together and winked playfully. After breaking free from the constraints of the princess, Lana showed more agility than before and no longer looked like a canary trapped in a cage. Clem had mixed feelings. Perhaps it was right to submit to the Sorcerer King. With Sigli Sama's protection, they wouldn't have to worry about being liquidated. At first, he did not understand why Sig had to compromise with the Sorcerer King, but now he realized that fighting to the death was foolish and this was a truly righteous act. Mr. Brian, let's not disturb Lana here. Your Highness. Brian was ashamed. If he hadn't been assigned to be Lana's bodyguard, he would never have been able to get close to this crazy woman. Lana changed into a dress, tied up her long golden hair, and used only simple accessories, looking very capable. She was the only one in the coronation hall with two flags behind her. One resembled a skull, the symbol of the Magic King, and the other had dragon patterns engraved on it, the symbol of the Holy Dragon King. She stroked the crown on the tray with a slightly bored look on her face. Magic King and Holy Dragon King, two great kings, what can you do? As the bell rang, the coronation ceremony officially began. The guests slowly took their seats. The Dragon King's daughter was seated at the first seat. She returned to her lowly appearance. The others were representatives from all walks of life, even those who were considered untouchables in the eyes of the nobles. The Sorcerer King fulfilled his promise and showed magnanimity, even sharing the throne. No one could find fault with him. Bards all praised his selflessness and wisdom. As people became accustomed to seeing the undead, their fear gradually faded and his reputation soared. Ainz had never expected that he would win so much love. As soon as he appeared, everyone shouted, "Long live the Sorcerer King," and no one expressed dissatisfaction. He whispered, "It seems that it would be a good idea to change my title to the Wise King." Sig almost burst out laughing. "President, how did you become so narcissistic?" The whispers of the two supremes reached Albedo's ears. Although she had no intention of eavesdropping, she was closest to them and had no way to avoid it. But Albedo didn't care. She was secretly delighted at the moment. Ainz and Sig's clothes are both platinum and gold. The only difference is that one is more gold and the other is more white. Unbeknownst to everyone, Albedo chose the latter for Sig, so that it would match her dress better and look more like a wedding. Albedo stroked the dragon-shaped ring on her ring finger, feeling sweet in her heart. She was the only one who was worthy of standing beside Lord Sig. She was so happy. Lana was on the high platform and she only bowed slightly instead of saluting. This was her great honor. Welcome to the two kings. With the arrival of the protagonist, the coronation reached its most exciting moment, and the coronation scene was also displayed on the magic screen in the city. Ainz was wearing a luxurious golden robe, holding a golden scepter, with blood-red soul fire burning in his eyes, and his aura was unparalleled. Sig was wearing a white suit, showing off his superior figure as a warrior, but his temperament was completely different from Ainz's, and he always had a smile on his face. With that face that looks like a god descending from heaven, an aura of holiness is overwhelming. Lana recited the oath, picked up a dark-colored crown, and gently placed it on Ainz's head. The crown was not put on his head as expected, but just floated slowly. In the royal city, a plain-looking woman said with a hint of sarcasm, "This is the magical power of the Sorcerer King. He is showing off all the time." The man beside him sighed, "Sir, have you forgotten the priest's instructions? You must be careful." The woman closed her mouth and continued watching the coronation ceremony on the screen. At this time, Lana had picked up another crown and Sig bent down slightly. As the crown was put on, the coronation ceremony reached the final stage. "I grant the title of Holy Dragon King to Siglis Hriesvorg. You will rule this land together with the Sorcerer King Ainz Ul Gaun." Lana took the lead and knelt down. "Long live His Majesty the Sorcerer King, long live His Majesty the Holy Dragon King." Under her leadership, everyone knelt down and shouted, and their passionate emotions infected everyone who saw it. There were also people in the royal city kneeling and shouting, and for a moment these two sentences were heard everywhere. Jusajiming covered his ears in annoyance. "Fools." The streets of the royal capital are bustling with activity, and the residents have gotten used to their current lives. The Sorcerer King may seem scary, but he is actually very wise. The nobles may be well-dressed, but they always do corrupt things. The balance in the hearts of the residents had unknowingly tilted. They thought that being ruled by His Majesty, the Sorcerer King, was not a bad thing. With the advice of His Majesty, the Holy Dragon King, Prime Minister Lana would also treat them well. With powerful undead guarding their homeland and the Holy Dragon as their patron saint, they no longer have to worry about suffering from war. The light of magic shone throughout the capital, the sacred light illuminated the earth, and a giant golden dragon circled down, emitting a loud dragon roar. There is another activity after the coronation ceremony, which is the parade. Residents came out of their homes and waited for the procession to pass by. They were ready to see the holy faces of the two new kings. In order not to reveal their true colors, Jusajiming and Captain Shenron also came to the window and pretended to be very concerned. The two have sneaked into the capital for many days. The secret mission they received is to confirm the nature of the players, which is related to the future actions of the theocracy. It was a pity that the Magic King was very cautious and only stayed in the royal city. He also deployed powerful anti-detection magic, which almost made Astrology 1,000 Miles a fool. Astrology 1,000 Miles, who had finally cheered up, fell into a slump again and suffered from severe mental anxiety. He couldn't even use magic. Captain Shenron whispered, "I hope the news is correct. If there is really a grudge between these two, we have an opportunity to take advantage of it." Jusajiming glanced at him and said, "Kuro, be careful with your words. We are in the enemy camp. Kuro is Captain God. This is the alias he uses when he is on a mission outside. His real name is unknown. It is just for the convenience of communication. I understand, Celia, my lord, No need to call me sir, we are set to be companions, Kuro. Okay, Celia. Jusajiming rarely goes on missions, and Kuro doesn't know whether Celia is her real name or just a random name, so he naturally doesn't dare to ask. As they talked, the sound of music came from far away. The undead raised flags on both sides of the road, and with the sound of heavy footsteps, the full picture of the team finally appeared. Walking in the front were the Death Knights, who were responsible for clearing the way and lifting the Sorcerer King's mount. Following closely was the Holy Dragon, a giant dragon shining with golden light, walking with graceful steps, and sitting on its back was Sig. Lana rides a small dragon. Her stamina is too low, so walking is unrealistic, so she gets a mount. In order to express her gratitude to the Supreme Being, she was also very dedicated. Even though she was a little afraid of the dragon under her, she still greeted everyone with a smile. The Guardians followed behind, with Albedo in the lead, Aura and Mare following behind, and Shaltir and Cocytus in the rear. Demiurge had played the role of the Demon King Jaldabaoth, and it was not appropriate for him to appear in public, and the same was true for Sebastian. So the two guys who are most at odds with each other can only hide in the dark and keep watch. Sig was sitting high up and could see far away. On the surface, he was just casually glancing down below, but in fact, he had already activated his beast instinct. This is a warning skill that can enhance the sixth sense, sense hostility, and help him detect and avoid attacks. Suddenly, he looked towards the location of Zesajiming and Kuro. His golden eyes flashed and he smiled. The fish is finally hooked. The only people who possess such a powerful aura are those from that country. What's going on? Jusajiming was suddenly stunned. The Holy Dragon King seemed to have looked at her. Could it be that he discovered her? But that's impossible. She has used camouflage props to hide her original appearance, and her aura has also changed. She is now just an ordinary-looking woman. Kuro asked in confusion, Celia, what's wrong? Jusajiming's mind was very confused, but she didn't dare to act rashly at the moment. If she made any noise, the risk of being exposed would be greater. It's okay, just stay calm. Jusajiming had no choice but to take a gamble. It was most likely that the one they discovered was the Holy Dragon King, not the Magic King. There was still room for things to turn around. If the situation really becomes dangerous, she will have to use all her trump cards. She and Kuro are the hope of the theocracy, and they must not fail here. You're quite brave for not running away. Sig used message, Niculed, keep a close eye on those two people. If they escape, notify the Guardians to go out, don't let them leave. Nigret quickly replied, as you command, Lord Sig. Sig supported his chin with one hand, the smile on his face grew bigger and bigger, and his eyes became more aggressive. Finally, I can't help it anymore, the Cillian theocracy. It was worth it that he deliberately leaked the information and lured out a big fish. The theocracy is the legacy of the six gods, possessing world-class items. They are the only country that can pose a threat to Nazarick, and we must be ruthless in dealing with them. Of all the human nations, the theocracy is the most troublesome and must be eliminated. The parade continued into the afternoon, and residents were still enjoying the lively atmosphere, and the celebration would be held as scheduled in the evening. Today is the day when the Magic Kingdom is founded. The Magic King not only reduced taxes for civilians, but also distributed free food. Most people are very happy. As a distinguished guest, Deluo Dailong witnessed the changes in the royal capital under the protection of Kang Kyangwei. Although this was a bit inappropriate, under the rule of the Magic King and the Holy Dragon King, this land had obviously become a better place, and she had also witnessed the powerful strength of the two kings. Drawdalin couldn't help but imagine the future of the Dragon Kingdom. If it could really get strong support, it would no longer have to worry about its citizens being eaten by orcs, nor would it have to worry about its land being annexed. Although relying on foreign power has great disadvantages, the Dragon Kingdom has no other choice. The country is facing internal financial crisis, insufficient military expenditure, and bankruptcy. Externally, orcs are eyeing the country covetously and slaughtering its own people. Daradilin is tired of her weak self. She will do whatever it takes to gain the support of the Sorceress Kingdom, even if it means sacrificing her own body. Lagiz had no idea that the person she was protecting had become her love rival. She was still carefully patrolling the surroundings, worried that some criminals might harm the delicate queen. "Where is Mr. Celebra?" Gagrin asked casually. Daradilin smiled and said, "He said he was not feeling well and he has already reported it to me. What a pity. I finally met a virgin, but I missed him again." The members of Kang Kyangwei had become immune to Jeglin's harsh words, and Deluo Dailong had also understood her temperament through their interactions, and they all laughed at the same time. Ibrioy couldn't help but complain, "That guy looks at people in a weird way, maybe he's a pervert." Although she hoped that Feifei would like her, if she showed the same look as Cereber, she might be directly disillusioned. Deluo Dailong felt that he had met a soulmate, and it was absolutely right. Tina said mercilessly, he's grown too big. For adventurers, 30 is the prime of life, but Tina is a shotaken. Tia looked at Daradillan and said seriously, I think girls are cuter. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Logiz's forehead. What were these guys doing? Why were they directly commenting on the fine steel grade of other countries and even making fun of Her Majesty the Queen? That's enough, you are still on a mission. Gagrin laughed and joked, our leader already has someone in his heart, so it's normal for him to look down on Celeber. Daradillan showed a little curiosity. What kind of man is he who doesn't even take the fine steel level seriously? Your Majesty the Holy Dragon King. Logiz's face flushed red. Just as she was about to scold Gagrin for talking nonsense, she found that Sig really appeared. Your Majesty, why are you here? Sig put his hand on their lips, signaling them to keep quiet. You guys can have fun without worries. I just came out to get some fresh air, and Your Majesty Drawdillin must also pay attention to safety. Daradillan glanced at Logiz and understood who she liked, but she could only say sorry because she also wanted that person. Your Majesty, would you like to take a walk together? Sig was obviously stunned for a moment, but he did not refuse. He stretched out his hand and said, it's my honor. Deluo Dailong gently placed her hand on him and smiled sweetly, showing her charming and lively side. Logiz stared blankly at the two people holding hands, feeling uneasy in her heart to the point of being distracted. Could it be that she had just broken up with her love? Like a caring older sister, Jeglin counseled in time, leader, don't be discouraged. Iberyo and the ninja sisters also made encouraging gestures, proving with practical actions that they were all on Logiz's side. Logiz nodded vigorously. She couldn't give up just like that. This secret love should have a beginning and an end. Seeing that they hadn't caught up yet, Sig turned around and asked in confusion, not coming together, the beauties of Kang Kaienwei. Hearing Sig say this, Iberyo wanted to hit him, but considering their different identities, she endured it. But Logiz was very happy. Of course she would do that if someone she loved called her that, she could understand it. Gaglin's eyes lit up. She was behind the times and thought Sig was a virgin. What a frivolous fellow. Iberyo said in a voice that only she could hear. Because she couldn't be alone, Daradillan was a little disappointed, but she quickly concealed it. She sighed, you really take good care of them. Sig didn't explain much, but just casually replied, after all, he is my direct subordinate, I can't just leave him alone. A group of people started walking, heading towards a place with fewer people. Sig and Deluo Dailong walked in front and talked about some national affairs, and Kang Kaienwei followed behind, and they seemed quite harmonious. When the conversation got to a happy point, Daradillan asked tentatively, Your Majesty the Holy Dragon King, can I call you His Majesty Sig? Sig wondered, why do you have to worry about the name? Daradillan was panicked for a moment, but she still pretended to be calm and explained, I didn't mean anything else, I just wanted to call you more intimately. Sig smiled and didn't refuse, which meant he agreed. Deluo Dailong felt that she still had a chance, so she quietly flirted with him. Your Majesty Sig, it's getting late, can you take me back to my residence? When they were alone, she didn't believe that she couldn't defeat Sig, and the queen even threw herself into his arms. Sig secretly thought that this was not good. He had important things to do and couldn't be hindered by love affairs. Kang Kaienwei will take you back. I still need to patrol to prevent any dangerous elements from appearing. Deluo Dailong was stunned for a moment, but the words had already been spoken. She couldn't refuse the arrangement. It was too late to say that she wanted to go shopping again. Your Majesty, we will take you back. Logiz took Daradillan's hand with a smile, and the others gathered around and almost carried the person away. Deluo Dailong wanted to cry but had no tears. What if she didn't want to go back? When they were no longer visible, Sig sighed, women are really troublesome. This is prejudice, Your Majesty the Holy Dragon King. Jusajiming walked out from the shadows, holding a sickle that looked like a cross spear in her hand. The moonlight lengthened her shadow, adding some horror atmosphere. Using camouflage props, Jusajiming looks like an ordinary-looking woman in the eyes of others, but Sig's sixth sense tells him that this person might be the guardian of the theocracy. Who are you? Jusajiming said indifferently, you can call me Celia or anything else. The name is just a code name, it doesn't matter. He covered his face and gave a false name, apparently unwilling to reveal his origins. This made Sig more confident in his judgment. In order not to attract the attention of the Platinum Dragon King, the theocracy has been acting in a low-key manner. Their style is mysterious, and their companions call each other by code names. Sig didn't know what to say, so he praised her politely, Celia, that's a nice name. Don't play dumb, Your Majesty. Jusajiming's voice was cold and piercing, didn't you force me to show up? Sig thought to himself, I didn't expect you to be so direct, and did he do anything to force me? Celia, you seem to have misunderstood something. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. Jiming bit her lip tightly. This guy was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined, and even more scheming than those old priests. If it weren't for that glimpse of him during the parade, how could he have voluntarily exposed his existence? This is an open conspiracy. You are a dragonborn and a human. Do you really want to submit to the undead? Jiming is not good at persuasion. He just brought out the simplest truth. The information given by Astrology 1,000 Miles was very scattered, but what was certain was that the man in front of him was an old acquaintance of the Sorcerer King, and he did not agree with the Sorcerer King's point of view. Regardless of whether this person is an NPC or a player, as long as they have different opinions, there is a chance of alienation. The church knows very little about the newly arrived players and urgently needs intelligence, otherwise it would not send top combat forces. Sig was silent for a long time before he said, for the sake of the people of the Old Kingdom, there is nothing we can do. Jiming breathed a sigh of relief. This man was actually just as the rumors said. Unlike the hypocritical Sorcerer King, he belonged to the side of justice. But don't believe it immediately, it could be a disguise. Jiming hit the nail on the head. You are aiding and abetting the evil. Compromise will only make the darkness worse. The future of mankind should not be in the hands of aliens. Sig suddenly asked, are you from the theocracy? It's an affirmation, not a question. Jiming was startled, but she quickly calmed down. It was probably because she mentioned humans too many times. Other countries only take a national stance, but only the church takes the fate of mankind as its own responsibility. Yes, I come from the dark scripture of the theocracy, codenamed Absolute Death. Sig was implying, if you hide your head and show your tail, you have no sincerity in the conversation. Kuro walked out from the shadows, his red eyes flickering slightly. His expression was very complicated, containing anger, humiliation, and deep fear. Since Kuro didn't disguise himself too much, Sig recognized him immediately. He looked strange. Are you the guardian of the beauty that overwhelms the country? Kuro gritted his teeth as if he was about to cry. Yes, this is really a coincidence. The two major fighting forces of the church gathered together and captured the two men directly, and the church would lose most of its fighting power. Out of caution, Sig did not immediately turn hostile. Is your goal to persuade me to betray the Sorcerer King? Aren't you afraid that we will all be left here? Juming said in a cold voice, there is more than one item of the same level as Topsy in the church, and I have one on me. This is a display of strength but also a disguised threat. Sig's pupils shrank and his eyes narrowed. This is not the place to talk. Prevailed. Is this the place you mentioned that is suitable for talking? Jiming couldn't help but say. The freezing night wind was getting stronger and stronger, blowing all the hair into a mess, especially Kuro's long hair, which looked like a female ghost from a distance. To be up high in this weather is simply insane. Sig used a magic scroll to set up a barrier to block prying eyes, then sat down and patted the seat next to him. The residents all know my face. There are undead patrolling at night, and only here will no one disturb us. She almost couldn't hold back her desperate expression, but she had to admit that Sig was right. This man was more cautious than she thought. Kuro, you are on guard. Kuro nodded and stood upright on the roof like a loyal guard. Jiming walked over slowly and sat down next to Sig. The distance between them was enough for two more people to sit. In order to ease the atmosphere, Sig felt that he needed to explain, actually, I didn't intend to snatch the beauty of a country, I just sensed danger and took action subconsciously. That's none of my business. Jiming was careless about this matter. Although she was loyal to the church, she was not blindly loyal. The mission this time is not to take back the most beautiful woman, she still knows what is more important. That's good, I hope your companions won't mind. It's a pity that I didn't bring the prop with me otherwise. Sig glanced at Kuro and smiled a little maliciously. How could he spit out the food he had already eaten? He was just being polite. Kuro shuddered all over. He had seen how powerful this man was. Even if Juming attacked him together, he probably wouldn't stand a chance of winning. The church is generous and magnanimous. If you are willing to cooperate, it is not a problem for you to keep this treasure. Because alluring beauty can only be used by females, Jiming is not worried about being controlled at this time. What's more, she also has another world-class item with her, which is enough for her to escape unscathed. Cooperation. Sig said calmly, I know you want to rebel against the Sorcerer King, but a world-class item alone is not enough. It seems that your level has not yet exceeded 90. A strange feeling arose in Jiming's heart. As the invincible guardian of the church, she had never been looked down upon like this before. Are you strong? Jusajuming was a very serious tone without any provocative meaning. Having stayed in the church for a long time, she didn't come into contact with many people, and she felt a little slow in communicating with others. Sig said without any modesty, "He will be stronger than you, but roughly on par with the Sorcerer King." A strange light flashed in Jusajiming's eyes, and her hand unconsciously touched her flat belly. If it was this man, he would definitely give birth to a strong child, but she really didn't like anything related to dragons. That was the shadow from the Platinum Dragon King. Because of the existence of the true Dragon King, the church was also suppressed and she could not move around normally outside. Sig whispered, "What's wrong, Celia?" Jusajiming's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and his voice became a little louder. "Don't address me so intimately. The methods you use on other women won't work on me." Sig tilted his head in confusion. "I am a loyal person and I won't hook up with women casually." This is true, he likes beautiful women, which can be considered a kind of loyalty. Jusajiming turned his head away in embarrassment and said, "Anyway, do you agree to cooperate?" The church has no selfish motives. Everything we do is for the future of mankind. Sig sighed, "I can't make a decision right away. As you can see, the people of the Sorceress Kingdom are living happily under the rule of the Sorceress King." Jusajiming didn't expect to succeed all at once, but as long as the other party showed signs of wavering, there was still a chance. There will always be conflicts between two people. When rifts arise, the relationship will be worn away. What's more, when they are two guys with similar strengths, the friction between their subordinates is enough for them to deal with. The struggle for power never takes into account personal feelings, and it is not uncommon for longtime friends to become enemies. "I will wait for good news from your majesty." At the end of the conversation, Sig teased, "Are you planning to keep your true identity a secret, mysterious Miss Celia?" Jusajiming frowned slightly. She didn't like this slightly frivolous name, but after seeing Sig's face, the feeling of dissatisfaction gradually disappeared. Humans are indeed visual animals, and they cannot escape from the fear of death. Strong and handsome, few people can meet these two requirements, and the person in front of me is the exception. Jusajiming took off her disguise, and the girl's hair was half silver and half black, and her black and white eyes symbolized her identity as an elven royal family. There was a faint smile on her face, with a hint of abnormal morbidity, but it did not affect her beauty. "I look forward to seeing you again, Your Majesty the Holy Dragon King." Jusajiming and Captain Shenron quickly left the royal capital under the cover of darkness. Almost at the same time, Nigret's message came, "Lord Sig, do you want to kill him directly with a snipe?" Sig said coldly, "No need, they're carrying world-class props, don't alert them." Negrito hesitated for a moment and said, "This is a serious matter. Should we call together the Guardians to discuss it?" Sig understood what Nigret meant, but if the Guardians knew about it, there was no telling how much trouble it would cause, especially for Zio Dai and Albedo. Who knows what they would do? "I have confirmed the identities of these two people. I will tell the President in person later. Please keep it secret for now." Since the Supreme Being has said so, there must be a deeper meaning that she does not understand. Nigyold chose to obey the order. After dealing with this side, Sig finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to quickly defeat the theocracy, but he couldn't act rashly before he figured out the world-class items. If the theocracy possessed an item similar to Halakai Chvara, Nazarick might lose some of its combat power, which Sig did not want to see. If Nazarick were to conquer the world without regard to losses, it would only take 5 years, but its resources would be exhausted and its classes would no longer exist. Although the goal was achieved, it was not worth it. "I have lost my home, so how can I conquer the world?" The Sorceress Kingdom chose the kingdom's land to establish its country, in large part, in order to better protect the Great Tomb of Nazarick and serve as a buffer zone. Sig spread his wings and flew directly back to the royal city, his destination being Ainz's office. The undead do not need to eat or sleep and can work 24 hours a day. Ainz should still be handling official business at this time. After Sig opened the door, he found that in addition to Ainz, Demiurge was also in the office. He seemed to be reporting on government affairs. "Haha, did I come at the wrong time?" Ainz looked up at him. Although he wanted to question Sig why he left him alone to play, he thought that since Sig was not an undead, it was normal for him to feel tired, so he could forgive him. "It's all right, Demiurge, please continue." Demiurge bowed slightly. "Sig-sama, I am discussing with Ainz-sama what to do with the nobles who escaped. This matter also involves other countries." Sig closed the door and sat casually on the sofa. So that was what happened. He remembered that group of nobles seemed to have fled to the Empire. He was playing with an apple in his hand. and said casually, "Accepting defectors, isn't this a good reason to start a war?" Ainz raised his hand and was about to speak when Demiurge's excited voice came from the side. As expected, this is all a plot by Ainz Sama and Sig Sama. Ainz didn't want to talk anymore. He coughed awkwardly twice and said, "Demiurge, I allow you to continue." "Yes, compared with the wisdom of the Supreme Being, my humble intelligence is nothing. I have only seen the tip of the iceberg. Demiurge is very humble, but he is the top think tank of Nazarick." This made Ainz extremely ashamed, and Sig must have felt ashamed as well. What? He was actually laughing. How thick-skinned was he, and how good was his acting skills? Sig remained calm and praised sincerely, "Demiurge, you actually understood what the President and I meant. You are indeed Albert's child. I am so proud of you." Demiurge's tail swung violently and his smile grew wider. "Thanks to your and Ainz Sama's teachings, I have made great progress." Ainz watched the interaction between the two and realized that Sig had a very high emotional intelligence, as he was able to deal with Albert and Takumi with ease. He and Sig have never quarreled, not because their relationship is very good, but because the other party has always accommodated him and even understood his thoughts. This realization gave Ainz mixed feelings. The two of them traveled to another world together, and he thought he and Sig were best friends. President. Ainz was so lost in thought that he only responded after Sig called him, "Yeah, I'm fine, go on." Demiurge then began to narrate, "We didn't attack the capital first in order to give the nobles a chance to escape. By the time they escaped to the Empire, the disaster would have already been sown. If the Empire is sensible, it will surrender. If it does not surrender, we still have sufficient reasons to start a war, and the Sorceress Kingdom can stand on the side of justice. When attacking the kingdom, we are also seeking the Empire. This is killing two birds with one stone." Ainz said with some difficulty, "Haha, yes, Demiurge, you said it very well." Demiurge pushed up his glasses with a smile. "These are the wisdom of Ainz Sama and Sig Sama, I am just repeating them. Sig made the decision, then let's handle it this way. The Blood Emperor of the Empire is a smart man. Let him see the power of the Sorceress Kingdom and he will know what to do." Demiurge responded, "As you command, I will take care of it." After Demiurge left, Sig immediately collapsed on the sofa like a slime. "Phew, I'm so exhausted from this day." Ainz felt like laughing when he saw this scene. "Sig-san, I'm not the only one here. The eight-limbed assassin is still here." Sig waved his hands feebly. "No, they don't dare to tell anyone anyway." Ainz felt a little embarrassed. This was a threat. The eight-limbed blade hiding in the dark was trembling in fear. It was so terrifying. Ainz thought about it for a moment, then asked, "Sig-san, what were you doing just now? Why did you leave without saying a word?" Sig waited for Ainz to ask him, and then, like pouring out the beans, he told him everything that had happened in the past 2 days in detail. In fact, it revolves around two women, the Dragon King's daughter and Juicy Juming, but acting is also a technical job. "You still say nothing will happen. I'm selling my body all day long. I'm exhausted every day." Seeing that Sig was about to make a scene, Ainz quickly went over and covered his mouth. "Sig-san, I get it. Keep your voice down, don't attract Albedo." For the convenience of working, Albedo's office is set up next door, but there is no soundproofing magic applied here. Sig immediately returned to his serious look and waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's nothing after all, they are all beauties, I didn't lose anything." Ainz hesitated for a moment, then decided to say it. "I heard that the Dragon Queen's real age is actually around 40 or 50 years old. Sig has become numb, or more precisely, completely depraved. He doesn't care anymore. She's pretty, I can accept that, for Nazarick. This is truly a terrifying willpower." Ainz began to admire Sig. As for the resentment he had in his heart before, it had long since disappeared. Ainz defined his own fanciful behavior as the negative emotions caused by working too long. How could he question his friendship with Sig? The two of them are really good buddies. "Sig-san, let's discuss the affairs of the church together." Sig said seriously, "It must be destroyed, President, please don't show any sympathy." Ainz's eyes flashed red, "Of course not. After all, they are the remnants of the players, and they pose a great threat to Nazarick." The two supreme beings reached a consensus, and this was the most clear-cut goal ever. What? The Sorceress Kingdom really said that? Inside the Imperial Palace, the bloody Emperor Jerkniv was originally lying on his side leisurely, but after hearing the news brought by the secretary, he suddenly became uneasy. Secretary Ronit nodded. "Your Majesty, the Sorceress Kingdom demands that we hand over the defecting nobles, or else they will start a war. That damned Sorcerer King has just annexed the kingdom, and now he's extending his evil claws to the Empire." The theocracy had recently given him a message, telling the Empire not to become an enemy of the Sorceress Kingdom. If the Empire did not heed the advice, the theocracy would be unable to provide any help. Jerkniv grabbed his hair anxiously. He shouldn't have coveted the money of those nobles. It has led to the current situation where the sorceress kingdom can use this as an excuse to go to war. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said anxiously, "Summon Mr. Fluter, I need to discuss matters with him." "I will be there at once, Your Majesty." Seeing Jerkniv so anxious, Roan walked out in a hurry, but he soon came back. Jerkniv was getting annoyed and was about to open his mouth to reprimand when Fluter showed up. "Your Majesty, I am here. Please take your time to speak." Jerkniv seemed to have grabbed a lifeline. He rushed forward and grabbed Fluter's arm, completely ignoring why the other party happened to be nearby. "Teacher, I have something important to discuss with you." Fluter, however, looked calm and unperturbed. He pushed the Blood Emperor's hand away without leaving a trace and led him to sit on the sofa. "Your Majesty, please speak slowly. I am listening here." On the surface, Fluter is only the chief court magician, but in fact his status is much higher. He has assisted 6 generations of emperors and is also the guide of the Blood Emperor. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the patron saint of the empire. Jerkniv had a backbone and calmly thought about countermeasures. The Sorceress Kingdom's request is to return the defectors. The words are not fierce and there is no time limit. I don't think they want to really start a war. As long as the empire shows sincerity and apologizes sincerely, this crisis may be resolved through diplomatic means. Fluter smiled with narrowed eyes and made no comment. He seemed to completely agree with what Jerkniv said. Jerkniv nodded to himself, thinking that this idea was feasible. He asked his secretary to immediately summon the 4 knights of the empire and prepare the carriage for the trip, but he was troubled about the personnel for the mission. Was he going to go there in person just because of a notification? This seemed a bit embarrassing for the empire. Fluter persuaded him, "Your Majesty, please go and apologize to the Sorcerer King and the Holy Dragon King in person. I will accompany you." Jerkniv was startled. This was like giving him a way out. "Since the teacher has said so, I will go there myself." Secretary Roan felt vaguely uneasy. He didn't know why, but he always felt that things wouldn't go so smoothly this time. On the grassland, the Blood Emperor Jerkniv was speeding in his luxurious carriage. He was heading to the capital of the Sorceress Kingdom with a nervous heart. Fluter's calm attitude in the face of danger gave Jerkniv a lot of confidence. This time, the itinerary was nominally changed to congratulate the founding of the Sorceress Kingdom, and the apology was made in private. This way, the problem can be solved and the reputation of the empire can be saved. Jerkniv finally came up with this best of both worlds solution. Since it was a diplomatic mission to a foreign country, Jerkniv made a very grand ceremony, bringing dozens of guards alone, demonstrating the strong national strength of the empire. On the other hand, the Dragon King's daughter was a little too low-key, even sneaky, as if she was afraid of attracting the attention of other forces. Secretary Ronnet happened to mention this. "Your Majesty, the Queen of the Dragon Kingdom is currently visiting the Magic Kingdom. We may meet." Badged, one of the 4 knights of the empire, said jokingly, "Your Majesty, it's time to find a princess. Perhaps this is also a kind of fate, and we can develop a fleeting romance." Jerkniv scratched his hair and said speechlessly, "I don't like that old woman who pretends to be young. The guy who is happily married should stop urging her to get married." Badged chuckled. He had 5 wives and obedient children at home. For a useless uncle like him, his life was already perfect. When talking about marriage, Nimble's face looked a little strange. His biggest worry was his sister's marriage and being urged to get married by his sister all day long. He got a headache just thinking about it. Jerkniv asked curiously, "Nimble, do you have anything to say?" "Yes, actually I still prefer a slightly gentler marriage partner, otherwise it would be scary for women to get together." Although he didn't want to admit it, Nimble was a little afraid of women, mainly because he was frightened by his strong sisters. Badger smiled and said, "My wives get along very well. They are like sisters to each other." All the men present showed envious expressions. They couldn't believe that this girl actually lived such a happy harem life. Renaz, the only female among the 4 knights, said nothing but took out a handkerchief to wipe the right half of her face. The thick yellow liquid looked disgusting, but fortunately there was no peculiar smell. Her face itself was not injured. This was the result of being cursed by the monster and the source of all the misfortunes. Renaz has already avenged her family and fiancé who abandoned her. Her goal for the rest of her life is to lift the curse. Everything else has nothing to do with her. "Where's Nazami?" Badger pointed to the man speeding outside. "He's wearing a full set of armor, so it's not suitable for him to be in the car. He's on guard outside." Nazami, nicknamed Immovable, lives up to his name. His main weapons are 2 huge tower shields that are too heavy for ordinary horses to carry. Jerkniv nodded. "Everyone, get ready. We are about to enter the territory of the Sorceress Kingdom. don't let your guard down. Everyone responded in unison, expressing great confidence in this mission to the Sorceress Kingdom. Having confidence is certainly a good thing, but blind confidence is not a good thing. Fluter silently twirled the magic ring on his hand, and as he recalled what the adult had said, he could not calm down. Eli, the worker of Dragon Slayer, who is the incarnation of that adult, found him yesterday and gave him his first official mission, which is to make sure that the Blood Emperor goes to the Magic Kingdom. This was not a difficult task, he did it easily, and this was the most important reward. That's right, that Lord was so clear about rewards and punishments that he gave him a chance to meet the strongest magic caster in the world. Ha ha ha, this is really exciting. Fluter's sudden excitement made the surrounding students a little at a loss, but since their teacher often acted crazy, it shouldn't be a big deal. Master Sig, everything went smoothly according to your instructions. Nabe was communicating with Sig using messages, while Lupus Regina was playing with the ball of fur in her hand out of boredom. Standing nearby was a man dressed similarly to Eli, no doubt a double phantom in disguise, and it was he who gave the order to Fluter. Sig had to admit that it was very convenient to use the double phantom as a substitute, and he didn't even have to go there himself. Well, you did a good job. There won't be much trouble on the Empire side. You and Lupus Regina should evacuate as soon as possible. It's a waste for the two of them to stay in the Empire like this. Eli's identity has already played his value, and it's time to abandon it. Nabe responded solemnly and then closed the message. Lupus Regina sighed, I finally got to know Archie well, but now I have to leave her. I feel really sad. Nabe was still as serious as ever and immediately scolded, don't question Lord Sig's decision. Lupus Regina stuck out her tongue, obviously not taking Nabe's words seriously. I know I just said a few words casually, Lord Sig won't care. It's not that she really can't bear to let go, it's just that she has no one to tease, just like a puppy who loses its favorite toy and will be depressed. Eli spoke up to remind them, you too, absorbing talents from the Empire is also a plan made by Lord Demiurge. Lupus Regina's eyes lit up and a smirk appeared on her lips. If we can complete the task, we will definitely be praised. Nabe was obviously moved, but her instinct told her not to act rashly. I have to ask Lord Sig for permission. After a while, Lupus Regina came over curiously. How is it? Nabe nodded vigorously. Lord Sig agrees, let's do it. Yeah. Sig closed the message and couldn't help but share with Ainz beside him. I didn't expect Nabe and Lupus Regina to have made such great progress. They both know how to take the initiative to do things. Ainz was also relieved. The children were growing up, which was good news. If one only knows how to follow orders and has no subjective initiative, then what is the difference between him and the NPC in the game? Then the meaning of time travel is lost. Demiurge praised sincerely, it is because of your guidance that they have made rapid progress. Although he often heard such remarks, Ainz directly refuted Demiurge's words this time. Demiurge, this is the result of their own study. Yes, just as Lord Ainz said. Demiurge showed no dissatisfaction at all and his smile deepened as if he had succeeded in doing something evil. Sig glanced at Demiurge and a light bulb went off in his head. Could it be that Demiurge did it? He also laughed. Nazarick will have to fall apart without Zyodi. Demiurge knelt down quickly and said in fear, you are really too kind. Ainz really hoped that he had heard it wrong. How could Sig be like this? He suddenly made such an exclamation which scared Demiurge so much. Sig-san, please be careful with your words. Sorry, I spoke out of turn. Sig apologized frankly. Sig was actually a little annoyed. Why did he say what was in his heart? He hoped that it would not cause any negative impact, but it seemed too late. Demiurge looked extremely frightened, his diamond eyes rolling around as if he had thought of something terrible again. Sig felt very bad. Could you please stop being a Daihua Zyodi? In just 2 days, the Sorceress Kingdom has undergone tremendous changes. One decree after another was promulgated, all of which were policies that benefited the people. Conscription was abolished, and the undead were put in charge of guarding the country. Taxes were drastically reduced, farming was subsidized, and undead magicians provided rainfall services. He vigorously developed the Adventurers Guild, provided better treatment for adventurers, and even abolished the requirement for them to retire when they reached a certain age. Public facilities were renovated on a large scale, the ground was paved with bluestone slabs, damaged houses were quickly rebuilt, and the city has a new look. The air was filled with the faint scent of flowers, and there was no trace of haze. Because the Sorceress Kingdom declared that it would accept all races, the labor shortage problem caused by population decline was solved, and many subhuman races came to visit. Of course, there is no need to worry about public security issues. No one dares to act rashly in front of the Death Knight. Jerkniv looked at the two 2-meter-high statues at the city gate and didn't know what to say for a moment. Is this the royal capital? Jerkniv, who always pays attention to etiquette, couldn't help but swear. What on earth did the Sorceress Kingdom do? What is going on? Your Majesty Jerkniv, please be careful with your words. Yuri, who was in charge of reception, was like a ghost and had been standing there for some time. Jerkniv felt very embarrassed. He rarely showed such emotions. No matter how beautiful Yuri was, he had no interest in appreciating beautiful women. I am Yuri Alpha, responsible for the reception of His Majesty Jerkniv. Yuri's salute was perfect. Even if Jerkniv wanted to find fault with her, he couldn't find anything wrong with her. Thank you, Your Majesty the Sorcerer King and Your Majesty the Holy Dragon King, for sending a beauty like Miss Yuri to receive me. I am truly honored. Your country has changed so much. Although he was very dissatisfied, all Jerkniv could do was praise her and apologize sincerely. Yuri nodded, not dwelling on the matter. This is the capital of the Sorceress Kingdom, the city of magic and dragons. Your Majesty is welcome. As Yuri finished her words, a giant dragon flew across the sky. It had golden scales and a graceful body. It was none other than the Dragon King, a subordinate of the Holy Dragon King. To be honest, the title of Holy Dragon King is quite clever. On the one hand, it refers to His Majesty Siglis, and on the other hand, it also refers to this giant dragon. The residents in the city started clamoring and calling each other to come out to see the dragon. It seems that even the residents of this country have only seen the Dragon King a few times. They are just looking at it as a novelty. Jerkniv secretly complained in his heart, was it because of him that he did this on purpose? However, he quickly gave up this idea. How could the other party set the time so accurately? He himself didn't even know when he would arrive. Fluter had something to say. He looked at everything in the Sorceress Kingdom with such fascination that nothing else could be seen in his eyes. This is paradise. Jerkniv did not know what Fluter had seen, but he knew that if he was allowed to continue shouting and screaming, it would definitely bring shame to the Empire. Old man, calm down. Fluter ran over to the statue and stroked the feet of the undead skeleton Ainz. This is what I want. Jerkniv could no longer bear it. You guys, why don't you pull the old man away? The Emperor was really angry, and Fluter's students immediately stepped forward to pull him back, still trying to persuade him. Yuri pushed up her glasses, a faint smile on her face. She had no shame in showing such respect for Ainz Sama. She began to introduce them. This is His Majesty Ainz Ulgaun, the Sorcerer King. This is His Majesty Sigris Hriesvorg, the Holy Dragon King. But please don't get me wrong, this is just a substitute made by magic. The real thing will take a few days to be made. Jerkniv was also dazzled by the exquisite craftsmanship, and when he heard that this was not the final product, the corners of his mouth twitched. Your country is truly wealthy and powerful. Your Majesty Jerkniv, have you forgotten that the undead do not need rest? Jerkniv's expression froze. His emotions were complicated, mixed with a strong sense of jealousy. The undead are never tired, do not need food, have low IQs, and are definitely the best labor force. Fluter had been trying to control the undead, but he could only control the lowest level ones. However, the Sorcerer King was able to control such a large number of Death Knights with ease. Jerkniv understood Fluter's mentality a little. This teacher was always very positive about magic, so it was understandable that he would act out of control. It took some effort for everyone to get Fluter away from the statue, and under the leadership of Yuri, they entered the castle. I thought the amazement would end here, but unexpectedly there was another scene inside the city. This time, not only Fluter but everyone else was also attracted. Jerkniv felt a strong sense of frustration. He thought that the kingdom would always be defeated by the Empire, but just by changing the ruler, the Sorceress Kingdom surpassed the Empire's decades of efforts in just a few days. In the face of absolute strength, is it really useful to work hard to govern? Jerkniv fell into self-doubt and seemed to be withdrawn. Skeletons wearing golden armor stood on both sides, and crossed flags formed a road to the king. They walked on the soft carpet and went straight into the hall. Sitting on the throne was an undead with a skull face looking down at everyone. Next to the undead was an extremely beautiful woman, but she had horns on her head and was obviously not human. Jerkniv bowed slightly. Nice to meet you, Your Majesty. Ainz hummed, Your Majesty Jerkniv, can I call you that? In such a formal occasion, it is very impolite to call someone by their first name. A drop of cold sweat dripped down Jerkniv's forehead. It seemed that the Sorcerer King was not as easy to get along with as the rumors said. He gave him a warning right from the start. Of course, Ainz Sama, Albedo shouted angrily, how rude, you are not allowed to speak without permission. The powerful intimidation made the followers kneel down involuntarily, leaving only the 4 knights of the Jerkniv Empire and Fluter standing. Ainz said calmly, Albedo, you are not allowed to be rude. Yes, Jerkniv broke out in a cold sweat. This sorcerer king was truly scheming. He intimidated his subordinates through their words while pretending to be a good guy himself. Your Majesty, I have no intention of becoming an enemy of the sorceress kingdom. Accepting defectors is a misunderstanding. On behalf of the Empire, I sincerely apologize and hope to receive your forgiveness. Ainz remained silent, seemingly thinking. His Majesty the Holy Dragon King has arrived. His Majesty Daradillan has arrived. Reports rang out one after another and two figures walked slowly towards them. Sig was relatively calm. He knew in advance that the Blood Donation Emperor was coming, and he arranged for him to appear later for better effect. However, he really didn't understand why Deluo Dailong was called. Could it be that Demiurge had a new plan? But he did like to do something unexpected. If Sig hadn't known the plot, he would have been scared countless times. Originally, Ainz was often in a confused state. This is the only downside to conquering the kingdom ahead of time. Sig can no longer predict the future through the plot and can only take things one step at a time. But Daradillan was genuinely confused. She had only received a notification from the Sorcerer King that he wanted to talk to her, so why was the atmosphere at the scene like this? In order to hide his face, Demiurge transformed into a demon and walked in with graceful steps. Your Majesties have arrived. You too may state your demands. Is there some misunderstanding here? I have no hostility towards your Majesties. Would it be better if we meet alone? Jerkniv had a sad face. Demiurge looked so horrifying that no matter how rude he was, the Blood Emperor did not dare to complain at all. He just wanted to have a chance to have an equal dialogue. Deluidilong's eyes widened. Did she have hostility? This guy was really eloquent. She knelt down directly. Although it was only half kneeling, it was formal enough. Your Majesty the Magic King, Your Majesty the Holy Dragon King, I swear here that the Dragon Kingdom will become the Magic Kingdom's most loyal ally, sharing honor and never betraying you. Jerkniv's eyes widened in anger. What was this old woman talking about? Why did she use her ultimate move right at the start? Did she have any common sense of diplomacy? In fact, Daradillan is not very good at diplomacy, and most of the affairs of the Dragon Kingdom are handled by the Prime Minister, but she knows how to show weakness better. The Dragon Kingdom is indeed not as rich as the Empire, but they are more urgent and need this support more, so she is more willing to give it her all. As the saying goes, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Ainz hesitated for a moment, then turned and asked, Holy Dragon King, what do you think? Sig smiled and said, I think Her Majesty the Dragon King is very sincere. Daradillan was touched and her affection for Sig was almost over the top. There was no need to use any extra adjectives, he was a good man. If Sig asked her to sacrifice herself now, Daradillan would be willing to do so. Moreover, she would make a profit if she could get the precious seeds. She finally understood why her great-grandfather was so obsessed with mating. This desire to produce powerful offspring was so wonderful and so urgent. Deluo Dailong's eyes were burning with desire. He really wanted to pounce on her right now and eat her up. Ainz noticed the situation here and couldn't help but worry for Sig. This murderous look seemed a little familiar. But is Albedo okay? She must be angry. Ainz looked over curiously, but he found that Sig was exchanging glances with Albedo, and the atmosphere between the two was particularly strange. Sig-san, you wouldn't really do that. By the way, Ainz didn't know that Sig had already played duo with Albedo and Shaltir, although almost everyone in Nazarick knew about it. After Sig calmed Albedo, he happened to meet Ainz's resentful gaze. He didn't know how he could tell the emotions from the two red dots, but he just understood. He felt a little guilty, so he quickly signaled Ainz with his eyes to look down and finish today's part first. At this time, Sig also understood Demiurge's intention. He deliberately brought the Blood Emperor and the Dragon Queen together in order to arouse emotions and promote the development of the plot. Ainz coughed lightly and said, I will consider the alliance. Your Majesty the Dragon King does not need to kneel. Drawdillan's cheeks flushed with joy and he almost took off. Thank you, Your Majesty the Sorcerer King and Your Majesty the Holy Dragon King for your generosity. Tilda, the petite lowly queen has a beautiful face and her every move reveals her cuteness. The specially lengthened tail tone is also cute. Jerkniv looked like he was about to vomit, but in the current situation he absolutely could not do such a disrespectful thing. He forced a smile and said, Your Majesty, I Jerkniv am willing to sign a non-aggression treaty with your country on behalf of the Empire. Please. The four knights of the Empire had different expressions on their faces. They had never seen the Blood Emperor so humble. This man always looked like he was sure of victory. It is precisely because of this kind of personal charm that he attracts many followers. Badged, the leader of the four knights, is the most typical example. Loyal people believe that they will not give up following because of this little inappropriate behavior, but it is hard to say for those who are not loyal to begin with. Lena's quietly stepped back. She looked up at Ainz and an inexplicable look flashed across her face. Albedo frowned slightly. Your Majesty, the Sorceress Kingdom does not need too many weak allies. Please consider this carefully. Daredillan could calmly accept that the Dragon Kingdom was indeed very weak. After all, she came here seeking help, and the Magic Kingdom had given her enough respect. But Jerkniv could not accept that the empire he had worked so hard to build was so terrible in the eyes of the other party. At this moment, he had the urge to turn around and leave. If the Emperor was acting on impulse, he would have turned around and left long ago, but Jerkniv was a very smart ruler. He could not disregard the lives of his people for the sake of momentary face. It is an obvious fact that the Sorceress Kingdom is stronger than the Empire. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Your Majesty, I am sincere in my words. Please consider this seriously. Jerkniv looked at Sig. He felt that this king with human blood might be easier to talk to. After all, they were of the same race. Sig pretended to think for a while, then he smiled and said, if the Empire is willing to hand over the management of the army, I think things will be much easier to discuss. The Sorcerer King is not a bad guy. Jerkniv gritted his teeth, this smiling tiger. If it is really handed over, what is the difference between it and a vassal state except that it has the name of an ally? Demiurge agreed with a smile, Your Majesty, the Holy Dragon King is truly merciful. Albedo was still arrogant. Haha, if that's the case, I can consider it. Sig is still cruel, Ainz secretly complained, since everyone else agreed he had no reason to object. Your Majesty Jerkniv, what do you think? Jerkniv's face was filled with humiliation. He subconsciously looked at Fluter and his expression suddenly turned into horror. Fluter knelt piously and said, Your Majesty, your figure is so beautiful. Please allow me to serve you even if I have to be your servant. Ainz was stunned by this flattery. Who are you? Fluter bowed his head tremblingly. I am an old man. No, your name is Fluter Paradine. I pledge my loyalty to you. Old man, Jerkniv shouted loudly without caring about his image, hoping to stop this farce, but Fluter just looked at him deeply and ignored him. It's over, Fluter has betrayed us. Jerkniv suddenly realized this terrible thing. Everything was connected. He was deceived. He immediately half-knelt on the ground and said, Your Majesties, the Empire is willing to offer all its military power. Please form an alliance with us. It's just a mere military power. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. The most important thing right now is to save your life. Ainz said solemnly, I allow it. Sig yawned in boredom, agreed. The Dragon Kingdom and the Empire. Within one day, the Magic Kingdom had 2 vassal states, which was truly cause for celebration. Jerkniv finally breathed a sigh of relief, and when he wanted to escape immediately, the woman he hated the most appeared in front of his car. Lana smiled sweetly, Your Majesty Jerkniv, His Majesty sent me to the Empire to help you manage the country. F***KU, Jerkniv couldn't help but curse. On the other side, Daredillan finally waited for Sig, his big watery eyes full of anticipation. Your Majesty Sig, are you free tonight? In the dim room, Daredillan, who had returned to her adult female form, was waiting anxiously. It's so hot. MJU4 NDA20C3 Autumn 1 NDA1 MZU1 ODU equals. She took off her outer robe, revealing a large area of snow-white flesh. After being freed from the restraints, her breasts were about to pop out, and they bounced twice like a naughty little white rabbit. Albedo is indeed more beautiful than Daredillan, but the latter has a natural advantage in terms of figure. Dragons are good at reproduction, and Daredillan, as a descendant of the dragon, seems to have inherited this advantage. His front and back are very prominent, and his long legs are well-proportioned and fleshy. Daredillan still felt very hot, so she picked up the juice on the table and drank it in one gulp. She licked the corner of her mouth and felt relieved. I haven't been this nervous in a long time. It's like I was newly married. Daredillan pulled the only piece of cloth down, then stopped with satisfaction. The late-night appointment was an obvious enough hint, and Daredillan didn't believe that the other party had no desire for her. Bang. There was a knock on the door. Deluidilong immediately adjusted her throat to make sure she would not make the sound of a loli, as that would be too disappointing. Your Majesty, please come in. The door is not closed. The door creaked open and Daredillan's heart began to beat nervously. Her mind was in a mess and she was hesitant about whether she should sit up or lie directly on the bed. But before she could figure out what was going on, a shadow appeared in front of her. Sig looked puzzled. Your Majesty Daredillan, what are you going to do? Daredillan's face suddenly turned red. She was only wearing a gauze dress, which was no different from being naked. But despite working so hard, Sig didn't seem to be impatient. Does she really have no charm? In fact, Sig has already been moved. Facing such a passionate queen, few people can control themselves. He was pretending a little so he didn't show it immediately. What's wrong? Are you still in a daze? Feeling the smile in Sig's eyes, Daredillan bit her red lips lightly and raised her hand to touch the other's belt. Your Majesty, have you ever tried this? To be honest, Sig has tried it, and Shaltir can play everything, to the extent that if you write about it you will be banned immediately, but different people have different experiences. No, Daredillan. At this time, a white lie is more important than anything else. Deluidalong was indeed very happy. This was her first time and no one was allowed to snatch it away from her. A shadow was imprinted on her face and she couldn't help swallowing. This size should be enough. Omit 1,000 words. Daredillan felt very refreshed and full of energy, not at all like someone who had been tired all night. She touched her belly and secretly looked forward to it. It would be great if it was in the form of a dragon. The chance of pregnancy will definitely increase greatly, and getting pregnant at once is no longer a dream. Sig chuckled at that. You'll get hurt that way. Hearing the man's voice, Daredillan couldn't help but blush. How could this man still be awake? She was so tired that she fainted. I gave you a potion to restore your strength. Don't push yourself next time. Deluo Dailong realized that it was Sig who had cleaned up for her and took such good care of her. Many men are heartless after doing it. Is she the special one? Daredillan no longer avoided his gaze and looked at Sig, and was shocked by the 8-pack abs that were faintly visible. Combined with that godly face, it seemed that she was taking advantage. Sig adult. Because she was his woman, Sig allowed her to call him by his name. Sig stretched out his hand, and Deladalin closed her eyes tactfully. She knew this was morning exercise. But the warm big hands only touched her face and then retracted. I will send Demiurge to help you deal with the affairs of the Dragon Kingdom. You must listen to him and never think of disobeying him. Daredillan looked expectant. Aren't you going? I can't leave the Sorceress Kingdom for too long. Seeing Deladalin looking so pitiful and considering that her help was needed in finding the 7-colored Dragon King, Sig softened his heart for once. Do you want to feel what it's like to ride on a dragon? Daredillan covered her mouth in surprise. You're going to send me back. Sig touched her face, not so stupid. Before leaving, Cerebor had dark circles under his eyes and a look of indescribable fatigue. This great hero of the Dragon Kingdom, who was of the fine steel grade and was nicknamed Flashing Fierce, seemed to have suffered an unprecedented blow. Not only did his spirit become extremely weak, but his eyes were also filled with red bloodshot. Judging from his appearance, he might need a green hat. On the other hand, Deluo Dailong had a happy face and a rosy complexion, as if she had been well-nourished. Demiurge only smiled and congratulated. Your Majesty, Daredillan has got what he wished for. In the past, Zio Dai would never be so polite. Even if he had the bloodline of the Dragon King, he was just a lowly human being, only valuable as a breeding species on the farm. But things are different now. After climbing into Lord Sig's bed, he has to maintain basic respect even as a concubine. Daredillan didn't know what to say, so he just said quietly, "Thank you." Along with the roar of a dragon at dawn, a giant golden dragon descended from the sky. Without waiting for Sig to say anything, the dragon crawled down on its own initiative, allowing Daredillan to climb up by himself. Daredillan sat on the dragon's back and curiously touched it left and right. Lord Sig, what is the name of your dependent? No name yet. The holy dragon doesn't have a name, you come and pick one. Sig also realized this problem, but if he was asked to think about it suddenly, he had no good ideas for a while. The dragon turned around, his eyes like bright crystals. As long as it is a name given by the master, I will gladly accept it. As the only dependent left in this world, she was already very happy, and now she was given a name which was really an honor. Sig couldn't think of anything better, so he said, Astara, which means the goddess of light. Deluo Dailong clapped his hands in cooperation. What a nice name. The dragon, or should I say Astara, was also very happy that she had such a beautiful name. Thank you, master, for the name. Sig thinks his naming skills are pretty average, so such praise is really an exaggeration. At this time, Ainz also arrived at the farewell scene, demonstrating the Sorceress Kingdom's importance. The look in his eyes when he looked at Sig was a little hard to describe, but looking for Daredillan was better than attacking the children of Nazarick. Astara slowly flew up, creating a huge golden wave. Her almost transparent wings reflected colorful light. She was so beautiful that it was not an exaggeration to call her the goddess of light. Demiurge, how are you going to get to the Dragon Kingdom? In fact, Ainz wanted to ask Zio Dai why he didn't go with Sig. It was completely fine for the dragon to carry one more person. Demiurge smiled slightly. I don't want to disturb Master Sig. Ainz staggered and nearly fell. How is Albedo? Ever since he learned the truth from Yuri, he was at a loss as to what to do. If he met his companions in the future, how would he explain it? Demiurge looked slightly puzzled. She is attending to official business. She said she wants to be in the best condition possible when she waits for Sig-sama's return. Ainz waved his hands. It seemed that he was an old-fashioned man. He really didn't understand the world of harem. Dragon Kingdom Palace. The Prime Minister was handling government affairs. His desk was already filled with documents waiting to be signed, and there were also some letters of condolence to be sent out. Everything he was going to write was already prepared, and everything was just waiting for Deladalin to return. When he was finally about to rest, a guard rushed in. Prime Minister, there is an urgent report. It must be another report from the battle front. The Prime Minister rubbed his brows and said, "Tell me, what bad news is there?" The guard shook his head quickly. "It's not bad news, it's that His Majesty has brought back reinforcements, a dragon that is a giant dragon." The Prime Minister felt his head hurt even more. What dragon? He couldn't even speak clearly. Maybe he should change to a more stable personal guard. Anyway, go out and take a look. The Prime Minister stood up doubtfully and followed his guards to the terrace, where he could overlook the entire royal city. The guard pointed to the central square and said, "Look, His Majesty is right there." The Prime Minister was in a hurry and forgot to wear glasses, so he had to squint his eyes to barely see the scene in the central square. It would be fine if he didn't look at it, but when he did, he was shocked and almost dropped his jaw. "Is that His Majesty?" The guard looked puzzled. "Can't you recognize him?" The Prime Minister suddenly burst out with strength from nowhere, grabbed the guard's collar and started shouting, "I mean, is this how she is supposed to meet people? My lord, what happened to you? His Majesty has already explained it in front of the nation." The Prime Minister realized that he was indeed too excited. He took a deep breath and let go of her hand. "Go on. Your Majesty said that she remained in her young girl state because she suffered an unknown curse. Now that she has found true love, she has returned to her original appearance." The guard's eyes flashed with envy. "Your Majesty is so beautiful, that holy dragon king is so blessed. But the man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, which has nothing to do with a small guard like him. He can just silently wish them all the best. What is Your Majesty the Holy Dragon King?" "It is His Majesty the Holy Dragon King of the Sorceress Kingdom." As he was talking, the guard broke another piece of news. The Dragon Kingdom has established an alliance with the Magic Kingdom. His Majesty the Holy Dragon King will escort His Majesty back to the country first, and support will arrive later. I heard that there will also be an undead army. The Prime Minister felt dizzy. What on earth had their queen done to deserve such help? This can indeed solve the immediate problem, but at what cost? "No, I want to see His Majesty." The guard wanted to stop him, but the Prime Minister's footsteps were so fast that he was gone in the blink of an eye. "What's wrong with you, Prime Minister? Are you crazy because you don't have love?" The Prime Minister is a well-known workaholic and is still single. In the square, Deladalin and Sig stood hand in hand on the dragon's back, waving to the people below, and received a very enthusiastic response. "Lord Sig, they are all wishing us well." Sig didn't reply but just picked up Deladalin horizontally and jumped directly off the dragon's back. Deluo Dailong cried out softly, and when she came to her senses, she quickly hugged Sig's neck and said coquettishly, "Don't scare me. I'm going to the battlefield and you're not fit to follow." "Eh, why so sudden?" Sig jumped onto the dragon's back and said, "Ostara and I will fight off the orcs' attack and intimidate them first. This way the people of the Dragon Kingdom can have a break." Deladalin was very touched that he was going to the battlefield in person for her. "Lord Sig, please be careful." The Prime Minister had just arrived and saw the two of them parting. "Your Majesty, this won't work." But he was obviously too late. The dragon took off again, carrying Sig quickly to the battlefield. "Prime Minister, why are you here?" Deladalin looked at the breathless Prime Minister with a confused look on his face. The Prime Minister said anxiously, "Your Majesty, he is the king of the Magic Kingdom. If he gets injured in the Dragon Kingdom, it will be difficult for us to explain." Deladalin reacted, but she was not too worried. Instead, she looked admiring. "The Lord won't get hurt by dealing with low-level beasts." The Prime Minister strongly suspected that Deladalin had been drugged. She was not very smart to begin with, but she was qualified to be a king. Why did she become love-brained after her trip to the Magic Kingdom? Anyway, let's go back to the palace first. There are too many people here. The giant dragon broke through the clouds and flew in the sky at an extremely fast speed. Sig stood on the dragon's back. The strong wind blew in his face, but it only blew his clothes. He still stood steadily. "Master, the battlefield is ahead." Sig nodded. "Ostara, you may address me as you would the rest of Nazarick." Ostara said seriously, "I understand, Lord Sig, you must pay attention to your safety, and it is okay to abandon your subordinates when necessary. I brought world-class props, don't worry. How can one not be cautious when traveling far away? Sig also learned from Ainz and brought out all the treasures he had secretly hidden. By the way, he seemed to have forgotten to tell Ainz that this world-class item was something he obtained by chance in the later period. It was called Eye of Beryl, and he found it in the opponent's lair after he conquered the demon god alone. The Dragon Knight profession has limitations in PvP and can only summon one follower. But when exploring the big world, you can summon more, and there is no limit in this world. Therefore, as long as it is not a world-class boss, Sig will try his best to solve it alone. This time, he was lucky enough to get a world-class item. The function of Eye of Beryl is auxiliary. It is quite good in amplification. Its attack power is very weak, but it can provide the user with a rare instant death attribute. Of course, this is also conditional. The instant death attached to the item will be affected by death resistance. Incomplete resistance will result in instant death with a probability, while complete resistance will use HP instead of damage. Astara was surprised for a moment, then immediately apologized in a low voice. Lord Sig is so thoughtful. Please forgive my stupidity. It's no wonder you didn't realize it. This world-class way of wearing it is one of the most special. Sig closed one eye, and strange black patterns immediately appeared on his eyelid, forming the shape of an eyeball. The unofficial statement should be that it is a parasitic type. After being equipped, it will become one with the body and will only appear when activated. In fact, it also occupies the equipment slot with only a difference in form. Astara, do you want to try the breath with instant death properties? A. But I'm a giant dragon with divine attributes. As soon as the words came out, Astara felt a strange feeling, and a layer of light gray light covered her golden body. Sig laughed. It was indeed the case. He and his followers were judged as a whole, and the props could be used. He has relatively little magic power, only one large-scale annihilation skill, which is the kind that deducts health points to increase damage. It is really a waste of talent against orcs. So he planned to let his followers use it, because the dragon's breath can cause damage over a large area. A breath with an instant death attribute is just a low-profile version of the soul-destroying breath, and the number of casualties must be considerable. Sig couldn't wait to try it out. Astara prepared to slaughter. In the center of the continent, there are 6 countries composed of subhumans, commonly known as the 6 Central Powers. Among them, the Orc Federation is one of them. It has the powerful centaur Grem to resist foreign enemies, and its strength is also among the best among the 6 major countries. Although the country that attacked the Dragon Kingdom was also an orc country, it was just a small country composed of orcs and was not at the same level as the huge Orc Federation. If Nazarick really wants to attack the Orc Federation, Sig alone is obviously not enough, especially because Grime is difficult to deal with, so Gaukanda may have to be awakened. With the vision from high altitude, Sig quickly determined the battle site between the Dragon Kingdom and the Orc Kingdom. Following the order, Astara dived rapidly until it stopped at a height of 100 meters. The huge size of the dragon quickly attracted the attention of the people below. The 2 warring parties retreated at the same time, ready to wait and see what would happen. The Dragon Kingdom's army had not yet received any intelligence from their own country, so naturally they did not know that this was reinforcement. The Dragon Kingdom was indeed a country founded by the 7-colored Dragon King, but this great Dragon King had long since disappeared to who knows where. How could any Dragon King possibly help him out of his favor? There is no doubt that the Dragon clan is powerful. They have different temperaments. Although most of them have lived in seclusion, there are still some bloodthirsty ones. It would be bad if they came to replenish flesh and blood, and humans, who are fewer in number, might be regarded as the primary target. The orcs were even more confused. They didn't know why the Dragon King appeared on the battlefield. Could it be reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom? Sig took out a magic prop for amplifying the sound, coughed twice to test the sound, and said, "Soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, I am the Holy Dragon King of the Magic Kingdom. Her Majesty the Dragon Queen has established an alliance with our country. Now follow my command, the entire army retreats and I will take over the battlefield here." The army was in chaos. How could they retreat easily since they had not received any orders yet? Quiet. The army commander Aegis moved as fast as the wind, his bearded face was filled with gloom, and everyone fell silent wherever he passed. The Dragon Kingdom basically has no army. Those currently participating in the battle are a ragtag group of adventurers. Their combat power is okay, but their quality is a bit lacking. Aegis was once an adventurer. He was the leader of the Orichalcum-level adventurers. Because of his management skills, he was entrusted with such an important position by the Queen. Years of war had exhausted him physically and mentally, and when a man suddenly appeared claiming to be reinforcements, he really wanted to believe him, but he really couldn't believe it. The Orc Kingdom has been harassing the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. They only regard the Dragon Kingdom as a pasture that continuously produces food. When it comes to hunting, they will send out troops to harvest and serve humans as food. No country has ever provided support, only the Church has secretly sent troops. Their combat effectiveness is indeed strong, but it is of no avail as the number gap is too big. Unless we can wipe out tens of thousands of orcs at once, it will just be a drop in the bucket. While Ainz was hesitating, a giant dragon suddenly flew towards them and the riot became even worse. He was unable to stop it even if he wanted to. All troops stop where they are, no one is allowed to escape. After giving the order, Ainz closed his eyes resignedly and left everything to fate. Who is the commander-in-chief? The young man's voice sounded from above, and the soldiers separated decisively, and an uninhabited area appeared around Ainz. It cannot be blamed on the soldiers for betraying their commander. The dragon was right in front of them, and facing the intimidation, they moved their feet subconsciously. I am Ainz, your majesty the holy dragon king. Are you really a reinforcement? Sig didn't want to waste time talking to him and gave the order directly. I don't want to hurt innocent people. You lead the army to retreat quickly. Before Ainz could speak, a thin adventurer came running over, holding a piece of paper with the Queen's exclusive seal in his hand. Urgent report, Her Majesty the Queen has ordered that Ainz immediately hand over the command to His Majesty the Holy Dragon King, and no one is allowed to question it. Sig smiled slightly. Daradillan was quite reliable and did not forget to give orders. Please forgive my impoliteness, Your Majesty the Holy Dragon King. Ainz's legs softened and he knelt down. I say again, everyone retreat to the city. Anyone who violates this will be killed without mercy. Sig left these words and commanded Ostara to fly back to the center of the battlefield. The dragon's departure stirred up a strong wind. Ainz regained some strength and began to command the army, retreat, retreat. The human army retreated quickly. A charge needs to boost morale, but a retreat does not. Who doesn't want to go back alive? Soon, only the orcs were left on the battlefield. Their eyes were full of vigilance. They could naturally understand human language, and they were sure that Sig was the enemy. The commander of the orcs is an orc with a lion's head. He calls himself the Barbarian King. He is the most powerful warrior in the Orc Kingdom and loves to eat strong human men. The meat is firm, tender but not greasy, and is truly a great tonic. The Barbarian King licked his lips and said, so what if he's the Dragon King? We, the 100,000 orc warriors, are not afraid. All long-range attacks are ready. Let's kill that human first. He had to talk big, but he also knew that the man on the dragon's back was the leader, and their crisis could be resolved by just killing him. Don't throw away the body of that human man. I haven't eaten the king of a human country yet. The morale of the orc soared, magic circles flashed on the priests' bodies, archers pulled their bowstrings to their full potential, and even took out things like catapults. Sig originally wanted to make a pre-war declaration, but he didn't expect these guys to be so unsportsmanlike and start attacking directly. Ostara, use breath. Yes, sir. There was a bright light flashing in the dragon's mouth and a dazzling glow emanating from its body. Purifying breath, instant death. A breath mixed with the gray smell of death gushed out. Magic and arrows disappeared instantly, and all orcs who came into contact with the light column had their lives taken away and were turned into dust. The huge group of orcs created a large vacuum area, and the plants on the ground were not spared, revealing the bare land. In addition to the accompanying instant death feature, the breath itself is also harmful. With the support of world-class props, it is not surprising that such a scene occurs. Sig made a rough estimate and found that nearly 10,000 orcs were killed, which was beyond expectations thanks to the high density of the orcs. Ostara, use your breath in another place, try to kill as many as possible and don't attack the same place repeatedly. Ostara readily agreed. As a sacred dragon, she also felt the joy of killing, and the feeling of power made her sink into it. Dragons are proud creatures. Their physical functions that are superior to those of all other creatures put them at the top of the food chain from birth, and all other creatures are ants. But she will only submit to her perfect master, Lord Sig, who gave her life and power. A giant golden dragon danced in the sky, spewing out streams of death from its mouth, taking away thousands of lives with one strike. The orcs wailed, fled, and cried bitterly, but they could not escape the fate of death. It was unknown which attack hit the Barbarian King, and only his head was left, which was soon trampled beyond recognition. For the orcs, this is undoubtedly purgatory, but for humans, there is no better scene than this. People began to cheer and even cried for joy. Long live Her Majesty the Queen, long live His Majesty the Holy Dragon King, this is their victory and the hope of mankind has come. Ainz was in a trance and thought he was dreaming. What a great power this is. In this war, the 100,000-strong orc army was almost wiped out, leaving only a few thousand scattered ones. Sig hadn't originally thought about wiping them all out, and hadn't used any large-scale control skills, so the current record was already quite good. In fact, it is also due to the fact that this place is a plain area without any obstructions. With air superiority, we can directly take over the battlefield. After returning triumphantly, Ainz should have been very happy, but His Majesty the Holy Dragon King left directly after dealing with the orcs. He didn't know where he was going and was really worried. When the Dragon Kingdom was in the most dangerous time, only the Magic Kingdom extended a helping hand and saved all of them who were threatened by the orcs. If this isn't justice, then what is? The Church, which claimed to be the savior of mankind, only dared to send people for support secretly. But the Magic Kingdom had His Majesty the Holy Dragon King come and sent out powerful holy dragons for support. As to which of the two countries is the savior of mankind, the answer is already very clear. It is indeed despicable for the theocracy to still preach that the undead and dragons are heretics, while maliciously smearing the sorceress kingdom make human beings better. Obviously not, this is just to satisfy prejudice and selfishness. After this battle, Ainz's heart has completely leaned towards the sorceress kingdom. The adventurers do not have a strong sense of country. They fight to the death with the orcs because their relatives and friends are here, and this is the only way to protect their loved ones. They can't be said to be very loyal to the Dragon Kingdom, and many of them only fight for Her Majesty the Queen. For example, that stupid, perverted man who likes Loli. By the way, Cerebr went with the Queen, so why didn't they come back together? If he had come back, he would definitely go to the battlefield and take over command as soon as possible. Before Ainz could figure out what was going on, the army had already arrived at the city. Another convoy also arrived and collided with the army. Cerebr, why did you come back at this time? The war is over. Ainz enthusiastically put his arm around Celebra's shoulders and told him what happened on the battlefield. How His Majesty the Holy Dragon King displayed his prowess and defeated the orcs, which was truly gratifying. After hearing such great news, Cerebr was still listless, as if his soul had been out of his body for a long time. Only then did Ainz realize that something was wrong with his good brother, and he hurriedly asked, "What happened? Is His Majesty injured?" When Drawdalin was mentioned, Celebra finally showed some reaction. He smiled bitterly and said, "I'm heartbroken. Your Majesty has a husband," Ainz said subconsciously, and immediately covered his mouth when he realized what was happening. How could he talk about Her Majesty the Queen in public? If someone with ulterior motives found out and reported it to the Prime Minister, it would be a big deal. The Prime Minister has no wife and no children. He is like a vengeful spirit who will not let go of even the slightest thing. This is the scary thing about middle-aged single men. Cerebr had already given up on himself. Yes, and you know that person, you mentioned him just now. Yes, everyone, let's stop chatting here. A cold rebuke came from behind. Although the voice was not unpleasant, it made people feel very uncomfortable for some reason, and everyone present got goosebumps. Celebra's reaction was the most intense, with his lips turning white and his body shaking violently. Demiurge slowly walked out of the car. His terrifying face and graceful movements were terrifying no matter how you looked at them. The reputation of demons is second only to that of the undead, and is almost as bad. The Black Knight of the 13 Heroes is a half-demon. He was ostracized because of his background and was even deliberately hidden and marginalized. This is the case even for heroes, not to mention ordinary half-bloods and pure-blooded demons. Anyone who has any contact with them will be suspected of being bewitched. In fact, demons are one of the most trustworthy races. On the contrary, the angels who are considered to be the messengers of justice have no thoughts at all and are just killing tools in the hands of missionaries. To be honest, the prejudice in people's hearts is really a huge mountain. Seeing that Celebra looked honest, Demiurge nodded with satisfaction. He was very good at dealing with creatures like two-legged sheep. If you want them to be obedient, mental harm is far more effective than physical harm. This is based on long-term breeding experience. My name is Demiurge. I come from the Sorceress Kingdom. I am responsible for assisting His Majesty Drawdalin in managing the Dragon Kingdom. Take me to the royal city immediately. Ainz glanced at Cerebr secretly and found that he had no reaction. He immediately understood that everything the other party said was true. Although he had doubts in his heart, he immediately put on a respectful attitude. "Please follow me, sir." The queen's boudoir, Deladolin had already sent the prime minister back home in the name of resting. She wanted to enjoy some time alone with Lord Sig, but when she heard that Sig was about to leave, she still couldn't hide her disappointment. Lord Sig, can't you really stay a little longer? Daradilin used her best skill of showing weakness, but without her lowly form, she looked more like a spoiled brat. Demiurge is a subordinate I trust. I can rest assured knowing he is assisting you. Sig rubbed Daradilin's head as if he was stroking a small animal, and his voice was rarely softer. Deluo Dailong pouted her lips, still very unhappy. This is how it felt to be separated from her boyfriend during the honeymoon period. She felt really sad. Sig had to give her a long kiss to avoid entanglement. Daro Dailon, do you know the whereabouts of the seven-colored Dragon King? Deluo Dailong had not yet recovered from his shock. After hearing Sig's words, he tilted his head and thought for a while, my great-grandfather's whereabouts are uncertain. I don't know where he is now. Sig was a little disappointed. It was indeed not that easy to catch this lustful dragon. He was thinking whether he should take a more direct approach. Let Ostara seduce. A female dragon at the Dragon King level is indeed very tempting, but the news cannot be spread out in a short time. What if the seven-colored Dragon King has been hiding in the mountains? Seeing Sig frowning, Daradilin felt a little distressed. He had helped her so much, but she could not help him at all. Oh, right, there is a kind of origin magic that can trace bloodlines called Dragon Origin. I can be used as a medium to find the whereabouts of my great-grandfather. Really? It's true, but even though it's a low-level origin, I still need to consume souls at least 10,000. True Dragon Kings have a special profession, World Connector. They can extract souls directly from the Sea of Souls. Although there are many restrictions, they do not have to kill people. Drodolin is just a dragon descendant. Although she can release the original magic, she must sacrifice the souls of living people. This is why she is called the true and false Dragon King. Sig thought, can the soul of any creature be used? It's best to use a highly intelligent creature. Monsters and the like will have a big impact and may not succeed. The more Deluidilong spoke, the lower her head lowered. It seemed like she had good intentions but ended up doing something bad. Why did she have to say something that she couldn't do? Wasn't she deliberately disappointing people? Sig showed a kind smile and took Drodolin's hand. That means orcs are also okay. Just 10,000 orcs. If he had told him earlier, he would have taken Drodolin to the battlefield. It's not too late now as the orc kingdom has not been destroyed yet. Daradilin nodded blankly. Theoretically, it is possible. Could it be that? Sig held her mouth and asked in a low voice, aren't you going to ask me why I'm looking for the seven-colored Dragon King? What if I want to kill him? Lord Sig won't do that, I believe. Although she said so, Deluo Dailong actually didn't care. How much affection could she have for a great-grandfather who abandoned the country she founded and only cared about mating? Sig smiled and held him in his arms. What a cunning answer. I will try not to kill him. You're such a joker. Deladolin laughed happily and leaned lovingly in Sig's arms. Lord Sig is so kind, it's great that she can help.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.